Good morning, everyone. There are Sunday answer. There are Sunday all our friends. So let's start our morning Dhamma discourse for today. So let's observe some. Imagine standing beside a still lake. You see trees reflected in that water. So this reflection resembles trees. It carries shapes, it carries colors, it carries outlines, but the reflection is not the tree. No bird nest, no fruits grows upon it, no roots reach to earth. It's only an appearance, a representation, a reflection. Our thoughts, they function similarly. Thoughts reflect experience. Thoughts reflect sensation. Thought reflects thought, not information. Thought reflects content. Yet perhaps we have spent our lives mistaking this reflection for the real thing itself. Living with living within reflections, arguing with reflections, protecting reflections, fearing reflections, identifying with reflections, and eventually says, this this particular reflection is what we call me. A self. So today we investigate whether thoughts are revealing reality or merely reflecting. So how thoughts appear. We think we do it, person does it, the self does it. That's how people feel it. But what happens actually? Something is seen, then thought appears. Something is seen, then thought appears. A felt occurring, a sensation occurring, then thought appears. So every time experiences happening, and almost instantly the interpretation follows, which is the thought. And the thing is, it happens so fast to the point that we can't even notice the real experience, the sense of contact, and we believe the interpretation. We think it's already here. It is real. It is so. But this interpretation is a reflection. mirage that appearing, not something solid is there, but something building, constructing, getting constructed at that moment, not that existing thought came to this moment. That thought itself got created in that very exact moment. So let's observe what is there before this thought of tree. There would be one of the sense of a vision, bunch of colors, movements, shape. But in that bunch of colors, there's no tree. Did it say I am tree when vision occurred? No. We are the one always interpreting. But it happens so fast, like we said, so fast to the point we can't figure it out. We can't even see this interpretation as interpretation. We can't say it's happening from the mind. We can't say it's something getting constructed at this moment. We see it as immediate, something a solid that exists almost already out there. That's how we feel it. It's because of this way, because we are so used to see the world in this way. So that's why we see everything as like that three-dimensional objects that exist on their own outside in this world, in this 3D space. And how much we independently, how much we feel them, that they independently existed, we even blindly believe, even without us noticing, it's still there. Even the tree, even without us seeing the tree, we think it's there. We blindly believe it's there. They're all linked with this mind and this sense of contact. So it feels like this wrong perception is the correct one. It feels like there are real objects out there. Look how people have tapped in this illusion of mind, of thoughts, of these interpretations. So each and every thought that feels real, like this, appears in the same way. Whatever it is, if it's a thought, then it's the same way it appears. It gives us illusion of reality, but there is nothing. It's a build-up interpretation, a concept, even the sun. Each and every word is a thought that is not true. Whatever it is, if it's a thought, it's not real. It's mind's interpretation, mind's story. It's a mirror. It's mind's illusion. So, like we said, reflect. A mirror can reflect accurately. At the same time, a mirror can also distort. A curved mirror stretches, compresses, alters appearance. Thought may behave similarly. Let's take an example. So, someone, a person, remains silent. Then the thought says they don't like me, they dislike me. A small mistake occurs, and thought like, I always say, something happened, and immediately this thought interpreted the whole situation as it was, as it used to. It isn't stopped there, and it believes it. This is the exact thing that happened. This is the exact reality. That's where so thought create the interpretation itself, yet believing it is the reality. So this distinct experience is always simple, just a sense of something, vision, and things, thought, feeling, nothing but a thought expands, and it amplifies its narrative, its interpretation, its emotion, until the description no longer resembles the original. And yes, it doesn't end there. This build-up story, we believe it, we believe it like this is the exact thing. This is the exact reality. Not only that, we believe this whole thing, this whole interpretation, this whole story, it really happened out there. Not the story that built up on our mind, but that something really happened out there. This is our own perception, our own perspective. And yes, we believe it because this reflection appears inside our mind. And also, this is not the first time it happens. Throughout our entire lifetime, we used to see, we used to believe, we used to perceive this world in this way. So now, after loneliness, we are now used to seeing this thing. That's why immediately we feel like objects are really out there, thoughts are really out there. That's how we feel it. So let's take a thought, a situation that is powerful. So this process becomes even more fascinating. Then suddenly a thought appears and it doesn't end there. Then another thought comments on that thought. Then another thought comments on that thought. Layers of thoughts emerge. Someone getting scared, someone being confused, and they get scared and they get worried. And they might think, I should not be worried. I am always like this. I've always been this kind of person. Thought triggers more thoughts. reflections, and it happens like a chain, non-stop. And you don't know, these are thoughts, these are not something real, these are not actually, these are just build up mental concept formation occurring right now. We just created all those things. You don't see it like that. We see it. This is the reality. This is what's happening. This is what's going to happen. This is the exact thing that is happening. And then we treat them as the reality and we suffer. We get sad. We are worried and we get anxious. We suffer. This every thought, every scenario feels real, feels personal, feels true, feels like happening to me, it's self. And that's why we suffer. Because there is this self who is going through all of these things, who believe we'll go all of these things. So that's why we suffer. Because here there is a self to suffer, to experience all those things and suffer. And not only that, these thoughts they feel familiar. This familiarity also gives it this real feeling, this solid feeling. Imagine looking at your reflection every day. Eventually it feels familiar. This familiarity creates confidence. It creates this certainty. And this certainty creates a real like identity. Thoughts work in the same way. Basically, thoughts are just a creation, a reflection, a mirage. But when they were repeated again and again, one thing creates an illusion of the same thing. And the other thing is, it creates this continuous, solid world. And when we use them again and again, repeatedly, we get used to it. Or we start to believe it. It creates an continuous thought and illusion. So we start to believe this illusion as the reality. Yet, all along, they were only reflections, mirages, repeated ones, but they were recognized as reality. This familiar reflection was identical ones, but reflections nonetheless. Like we said, no matter how strong it feels, how real it is, if it's a thought, then it's not reality. It's not something real, solid that exists out there. Any thought. So now you can see each and everything you know is a thought itself. So if any thought is not real, which means nothing is real, nothing is real, nothing is there. And that's thoughts were created using sensor content, combining sensor content. So now, small trigger, a small sensor contact, not every sensor contact, but just one is enough to trigger the whole thought. Immediately the whole thought appear. The song plays. Suddenly a thought of past situation, place, person appears. We don't know it. It's automatically happening from this mind, from this body, from this system. And that it doesn't end there. It goes. It triggers another thought. If it's a past place, it triggers who over there, people, things they that time. But nothing happens in real experience. As you can see, it's all interpretation. Not someone doing it. They appear automatically. Those conditions were aligned for those things to appear, for those thoughts to appear. This is what happens. But taking them as reality, that's the blind belief. That's the wrong perception. You can easily figure out from these past situations because nothing is happening. It's long gone, but yet we treat it as reality. And the same thing happens in the present moment. We think the sense of contact that is arising is this thought, but in reality, it has nothing to do with this. This whole interpretation is created in our mind. It's completely different from what's really happening. Yet we believe everything is real. Every thought is real. That's why we suffer. That's why we get triggered. That's why we feel sad. That's why we feel hatred. Because we have taken our own thoughts as the exact reality. The best example is this time past. Thoughts created the past thought. Mind created the past thought. But we think This is the exact past. This is the past gave itself to this moment. But the past itself is absent. Only present experience exists. It not reconstruct, reassemble, recreate. And what is absent certainly feels real and present. Thoughts acts like a mirror facing another mirror. Images seem endless, depth seem infinite, yet every image exists only now, right now, right now in this thought. And the most convincing reflection is I. What is it reflecting? Memory, preferences, habits, experience, relationships, family, social role, goal, countless things. We can give countless things, but are they real? Or are they data that will link to this thought, which leads it to get more stronger, more powerful, more bigger and bigger. Like outside of it, the selfish also gets created in the same way. Thought gathers countless fragments, then creates a coherent image, a mental concept, a mental formation. And this thought we call belief as itself, as a me, not believing as something created, as a thought that a mental formation, but as the reality is here. This is me. That's how we feel it. The thing is, because this image, this formation, this concept is constantly refreshed, it feels continuous, solid, permanent. But what actually happens is this image is continuously reconstructed again and again and again, just as a reflection in water changes every moment, yet still appears continuous, like as a light bulb that flickers every moment, yet appears once in a beam of light. one continuous light. This is the whole story of these thoughts, this illusion, this everything that is being solid, continuous, permanent. No matter how they gives us a feeling of reality, solidness, continuous, permanent, all are part of this illusion, this speed which creates this continuous illusion. Each and everything is like this, which includes the cells, thought. The only thing, the real direct experience is only sense of contents. And in those sense of contents, there are more information. There are no information apart from those simple appearances and disappearances. No mission. You only get vision. Just a bunch of colors. Nothing from the sound. Just a sound wave. A frequency going up and up. That's it. Nothing is there. No matter how strong, how real anything we feel, we observe it, it's what triggered it to a simple sense of contact. Sense of contact doesn't go beyond anything. It's just simple vibration, simple answers. That's it. Yet we believe, yet we strongly believe the object is something. Like it came from the sense of contact itself. Like the sense of contact gives us the whole object without information. That's how we feel it. That's how strongly this illusion has become solid in our mind to the point we can't see this thought is inside our mind, not out there. That's why we have that. This mind has stuck in its own thoughts, in its own creation. Not even something real came to mind, in existing came to mind. Mind created the thought itself and believed and then trapped in that. And the thing is, we can't see it as something created. We feel it as something existing out there. This is the illusion. Fake reality that created by the mind, by the thoughts. An illusion that we believe exists out there. The solid things, objects, people, while each and everything is happening, created, given power, feeling real, all is happening inside the mind. So if anything happens, it's our mind. Any interpretation, it's our mind. Thoughts, imagine rejection, then suffer. Thought imagines danger, then fears. Thoughts gives us the success, then hopes, happiness. Thought gives the identity, then protects. This reflection, this illusion becomes precious, becomes serious, become the life itself. And eventually we stop noticing that we are responding to reflections, illusions, not necessarily the direct experience, direct reality. So now, in this partner, we were told to not to stop thoughts, not to reject them, not to suppress them, just simply know this disappear. This is a reflection, illusion, a mirage. This is changing. It depends upon conditions, and it doesn't stay. It too will pass. And we don't know, we don't do it. It happens naturally, automatically. Nobody does it. The only thing you have to do is to see the process of this fake reality, not to stop it, because we cannot stop it. Nobody does this. Nobody owns it. Each and every thought appears as a part of this whole process. They depend on conditions. When the conditions of it appearing, happening. So nobody does it, nobody controls it. It happens naturally. But because of this speed, because we are so used to this, it creates an illusion of reality on us. A mirage that doesn't exist. A mirage, but that's so powerful that create an illusion of reality. So we have to understand how this happens. We have to see it ourselves, how this illusion appears. Not trying to stop the illusion, but try to see how this fake reality is created. Because what actually happens right now is we suffer. We suffer because we have taken this reality as this illusion as reality. This illusion is not the problem, but taken it as the reality is the problem. So once you start to see this truth, understand this truth, see the true nature of this illusion, of these thoughts, then we slowly start losing the value, the power we have given to these thoughts. We cannot forcefully do that. It happens automatically when we slowly realizing the truth. The only thing we can do is how this illusion of reality, this solidness, gets clear, see, experience it yourself. And with that deep understanding comes the liberation from this fake reality, from what we call solid reality that exists out there. When we start to feel it slowly gives you the internal transformation. It doesn't happen in one time, one time. Like the way this illusion got stronger, real, slowly, day by day, throughout our entire lifetime. Likewise, it will gradually start to go in the other way. So what you have to do, see yourself, this is an illusion. This is not reality. Each and every thought is not reality. Feel it, no matter how strong it appears. They are not reality. They are not real. There is not even anything as thought, because thought by itself is another thought. So then there is nothing real. Just some thoughts that we take an action. Try to see the reality, this big reality, this thoughts created by with that deep understanding slowly builds the escape from this big illusion. Not that we stop it, but we see through it. And so every time thought reflects, thought enters, interprets the real sense of content, the real experience. It creates the whole illusion. And what happened? And when you see it, nothing stops. Everything happens as usual, but the power of the value, the suffering is no longer there. That clinginess, that what we taken as reality is not there. the rest their gently. We'll end our morning comedy songs for today. Kiran Sami Bangladesh.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Paran Mahasati Spirit, Devasanaya and Mahasa. May all our friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May all our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is yet another 9 name 11 name session of the Buddothpado PeoTV series. Starting from 8 a.m. Sri Lankan time, going on until 11 p.m. again Sri Lankan time. So what we are trying to uh, achieve is conveying some form of knowledge that we are having, and also transferring some of the facts that we feel in whatever way that we can to our listeners, to our Dhamma friends who are looking for the true Dhamma. So I'm sure different Dhamma friends are talking in different ways in this series, because that depends on the each person's understanding, each person's way of talking. So, and also it depends on the person who is listening, how that person is acquiring or how that reception occurs. So both ways it works actually. The ability to convey the message and the perceiver's ability. We know that our Aryan Vahanse noble friend who is trying to convey this message has the best capability among the crowd presently that we come across here. We know it was the best seen quality in Lord Buddha, and Lord Buddha could identify the nature of that mind, and Lord Buddha could uh, recognize the level of that vitaka or the thoughts that are coming in that mind, and also the previous abilities that will be vibrating as a thought right now. So, recognizing the complete nature, recognizing or having an understanding about the full picture, Lord Buddha will do the sermon or the explanation. So, for different people, Lord Buddha has been telling different types of sutras, but basically, the truth in each and every sutra is to show the path to nirvana. Uh, so, we know that in the history it is mentioned that there are 84,000 sutras, but the spirit or the essence of all of them is the same. So that is what Aryan Mahansa is trying to do in these Zoom discussions. He's encouraging people to talk, come out with how they feel, and sometimes questions are asked, and then from the answers that they are giving, Aryan Mahansa gets some assessment about the person. We, of course, do not have that ability, but what we try to do is we try to convey what we have understood so far, depending on the level of the change within the system. The way that we convey might be different, but we feel that a uh, uh, basic message is conveyed to each and every person who is listening. Uh, so we have been talking more and more about this no self dhamma, no, the fact that this is a no self dhamma, that is actually going a little deeper to the dhamma level, because from the superficial level we were talking about how the senses are functioning, how the five senses are creating the world, and proving the very correct phrase that Lord Buddha mentioned, Salayatana Loko Loko, the world is created with the help of the sensor functions. Or in other words, if the sensors aren't there, there is no world created. So that is what Lord Buddha is trying to explain. Uh, so this is being proven uh, when you research yourself. This is actually something that the self has to do, or the system has to do the own investigation. That is why Lord Buddha said that each of you have to uh, make your own raft to cross the stream. There aren't any ready-made rafts. So what you have to do is to make your own raft, cross the stream, and once you cross the stream also, you shouldn't carry the raft on your shoulder and go. You have to leave the raft there and go. The word raft means the knowledge about the Dhamma. So knowledge is not something that you should carry on your shoulder. Once a spirit or a god in the Buddhist history, that is how it is explained, called Rohitasa, he had some superpowers. He said he's going to walk to find the end of the world. It's not clear what he meant was whether this Earth planet or the the galaxy or whatever. So what he meant was that by physical walking, whether he can reach the end of it. But what Lord Buddha said was, Rohitasa, you can't find the end of the world by walking. You have to find the world within your system, within you. And without finding out that world, you can't see the end either. So see how beautiful explanation is that. So Lord Buddha never talked about the external existing world. This sounds a bit weird to a person who is listening to this Dhamma for the first time, isn't it? How can you say that there is no world outside? We are experiencing and we are living in that world, and there are so many other animals and living beings in this world, and we can experience it every moment. So, how can you say that there is no world? So, this is a common question that we are anticipating from a person who has not listened to this Dhamma, because that was a belief that we had, that there is a physical world and we are experiencing that world. So, what did Lord Buddha say to the Rohitas? He said, find the world within you. What does it mean? In other words, that is the meaning of that Salayatana Loko Loko, the Pali phrase. The creation of the world is, uh, it means that the sensor functions. So the sensors are the ones which create the world. So this fact we have been, and also he said, without finding that world within yourself, you can't see an end also. So that, in other words, that is the ending of this samsaric journey or this birth cycle. So to end up the birth cycle, which means walking to find out the end of the world, uh, can be done only by understanding this world, how this world is created. So end of the world means understanding how the world is formed. World is formed as a thought. So that is the basic meaning of what Lord Buddha explained. Now, if you talk a little bit more about it, uh, the different animals do have different senses. So each of the living being thinks that that world is a true world. So that is the avidya or the ignorance. That is how it is explained. So each and every, if each and every living being or each and every human being think what is experienced is the true world, then there is a bit of a confusion, isn't it? You can't find out which one is correct then. Is any of them correct? Can any of them be labeled as correct? No, you can't, because each person has this strong holding, thinking that that experience is the true thing. So for us, we have pair of eyes, pair of ears, and the nose, tongue, and the skin. So we experience certain things with the help of these five senses. Always, with the help of the five senses, there's a sixth sense which is born, which we label as thoughts. So these five senses actually are not capable of giving a description to what is experienced. That very clearly Lord Buddha has explained. The eye consciousness, or this function of seeing, is simply a seeing only. The naming or the labels are not there in that eye function. Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, always explains eye functions as a camera. So, can the camera give any description about the photo? No. It's like a, a continuous video camera on. So, whatever the beauty of that video clip, there's no description. If there's no description, is it of any worth? No. So, the eye is something continuously functioning as a video camera. How does that video functions there? Is because of some functional change that we call vibration occurring in that structure. That creates a light there, and that is explained as a function of seeing. One of the beautiful examples given by R.M. Mahasi is that lightning. When there is lightning, you can see that there is a bright line coming up in the sky, and the whole area is illuminated, isn't it? Like a powerful light being on. You can see everything just for a few seconds all around in the dark nights. So that line is composed of a large number of dots of light, and when collectively it leads to a light, it creates a light. This is actually something similar to what is happening in the eye. It's called prasada in Pali and Sinhalese. So something is created at the eye level, and the ear. If you take the ear again, ear is not capable of identifying the sound, but it has a drum-like thing. The drum is vibrating. When there's vibration, obviously you know in the even the ordinary drums, when that stretched skin is tapped, there's a vibration and a sound is created. So this is what happened at the ear level also. There's a sound created, and that is a fast vibration. That is a function. So that is also called Sota Vijnane, or the sound consciousness. So anyway, ear is not capable of identifying what it is. Similar things happen in the other three also, which is grouped under the term Mutta. Ditta, Sutta, Mutta. Mutta has three components. It is the tongue, nose, and the skin. Tongue feels tastes. Again, it's not the muscular tongue that we talk about. We are talking about the function. Yes, you do need the muscular tongue. You do need the muscular organ for all these functions, but the tongue, when the tongue is normally functioning, there is some functional change which we describe as taste consciousness or jivha vijnane. And similarly, the nose. Nose is capable of vibrating and some smell is felt. And the smell is labeled as Gana Vijnane, or the smell consciousness. The skin, all the cells in the skin is capable of feeling something. Now here there is a difference actually. The what is seen, what is heard, what is felt as smell and taste always need the mind sensor to do the labeling or the naming or description. But the skin sensation is a little different. Skin sensation is capable of identifying four things without the help of the mind sensor. So that is unique actually. The skin is a bit advanced compared to the other four senses. The skin is capable of recognizing the cold or the warm temperature or temperature changes. A person might say that cold, feeling cold, Feeling cold means it is the skin sensor. There's no mind sensor role there. But if you say that it's cold due to this wind, then that is there is a role by the mind sensor. But feeling the cold or warm alone is the function capacity of the skin. If you feel something hard or firm, that is again an ability of the skin sensor. If you feel something liquid like the way you touch water, if it comes as a water, that is a mind sensor. But if it is just feeling as moist, that is your uh, skin sensor or the body sensor, body consciousness, and feeling the nature of the air. So solid nature, liquid nature, and the nature of the air, airy nature. So those three and the temperature changes, they can be detected by the skin sensor. So all these actually stop at that level. And what happens? This is the level that the baby with the radiant mind is understanding. But what happens as a part of the natural law? Combination of these functions provide or brings up another different type of vibration which we call the mind sensor. Mind is the one which gives this description, and thereafter the recognition that is happening each and every time is repetition of this mind sensor function, or that is also called telepathization or synchronization. That thought is repeated here. So actually, are you seeing or are you thinking? Now we can't stop at the level of seeing only, because now from the milk the butter has been formed. Once the butter is formed, you can't go back to the level of the milk. So for you and me, now you can't experience the seeing only, hearing only, feeling the smell only, feeling the taste only, and feeling the skin sensation only. We can't go back to that level. What we experience is straightforward thought now. So the thought is the one which will be repeating each time with more and more data. So actually you are not seeing, but you are thinking that it is a wall hanger. You are not seeing, but thinking that it is a light switch. You are not seeing, you are thinking that it is a chair. You are not seeing, you are thinking that it is a cushion, isn't it? So also, you are not hearing, you are thinking that it is a sound of a grinding machine. This is a sound that I am hearing right now. That is why I took this example. You are not hearing, you are thinking that it is a crows cawing. You are not smelling, but you are thinking that it is a smell of some smoke, isn't it? You are not thinking, you are not smelling, but you are thinking that it is a smell of some uh, what the smell of some incense sticks which I am experiencing now. If you are eating something, you are not tasting, you are tasting the taste of a toffee. So that is how the thoughts are formed. You are not feeling, but you are thinking that it is the softness of the cushion that you are sitting on. You are not feeling, you are thinking that it is the firmness of the footstool. You are not feeling, but you are thinking that the warmth of the sun. Now just try to work out in this way. Isn't it always, there are always thoughts, isn't it? The thought is something that is constructed by combining the other five senses. Now, if you talk about thinking, if you are thinking about your child who has gone to the school, that thought, see how that thought was formed. It was initially again the sensor function, the five senses combined time to time to form that thought called child. Now, the problem is not forming the thoughts. You can't stop forming the thoughts. That is one important thing that our Aranvas is always reminding us. Thoughts cannot be stopped. Even Lord Buddha had thoughts. You need the thoughts to live. As long as this body is physical body is maintained, you need the thoughts to maintain this body, isn't it? We know in different uh, instances there are, it's mentioned that Lord Buddha thought that he wanted to go and visit Anubuddha Thero, who is living in a nearby temple. Uh, and Lord Buddha wanted to go and see the weaving girl whom Lord Buddha felt that has a very advanced wisdom and she will be able to understand this Dhamma. So he thought that he has to visit this place, the area where this weaving girl is working. So there are thoughts actually. Lord Buddha thinks that this is the time to go for the alms round. And Lord Buddha thinks that this is not the time to do a sermon. He says to Bahir hermit, this is not the time. So they are all thoughts. Thought formation cannot be stopped because we sometimes hear mothers saying that I don't get thoughts now. So that is not something correct. Thoughts are forming whether you like or not. That is why Aryan Maharshi says that the mind, which is a flow of thoughts, mind is not you. If the mind is you should be able to control these thoughts or stop these thoughts because thoughts are always felt as troublesome thing. But there is no way that it can be stopped. So the thoughts are formed. A person who is going along this Dhamma path, what happens is the weight which is there with the thought is the one which is getting rid of. The thoughts are always heavy because it has a power. That power is the one which is getting rid of. So the thoughts will occur as long as the senses are functioning. That is a non-stop uh, process. So as Saran Mahansi beautifully explains, the thoughts will form. That means the perceptions will continue to form, but the power of the perception or the power of the thought is the one which is not going to occur. The thoughts are very light then if that weight is not there. And what is this weight? What is this current? It's something that is felt, isn't it? What is felt is that this thought is real. You feel that the wall hanger is really hanging there. You feel that the switch is really fixed there. You feel the chair is real. You feel the cushion is real. You feel this sound of the grinding machine is real. The sound of the crows going is real. The taste you experience is really the taste of that particular type of toffee. And that smell of the smoke, you feel there's something burning there. It's happening really. and the skin sensations that I described. It's really happening. So, what is this? This is what is called Itta Sanyava, or the perception of existence, or in other words, Bhavaya. The word Bhavaya is the Pali and Sinhalese term. Bhavaya means existence. We were talking about the Bhavaya in a very superficial way before we heard this Dhamma actually. The Bhavaya was interpreted as the next Bhavaya, that means your next life. And also we were talking about the previous Bhavaya, the previous life. So we felt that the Bhavaya means the continuity of the lives in this birth cycle. That is also not wrong. But is that what Lord Buddha tried to explain? No, he always interpreted, he always tried to explain something much deeper. But uh, the, the ability to understand what Lord Buddha was trying to explain depends on that system. A person can very superficially think, okay, Bhavaya means last Bhavaya and the future Bhavaya and this Bhavaya. So, what did Lord Buddha try to say? The Bhavaya which is born in each and every thought. Each and every thought, if it is felt as real, that is your Bhavaya. So, if I feel this photo is real, then and there the Bhavaya is there. If I feel the lights which is real, that is my Bhavaya. Wherever there is a Bhavaya, there is a self which is born instantly. So I am experiencing this photo, wall hanger. I am experiencing this switch. Not only that, I want to maintain it, isn't it? Underneath what is hiding is that wantedness to maintain. I like this wall hanger. It's done by me. And I like this light switch, which is nicely fitted and it suits the wall there in that place. So this is your wantedness to maintain. You want to maintain this bhava, want to maintain this perception of existence. That is yourself. So you can see in a very subtle way how the self is born then and there. That is what is called jati by Lord Buddha. So Lord Buddha didn't talk about your birth some 50, 60 years ago from your mother's womb. That is, of course, something very obvious, isn't it? You don't need a religion or you don't need a spiritual leader to show this is where you were born. We are born with each and every thought. That is what Lord Buddha tried to explain. Each and every thought is real means there is bhavaya, the existence. And wherever there is a bhavaya, there is holding on to that. That is the upadana. And upadana means there is a craving, wantedness to maintain. That is your jati or the birth. So bhava means, on the other hand, means the existence of the self, perception of existence and the perception of self. Itta sanyava and atma sanyava. So this is what we have to recognize. Now going back to that seeing and thinking, hearing and thinking, tasting and thinking, smelling and thinking, and skin feeling and thinking. So always the thinking part or the mind sensor is following the five sensor functions. And the thought of seeing the picture is a full thought. Thought of seeing the light switch is the thought. Thought of hearing the grinding machine is a thought. thought of uh, hearing the cawing of the crow is the full thought. So the thoughts are changing. We know, I mean, when we are focusing on from one thing to the other, or the reflection or the manasikara, wherever there is manasikara, that is thinking or kind of reflection, they are changing from one to the other, isn't it? So this is the pattern that is happening every time. And supposing now you might say that, how can you say that the picture is not there? Yes, the way you experience the picture is not going to be changed, even if you are an Arhat. That is the last final state of the mind, which is liberation of the mind actually. The using the thoughts, you liberate from the thoughts. So I'm seeing the picture now, and if I come in few hours time to this place, I can see the same picture again. And this is the same picture that I saw yesterday also. And if I come tomorrow, I will see the same picture tomorrow also. So this is the thing that we have to untie. This is the knot that we have to untie. A person who is not familiar with this Dhamma will say, yes, definitely. The same picture is being seen from yesterday, today, and going to see tomorrow also. Yes, that's true, because even if you understand this Dhamma, there isn't a change in the way that it is experienced. In all instances, if you touch, it is attached to the skin. You feel something firm, isn't it? And the thought is coming up, that is a picture. And it is seen as a shape. And the mind sensor is, it's a picture. And it's a sound to the ear, isn't it? Picture. So collective function of these things creates something which is an existing or a real picture. That is a difference. So now for you and me, because this picture has been seen and felt, and the sound has come again and again and again over a time, it has become very uh, live now. It is felt as something really existing. That is the itta sanyava. Itta sanyava is the one which gives rise to that feeling that it is really there. Whatever is really felt, if you feel that the picture is real, that is yourself. So in other words, the bhavaya and jati, what is explained in the dependent origination, that is what is explained here. So whatever the thought that you feel with the power is yourself. So the picture, light switch, the chair, cushion, if all of them are really felt alive, that is your world. If you feel that the sound of the grinding machine, cawing of the crow, the smell of the smoke, uh, and the smell of the incense stick, taste of the toffee, and the feeling of the cushion that you are sitting. Now, these are all components of the world. And wherever there is a world, real world, you are also part of that world. So I'm living in that world. Now, these facts actually, you have to sometimes think in the reverse order. That is how Lord Buddha also understood this truth. He started from the level where the suffering or feeling sadness From that level, he tried to reverse stepwise back and back and back and tried to find out the origin of this sadness or the suffering. So imagine if you didn't have these senses one by one. If you were blind from birth, now the blindness coming up later on is different from the blindness from birth. Blindness from birth means that person can't experience any form of light. But a person who become blind later on will have the mental picture of this wall hanger, the light switch, cushion, chair, all of them. He will have a mental picture because he has seen them earlier. So there is a difference in the two. Now we are talking about the person who was blind from birth. That person has no light, nothing you can explain as a light, a shape, something that is seen cannot be included or cannot be considered in his so-called created world. So that is one thing. If the sound, if the person is deaf from birth again there's a difference. A person who is deaf from birth is different from the person who became later on deaf. So the person who was deaf from birth can't explain anything called sound. So the word wall hanger or the word light switch, chair, cushion, those words are not there in his world. So you can't talk about a sound in that case. But a person who became deaf later on will have the sounds in his mental picture, isn't it? Because already it has been made. Uh, Now, if you take the other sensor functions also, if one by one, if you delete them or consider them that they were not there. So if you didn't have nose, you can't have the thoughts called the smell of the smoke or the smell of the incense stick. If you do not have a functioning tongue, you can't describe any kind of tastes, can you? And for some reason, if the skin is not functioning, now we know that sometimes we experience these things to some parts of the body. You can't consider a situation where there is 100% numbness of all for a whole body, but of course, there are instances where you receive some anesthetic drugs to make a certain area numb. Now we know that an injection to the spine or area done by the doctors to numb or anesthetize the area below the lower back downwards. So thereafter they do various operations in the legs or the lower abdomen. Person can't feel it. So then the thoughts related to those feelings are not coming during that time. You can't talk about a pain in the leg. You can't talk about feeling something wet on your skin. So, if the senses are not there, you will not be talking about a wall hanger. You will not be talking about a light switch, isn't it? You can't talk about the chair, cushion. You can't talk about the grinding machine. Now, if the sound was very loud, uh, you say that it is very irritating, very disturbing, because the sound sensor, along with the mind sensor, has made the thought real. The really happening irritable sound of the grinding machine. So that thought is the one which gives rise to that angry thought, which is the following thought of that, isn't it? The thought is the grinding machine, which is followed by anger or some form of irritation as thoughts. And because these thoughts are felt as real, sometimes the Vachi Sankara or the word constructs, word aggregates will follow. You might shout at the person or you might talk to them and see it's very irritating. Can't you stop that? Now, what happened? The function of the ear sensor was felt as real, isn't it? Do we exactly know that there is something happening outside? No, we don't know. That is the most important thing to understand. If the sensors were not functioning, we can't talk about the things happening or the things that we are experiencing. So it sounds a bit weird, isn't it? Now, first we were kind of arguing, how can you say that things are not there in the outside world? How can you say that there is no physical world that we are experiencing? That was our argument at the beginning. Now, when you study this pattern, how this world is created only when the sensor function is there, then you have to sort of stop for a while, think about it. If the sensors were not functioning, you can't talk about a sound, something seen, something felt. You can't talk about any of those experiences. Then how can you talk about something existing? If none of those five senses are functioning, this system or myself can't talk about what I was seeing, what I was hearing, what I felt as a smell, what I felt as a taste, and what I felt as a skin sensation. So, if none of them were functioning, nothing is created called world. Nothing is created called world means there is no perceiver also, there is no person who is experiencing on this side. So, when the world is erased, the self is also getting erased automatically, isn't it? So there's no world means there's no real world means there's no real self here. So instantly when the world is created, self is also created. Now these are the things that we have to do our own experimentation. Close the eyes instantly and see. The light is no more there, isn't it? But don't you experience the same things that you were seeing a fraction of a second before? That is your mind sensor. Now I closed my eyes. I was seeing the rambutan tree, which is a thought. What was experienced was the light created by the eye. And instantly the thought was rambutan tree. Rambutan tree is a previous thought, which is synchronized. As a baby, I didn't have a rambutan tree. Once the thought started forming, the data were received identification of this particular shape called rambutan tree. And all kinds of stories about the rambutan tree, how tasty the fruit is, that it is bearing fruits once or twice a year, the different colors, the sweetness, all kinds of data have been added. Now the thought of rambutan tree is coming instantly, followed by that shape. When I close the eyes, of course, the eye function stops. But instantly, that picture of that rambutan tree is persisting, isn't it? As a thought. It has the picture also, even though the eyes are not functioning now, the picture of that rambutan tree that was exactly the same thing that was experiencing is there right now. So, can you see that mental pictures are the ones which are continuing, even if that appropriate sensor is not involved? The mental pictures or the mind sensor or the thoughts are the one which are continued as a process. They are all creations of the five senses at different place, different instances. And this is the way that the mind is functioning. Now, thought process is something, as I said earlier, not changeable, and no one can decide. So there is no self who is deciding about this thought pattern. What happens when you understand this Dhamma? It becomes clearer and clearer that all are creations of this mind. It becomes clearer that all are thoughts. So the world means every component of the world is a thought. So this is the first step of our 4 levels of contemplation that has been beautifully explained by our noble friend Aryan Mahansi. First, understand that this is simply a thought. The wall hanger is a thought. The flowering tree is a thought, isn't it? It's a shape to the eye only. The eye is unable to give a description. It's a camera, as I said earlier. So the camera does not have any idea what is a photo taken. As long as the eye is functioning, it's continuously taking photographs or continuously doing a video. Just look around and see what are the things included in that video. I can see the curtain, I can see the doors, wall, the light switches, wall hangers, cupboards, book rack, and from the door I can see some flowering plants, a mango tree, rambutan tree, all kinds of things become part of that video camera. But straight away, it is a thought series coming, isn't it? The thoughts, what I talk, the names I gave, all are thoughts. But the camera has no idea apart from videoing as long as the eye is kept open. The continuous videoing occurs around you. Similar things happen with the ears also, whether you like or not. Continuous vibration of this eardrum occurs. But of course, depending on what is focused, the sounds may not be heard all the time. So that is the difference thing. Whatever is focused is the one which is taken as the thought. Now, right now, if I am seeing the rambutan tree, for a fraction of a second, I don't hear any sounds because the senses are functioning one at a time. And next time, if the focusing changes from the eye to the ear, I hear the chirping of a bird, but at that instance, the eye function is not, eye function is ignored. So basically, for a fraction of a second, you are not seeing, but you are hearing. This process is happening so fast, so you don't feel that it is switching from one to the other. You feel as if while you are seeing the rambutan tree, you hear the chirping of the bird at the same time. The function of this mind is so fast, you cannot uh, give the speed in a number, in figures, because it is happening so fast. You feel that you are handling so many things together. You feel that you are seeing the rambutan tree and at the same time hearing the sound of the chirping, and at the same time you feel the firmness of the ground to your soul. But actually, what happens is this fast changing of one sensor to the other. So each time, each thought or each stimulus, that existent feeling is there. So that is why that is what is explained as bhavaya. And each time, wherever there is a bhavaya, it feels that I am there, the self is there. Itta sanya and the atma sanya. So they are both perceptions, isn't it? Perceptions or sanya is not true. The word itself, the sanya, gives that impression or gives that uh, sense that it is not true. So all these are actually perceptions. The light is a perception, sound perception, smell perception, taste perception, and the skin sensations. They are all perceptions. Perceptions do not have a power. Sanya does not have a power. But when sanya occurs repeatedly, that is where the power is created. When something is done again and again and again, you know that even in the mundane world, you know that when something happens repeatedly, it's felt as real or felt as true, isn't it? The thing that R.N. Mahas explains, when somebody is called thief, you are a thief, you are a thief, you are a thief, and the person tend to feel, okay, maybe I am a thief. See the things that happens in sometimes classrooms. Sometimes this is not actually a correct practice. Sometimes some students who are not performing well, the teachers will say that you are not good at it. You are a fool. You are not good at it. You stay at the back row of the class, and for everything he's being ignored. The so-called people who are good will be taken to the front. They will be given the responsibilities. They are given the prominence in this classroom. Now, here what happens, that is what is called the volitional formation, abhisankarana. The same words are being bombarded at the same student. You are not good at it. You are a fool. You are not capable of doing anything. So that sort of sentences or the words will lead to the thoughts established or the real feeling thoughts that I am not good at anything. Aranvase gives a very beautiful example of himself, how this type of experience happened to him. He says he was the last in the school in grade 6 because he didn't actually have an interest in reading the books and studying. He was always attracted to the nature, and he didn't have a faith on this studying hard and doing a good job. That lay type of ordinary lifestyle, he didn't have any faith. He didn't want it. So therefore, he didn't do any. He wasn't studying properly. So he was labeled as uh, a fool or a useless student. So that is what I wanted to say was that the perceptions, when it is repeatedly happening, we label it, we call it a construct or aggregate, or it is the sankhara. Sankhara has a power. Sankhara has a current. So it is felt as real now. So really feeling sankhara means that is your consciousness. Yes, it is real there. So there is some division there, the self and the real thought. So briefly, if I mention the experience of our R.N. Mahatse, noble friend, he mentioned this to his grandmother. whom he feels that was a very wise woman, even though she has never studied in a school. So this is one of the points that we are always mentioning, that wisdom doesn't mean the knowledge from the books. Wisdom is something that is blooming within the system. So the uh, the grandmother said, "No, you are not a fool. You are a very wise one. You are a very wise boy, and be a useful person to the society." So she used those just few words, and our noble friend Aryan Mahanse says that that actually gave a boost, that changed that sankhara that he had, that strong thought called "I am a fool," and that completely turned the stream upwards. And he says that after that, he started taking the efforts to study the books. He became better and better. And 3 years later, he became the first in the class. So then the Abhisankarana has occurred the opposite way. You are a, you are a child with lot of wisdom. That sentence may have repeatedly uh, uh, becoming stronger in his mind as a thought, and that pushed him to do hard work in the class and then becoming a bright student at the end. So this, what I wanted to explain was that even though these perceptions are not having a current or not having a great power, when it happens repeatedly the thought what is created is also called sankara or the construct. Construct is felt as strong and real and powerful. That is the current that we are explaining. So this is the current that we try to understand actually. This is the current that Lord Buddha says that should be understood and then get rid of. So getting rid of the power of the current is not something that you can think and do. Only thing is that you have to understand how it is formed, how this strengthening occurs, how this power is coming up, and the thought that the which is felt as real always, the self is there. But really speaking, there is no self here. It is something felt. So the self perception is something felt, and it becomes stronger with the thought. So basically, this is something created from zero level, isn't it? Actually speaking, there's no self. Actually speaking, there's no real world. Something which is felt as real is the whole uh, picture. The world is felt as really existing. But as I said, when you understand this Dhamma, you wouldn't feel the things, you wouldn't see the things, you wouldn't hear the things in a different way. You are experiencing the things in the same way because your senses are functioning. So the thoughts are formed. That real feeling which is underneath is the one which is getting rid of. So how does a person experience it? It is that sukhaya, that is what Aryan Mahasi is explaining. The sukhaya or that light feeling, lightness, calmness, stillness underneath, whatever the changes which are occurring related to the so-called world. So it's very important to have this self exploration, self researching. What Narayan Vasi always says that whenever you experience something, try to analyze that and see. So he has practiced, and he has tried out the 4 steps of these contemplations that we are practicing in these 1 day programs. Initially, of course, they were stretched out to 7 days, uh, but now, sorry, it was 5 days actually. So initially, it was practiced, stretched out for 5 days. But because of the practical difficulties for the people, it has been shortened and it is being explained within 1 day so that the participants can practice it in their own way when they get back home. So, the very first one, as I explained earlier, is to see that it is everything is a creation in the mind, everything is a thought. Whatever the label, whatever the name you are giving, it is a thought. We didn't look at that in that aspect, isn't it? We never thought that the wall hanger is a thought. We never thought that it's a the light switch is simply a thought. We thought it is something that we see. We thought that the sound is not the grinding machine, but we didn't think that it is a thought. We thought it is something that we heard. So how can the uh, sound, how can the picture has a sound? Now what you see is a shape, but it's a sound which is coming up as a wall hanger. Now when you hear the sound, you have a picture of the grinding machine. So how did the sound have a picture there? Similarly, how did the smell has the picture of the picture and the sound of a smoke? And how did the taste has a name called toffee? And also a picture, if the toffee is in your mouth, you can't see it, isn't it? You feel only a taste. But to that taste, you have a picture and a sound both. The wall hanger that you are seeing is just a shape to the eye, but there's a sound coming up. That was nothing to do with your ear, but automatically the sound is coming up. Wall hanger. So these are the things that you have to explore. So it simply shows that they are all thoughts. Thought, of course, has all the components, isn't it? So the first step of contemplation is that to recognize these as thoughts. So it is something that you have to practice, something that you have to sort of, uh, uh, yeah, practice. This is a thought. This is also a thought. Yes, the book is a thought. Now, what I see is a shape, but the sound automatically comes, instantly comes. That's a book. And not only that, even all kinds of information about the books are also coming. They are all coming as a part of that thought. So you can very clearly see now the thought has all these components. And when one sensor is functioning, the rest of the picture is coming to complete that thought. That is from the previous thoughts, it is represented or reproduced here. Telepathization. Nothing came from the past, isn't it? Nothing, no material came from the past, but instantly you have a greatly explained thought called book here. So the first level of contemplation is to recognize that this is the thought. So this you can practice at specific times, or you will see that later on uh, kind of active thinking is needed here. Of course, this is a thought. Yes, this is also a thought. So you can each and every, whenever it is possible, give a little reminder. This is a thought, isn't that a thought? Yes. So whatever the experience that is coming, even the words that you are using, even the activities you are doing, even simply the thoughts, they are all coming under the category of thoughts. Underneath each and every action, it is a thought. Now, when you are walking, walking is a thought, isn't it? Now, you didn't have that thought when you were a baby. You may not remember the day that you kept your first step standing, and the action comes. The Now see how you give that data to a smaller baby. Now, if you remember your children or grandchildren, the very first day that the child was walking, child has no concept called walking. He's feeling something to the skin, the pressing of the leg to the ground. So that is a body sensor. He's seeing that his body is moving forward, isn't it? So that is the eye sensor. And there the sound is coming from the other people. Ah, walking, walking, you are walking. Now see how the three things combine together. The body sensor, eye sensor, and the sound sensor, ear sensor. The three functions combine together, three consciousness: body consciousness, eye consciousness, ear consciousness came up, walking. Now repeatedly when it is used, the child has this established thought called walking. This is what is called walking. And not only that, I am walking. That concept is coming. Now the walking becomes a true thought. Doesn't realize that it is combination of the three senses. And the true walking is there, and there's a self who is doing that walking. Now you have the firm thought called walking. Now for you and me, you don't actually need this stepwise following. You have the mental picture walking. I want to walk to the room. That's a mental picture. See how the senses are taking place, and you don't realize that you end up in the room within a minute or two. What happened? What were the sensors which were functioning? The eye sensor was functioning because seeing is needed for the walking. The body sensor was functioning continuously, lifting up, moving forward, keeping it down on the ground, etc. So just the two sensors were regularly functioning, and maybe you heard the sound also of your steps, and you could see the eye sensor was functioning. So the target is achieved, isn't it? The walking, the mission called walking happened. That is following that mental picture. Isn't this how the things are happening in every time? Isn't this the way how the thoughts are formed and the process of thought formation is occurring? So walking is a thought again. And you can take the other things also, like I'm just taking these examples to show you that everything is a thought, everything is a creation in the mind. So talking about the eating. We will talk about eating at the time that when you are eating some rice. I'm going to eat is going to be the thought, isn't it? Now, the eating again is a thought which is formed from the small age. Baby had no idea about this eating business. The food is seen, so that is eye consciousness. Food is smelt, that is the nose consciousness or the smell consciousness. The taste is felt, that is the taste consciousness or the tongue consciousness. And uh, so seeing, and it is felt in the mouth, that is a body consciousness. And you give the sound eating. You are eating the rice. Now this is how that concept or that thought called eating came up, isn't it? So eating is a process. It's a very complicated process. You feel, you taste it, you feel the smell, uh, you see it, and you feel the smell, taste, those two. And maybe even if there is any cold or warm feeling, that also can be felt. The nature of it, soft, moisture, those two also will be felt. And the name is given eating. Eating, you want to eat something. Have you finished eating? And have you, do you like to eat more? Can you eat it yourself? Do you want mommy to feed you, or can you eat it yourself? So with this eat, various data is being introduced. He has now the child, when the child is a bit older, child has a complete picture, a mental picture, what is meant by eating. But really speaking, was there a person who was eating there? There was no person who was eating. It was a series of sensor functions and sensor function series, and it was a thought. So the thought called eating took place as a mental picture now. Now, right now, when you are eating, you have this mental picture, isn't it? I'm going to eat some rice, is a thought. Now, do you realize so many sensors are taking place, but it's all gone unnoticed? The full thought is functioning, all five sensors are functioning, but there is no specific changing from one sensor to the other. Automatically, it's like a machine, it's happening. You sometimes you don't even realize the taste of the food that you have eaten, because it's completely handed over to the mental picture and your focus is somewhere else. If you are watching the television and eating, you don't know what you have eaten even. You don't know whether the salt was enough or not. And funnily, sometimes even the things like curry leaves that you may have kept aside would have been eaten along with the food. A fish bone may have been just swallowed without realizing. So completely the job has been handed over to the mental picture automatically, like a part of the machines. The machine is working. And your focus may have been fully to the TV. What is so see how complex this mind machine is. So the mind sensor is responsible for every activity. The thoughts are responsible for every activity. So again, going back to this first level of contemplation, uh, even though this is happening as a part of the system, we try to analyze this. Now you take a special attention, put a special attention and try to understand These all are thoughts. In other words, everything is created as a thought, whether it is a thought itself, or whether it is a word that you are talking, or whether it is an action that is happening. They are all basically rising from the thoughts. And as I mentioned earlier, thoughts are not static, thoughts flowing, fast flowing, changing from one thought to the other. Now, the thought of the chair has so many little units in that. The one single thought about identifying the chair means so many perceptions are there in that single thought. So even though we talk it as the thought of the chair, it has maybe millions of perceptions in that, the way that you felt the chair. So thoughts cannot be changed or uh, cannot be altered or cannot be stopped at any cost. But what is happening is that power which was there with the thought is the one which is going to be less and less. That is the nature of the Arhat's mind. They liberate from that power. The thoughts are happening, thoughts are occurring, and they are being used uh, in the very wise way to uh, deal with day-to-day activities. So for the living, so-called living, we need the thoughts. The very first day what we practice is that we generally do a walking in a little long stretch, because this is something convenient to practice in a one-day program. This actually Lord R.N. Mahansi has practiced this over years, and then he realized that this is the effective way, this is the usual thing that you can follow. So it was tested and then proved that it is a very useful way of recognizing, stepwise recognizing that there is no self here. So the what we do is generally we do a walking meditation. Actually, even though you do it as a walking meditation, what we try to see is that not confined to the walking alone. Because when I talk about walking meditation, usually what comes to the mind is the regular type of, the common type of walking meditation that we are practicing, which is actually a concentration meditation. So what I am saying is not the concentration meditation, it is the Vidarshana meditation or the insight meditation, where uh, you are not confined to the walking alone. Because when you are doing this concentration meditation, walking, what you concentrate is the way that your foot is lifted up, moved forward, touching the ground again, lifting the other leg, moving forward, touching the ground, that way. So it is mostly concentrating on the body sense only, how the skin is felt. But actually, Lord Buddha did not encourage the concentration meditation, because concentration meditation was rampantly practiced at that time, hoping that it will bring the ultimate nirvana experience. And Lord Buddha found out that it is not. So he did not encourage the concentration meditation. But as a, he didn't sort of completely oppose that either, because that is in a way is useful to calm down the mind which is trying to run away like a wild animal. So to tame or calm down, slow down your mind you can use these concentration meditations. Concentration meditation is done in many ways. We know that it's done for the breathing, it's done for the walking, it is done as a metta bhavana also. It is done to memorize or remember the superior qualities of Lord Buddha. It is done to analyze the body parts to the four elements. So there are various ways of doing concentration meditations. So walking meditation is one of the famous and very frequently practiced type of concentration meditation. Uh, it can be done in an instance where you want to sort of get to the mood, get to the track of the proper meditation. So, but here what we practice is not that type of concentration meditation. There's a problem actually. If a person has been doing this as a concentration meditation for a long time, they find it difficult to switch on to this insight meditation track. Automatically, the moment they start walking, it becomes like that they are concentrating on their walking. So that can be sometimes a hindrance actually. So that has to be understood. That is one of the disadvantages of these concentration meditations, doing it for a long time, because the person automatically, without thinking, switches on to that familiar type of concentration meditation and trying to enjoy that comfort zone that is experienced with the concentration meditation. So, in this, while we are walking, what we try to practice is what is called uh, the insight meditation, that is vidarshana. Here, actually, not being confined to the body sensor, we try to uh, observe all five senses and observe, not only observing, that the fact that each and every sensor function is a thought. That is what we try to see here. Actually, this can be done not only while walking, because it is practiced with the walking, but when you are at home, even while sitting, or while you are doing some work in the kitchen or anywhere in the house, you can see how these thoughts are formed following the all five senses. And of course, the other important thing is that you can't see all the thoughts, because the thoughts are jumping from one to the other so fast. So, therefore, a person might worry that I find it difficult to see all the thoughts. Yes, it can, it is very obvious. The thoughts which are felt as prominent ones can be seen. So, that is advice generally given. While walking, you might feel something firm. That's a stone. That's your thought. You will hear the sound of a, a bird chirping, or some form of calling of a bird. Uh, the thought is, that is Konda Kurulla. That's a type of a little bird that we see very often in the neighborhoods. So the thought is Konda Kurulla, but what happened was it was a sound to the ear, and the Konda Kurulla, or that bird, was born as a thought instantly in the mind with a picture of it. You didn't see the bird, but the bird was born with the name, with the sound in your mind as a thought. So that is your thought. There's a sound to the ear. The thought is shaking of the branches of this tall tree. You didn't see it again because you have turned your head down and is walking. You didn't look up. It was a sound. The thought was rustling sound of the mango tree leaves. You see a shape. I'm not saying that in between these you are not seeing anything. Now that is something important that you have to remember because as I said earlier, the thoughts are jumping from the other or the sensor functions are jumping from one to the other so fast you do not notice, you do not focus on everything. So while you are hearing that bird sound, while you heard the rustling sounds of the leaves, you could see. That is how you can walk without falling or hitting onto another person, isn't it? But they are not focused. So because of that speed, we never can see all the thoughts which are coming up. So here what we try to do is try to focus on the prominent thoughts. So you will see a shape and the thought is these are some bow leaves, bow tree branches. You will get a smell. The thought is the smell of incense sticks. You see a shape. To the eye, it is a flower called sal, which the tree is just by the side of the stretch that we are walking. You see a shape, the person walking before me, his white cloth. So that is a thought, isn't it? It's a shape to the eye. So, like that, what we generally practice is that while walking, uh, sometimes it's focused to the walking, sometimes it is focused to a shape that is seen, sometimes it is a sound, sometimes a smell. Taste, of course, is not relevant at this stretch because it's not something focused on because you are not eating anything at that moment. But of course, we during these sessions when the tea is served, we tell them to focus on the taste and the smell also. When the biscuits or something is offered at the tea break, it's a picture to the eye. Instantly, the thought is ginger biscuits. So where did that sound come from? It's only a shape to the eye. So like that, we tell them to see how the pictures, how the thoughts are formed. So this is the very first step in these 4 levels of contemplation. Focus on the way that the world is created in the mind, world created as a thought. So this you can practice even at home when you are doing something, when you are cutting the vegetables or when you are eating some food, when you are watering your plants or when you do some folding of the clothes. So many actions, there are so many things. See how it is functioning as a result of the mental picture. Now, this step by step, what we try to do, what Aryan Mahase was trying to do was to take us forward to the step where this is happening without a self. So it has to be done slowly and methodically because straightforward if somebody says that there is no self, only a system, the person can be sometimes arrogant and say, "What rubbish are you saying?" So, this is how you gradually build up to realize, to get convinced up to that level where there is no self here. Never ever there was a self. So, whatever you are doing, whatever the action, whatever the normal activities that you are doing, whenever it is possible, just try to see it from this angle. It is a mind, it is a thought only. So, what happens here is that the projections that happen to the outside world, you are trying to uh, cut off those projections. The ties that you had with so-called outside world is being uh, cut off, separated, because we automatically, as a part of this ignorance or the avijja, we projected everything to the outside world, isn't it? We thought that the everything is existing outside, and because of that existing things, I feel sad. I am very happy because of those things. If that thing can be corrected, I will be very happy. If that thing doesn't happen, I will be very happy. And I feel jealous because so and so is doing something like this. Now, isn't that the way that we had our all drushtis? Drushti is a misconception. So we have all kinds of misconceptions. The things has to happen in this way. This is the way I like, and it shouldn't happen in this way. The people must behave in this pattern. People should not do these type of bad things. Why are they doing such things? And I shouldn't feel sad. I am following Dhammapada. These are some other types of uh, drushtis that you label as good drushtis, isn't it? The drushti is such, I mean, as like that. I want to attain Nibbana by somehow. It's like that Nirvana has become a thing to you. That is another drushti. And now I understand this Dhamma very well. I can even teach somebody because I am so good at it. This is another drushti. And uh, I'm unable to understand any of these. I will never be able to understand this Dhamma. This is another drushti. So these are all misconceptions, assumptions. We have so many assumptions. We feel that it has to happen this way. It has to be uh, planned this way. And if it happens this way, it is not correct. So good, bad, uh, right or wrong, and the timing, they are all parts of this justice, isn't it? We lived yesterday, or the last year also, we lived in the same house, and still we are living, and we are going to live in this house for the next 5 years. Now, that is another drushti, that is because the things have been projected to outside world. Outside world is real now. So, these are the things that you have to understand, because world is, as long as the world is outside, you are not nowhere in the Dhamma path. You are in complete Pruthagjana world, or the Mithya Drushti, the wrong, very wrong concept, exactly opposite of what Lord Buddha was trying to explain. So this is the in the first step, as beautifully R.N. Maharshi explained, cut off these strings extended to the outside. Understand that there is nothing called outside world. Well, I want to change that word. You can't say nothing, like nothing outside. We don't know what is there in the outside world. What we experience is the experience of the senses, nothing beyond that. None of the animals, none of the other human beings, none of the other living beings are capable of knowing exactly what is truly outside. All experience within the capacity of their senses. So you can't say there's no outside world. There must be something, but we don't know what is exactly outside. So as Lord Buddha said, Rohitasa, the world is created within you. So that exactly is what we are trying to understand. It is difficult because we had a world. We didn't have a world as a baby, but then gradually the world was outside world was created for us, isn't it? This is the process called teaching and learning, which was done at the home level and then at the preschool level and then at the school level. Now we have a strong real world outside. So breaking that concept is not easy. So that is what Aryan Mahase has tried these 4 levels of contemplation all by himself for years and years. And then he knew that this is the best possible 4 steps that can be introduced to practice because it is tested by himself. So this, as I said, I'm hoping to explain the other 3 steps gradually. So as the first step, trying to understand that this is a thought, everything is a thought. So as I said, we can have a little time off and then see how the thoughts are formed one by one. And thereafter, whenever it is possible, whenever it clicks your mind, this is a thought, isn't it? Now you will see a message as an email. It's a shape to the eye, and see the amount of information that is created as a thought. Now, say if it is a, a message about a new job, you have been applying for a job, and then now you get an email saying that you have been selected to this post and report for work from next week. Just a line of some shapes, isn't it, to the eye? And see the thought. So that is a perception, that is a signal actually, that shapes or that creation at the eye level has given a huge bundle of thoughts. See how powerful that thought is. Oh, job. And I love this job. And from next week, I am no more can be called as unemployed. I am employed. And not only that, the way you are going for work and how you are earning, all kinds of things that you will do when you are working and earning. See the amount of heavy bundle of thoughts that is created at that time. So see how the thought is formed. The job, the thought called job is instantly formed in the mind. So you can try in the instances like this how it is created as a thought. Sometimes it is just a word, a sound. Sometimes it is a shape to the eye. Sometimes a smell. Sometimes a taste. Sometimes something that you felt to the skin. So that creates a very heavy thought. So each and every instance, we are coming up with a new thought. And that thought is followed by a series of uh, additional thoughts. It's not confined to one thought, isn't it? Not just one thought. the thought of job has all kinds of other additional thoughts coming up along with that. The way you are going to dress up on the very first day, where you are going to stay, all kinds of things, what you are going to do with your earnings. They are all thoughts which are coming up as sidelined thoughts to the main thought. So these thoughts are heavier, they are felt sort of as a burden, isn't it? That is what we described as the current. So it is a current. Every thought has a current, every thought has a power. Every thought is very powerful. Actually, the thoughts are exhausting yourself. So that is why we have to understand this thought formation. And that is why we have to understand how the thoughts are creating such a power. And the current means, in other words, that is a defilement. The current means it is the self. So, so many words have been given here, and so many words are given to explain this heaviness, but they commonly brew down to one meaning, that is yourself. So, that heavy thought about the uh, job, uh, which includes so many other side thoughts also, it creates some form of a feeling within the system, isn't it? You label it as happiness. You label that heaviness as the happiness. That is your current. That is what you have to understand. So that is a defilement. That is some, you can say, craving or some overwhelming happiness. Whatever the term you are using, it is a heavy feel. That is the current. That is what we are explaining as the feel, which is a current. And in other words, as I said, that is the self. So, this process of understanding what this self is has to be very gradual. And that is what we are trying to do it step by step. That is what Upper Aryan Mahanse is trying to guide us. And this is done in a very practical way. That is how these 4 steps are being very useful. We want to recognize this self feeling, what is meant by this self, and the fact that finally that there is no self actually, that current or that heaviness which is felt is the one which is labeled as self. So at the beginning, that is how we practice. If I just briefly summarize what I said, uh, you can practice this with any activity at home or when you are working, when you are uh, on the road. The sensor function may be one sensor function, a sound, something seen, smell, taste, or something felt on the skin, instantly creates a big thought. So that creation is a thought. So that is why we say that the world is created in the mind. So thoughts, 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 one after the other, flow of thoughts, and we label it as mind. The the example that Aryan Mahansi gives, the river. River is not called river if it is not flowing, isn't it? If the water is static, we don't call it a river. If the water is not falling from the sky, we don't call it rain. But if you touch it, just some water, and if there is static water, we call it a lake, isn't it? If it because it is not flowing, we don't call it a river. So the name is given to the nature of that. So the river means only if the water is flowing. So the mind means if the thoughts are flowing. So you can see that we are immersed in a flow of thoughts. And with that flow of thoughts, without realizing that they are created in the mind, we take it as real. We feel it as real. And the more you understand that it is a thought, it helps you to recognize the power which is coming up with the thought. So, identification, the ability to identify this thought formation becomes more and more fine and more efficient when you practice this more and more. So, just give a reminder at the beginning. Give a reminder. This is a thought. Oh, yes, this is a thought. So we need to be reminded all the time. This is kind of active thinking at the beginning. You are using a thought to identify thoughts, using a tool. Thought is used as a tool to identify the thoughts, isn't it? So at the beginning, this is called savitaka or active thinking, recognizing or reminding that this is simply a thought. This is simply a thought. So you can work out it that way. Subsequently, you don't need to do the active thinking. Automatically it comes. Oh, yes, this is a thought. This is a thought. You can feel that the heaviness of the thought also becomes less and less when you recognize it as a thought more and more. So it helps you to feel everything, experience everything in a more light way when you realize that this is simply a thought. Actually, here the camera has been focused to the self. We had the camera always focused to the outside, isn't it? Because we were seeing the things which were there outside, hearing the things from outside. Everything was outside because the camera was fully to the outside. Now turn it into the system, and turning to the system helps you to see that such a sort of uh, creative, uh, vivid things happening in this mind. The drama which is being played non-stop as a series of thoughts. So the CCTV or the camera is focused now to recognize this series of thoughts. So it will be a beautiful drama to watch at the beginning. So as the first step, try to understand these all our thoughts, nothing beyond the thoughts. And that proves the Lord Buddha saying that chittena niyati loko, everything, the world is created in the mind. Basically, both sentences give the same meaning. Chittena niyati loko and salayatana loko loko. The six senses create the world in the mind. So that is a combined meaning of the two phrases. Six senses create the world as a thought. So I hope I gave a little message about the four levels of contemplation. We discussed about the first level here. We will continue the discussion to understand the other three also step by step. Uh, I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansi at his feet. He has done so much of homework for us, and we do not have to do anything hard now. Everything is laid down in a tray for us just to consume, which is so beautiful and which is so convenient for us actually. we do not have to do that hard work. So we are ever grateful, Aran Mahansa, Thiruvan Saranai, and we and I may our friends be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our friends who are helping with the technology always be blessed by Triple Gem. I will conclude the session. Thiruvan Saranai. every person who are listening and who have joined. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. This is the English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado Dhamma discussion series, which we have every day from 2:45 to 4 p.m. We discuss the things disclosed by Lord Buddha initially, and for some time, for several hundreds of years, the true Dhamma has been sort of hidden because there have been lots of things added to in the initial Lord Buddha's teachings. Maybe the influences from the other religions. So we have been actually following something mixed up. And our noble friend R.N. Wahanse, Buddothpado R.N. Wahanse, did lots of research and did lots of reading and studying of these things that Lord Buddha has preached long ago. And then finally he himself understood the true Dhamma, and that is what we are following actually. And we are very much to the practical aspect. Actually, there is very little place for lots of knowledge and the theory part, rather than adding more knowledge. With the basic knowledge of true Dhamma, we try to build up the practical aspect, and R.N. Mahanse has taught us 4 steps in our practical experience, which gradually takes the participant from the level where he strongly had myself to the level where it becomes it becomes very obvious that just the system is functioning, and there is no doer, and all misconceptions are the ones that gives rise to the feeling that there is a person or the self who is responsible for all these activities. So that is the basis of the true Dhamma, or we call it Darshanaya. And we try to have that basic analysis initially, and on top of that we try to understand the practical aspect, where the world is created as a thought. Everything is a thought basically, but it's automatically it gets projected to the outside world, and it's assumed that all these things are existing outside, and I am myself is experiencing that existing world. So this is the biggest myth or the biggest illusion. And the first experience is that first thing that the system has to understand is that these are all creations in the mind. And taking it further, then as the second step, it is explained that there is nothing in the thought also. There is nothing called mind. It's a flow of thoughts, and thoughts are appearing at that moment, or thought is born at that moment, that instant. And if the thoughts which are born at that instant is taken as real, that is where the self is also created. So that is where the Atma Sanya, or the feeling of self existence, also arise. So in the second step, that is what is tried to convince, that there is nothing permanent called thought also. And further, uh, it's in the what's called when we describe it, we describe it as a third level or the third step of the practical experience, where this system understands. I'm using the word system for the person because there is no person actually. There's a system which is functioning, and system means there is a series of series of sensors occurring. Sensor in the sense there is a function of seeing, hearing, uh, and feeling. Mainly three things. Ditta, Sutta, Mutta in Pali. So collective action or collection or merging of these three together is the results in the thought. So this process is something continuous, non-stop until the physical body stops functioning. So there is no way of controlling this. So this is a automatic and ongoing process. And finally, the fourth step is something. Sorry, fourth step means that understanding or trying to convince that there is no person, no myself in this process. This is just something uh, uncontrollable or unplannable system which is functioning. So these are the basic things that our noble friend R.N. Vahase trying to explain. It's not easy because the trend has been to going downwards along the river, but here trying to swim upwards. I mean, trying to understand that there is no real world outside, but it is only a creation, is not easy. But you can know it as a knowledge, as something that when you go on listening to these Dhamma discussions, the thoughts sort of give some sort of convincing feeling that yes, I know it. I know that there's nothing outside. There's nothing, no one called mother. But those are actually very superficial knowledge only. But what should happen is that it has to be convinced, or like an example is that it should be like in the hard disk of the computer, not something changeable. Uh, okay, so I can see Dr. Kokila and Surangika both joined. So, Dr. Kokila, can you uh, add something to? I just started on some basic topic.
Yeah,
Telansanai.
yeah, Terence. I actually, the last two things that you said about the that this is a process and there's no self, that part is something you feel, even though we
Yeah.
talk in that way. That whole second and third and the fourth one would be something that has to be experienced, and even all the things are the experience, but specifically the fourth, we can think about it. We can say also in the program when we give it as a kamatahana or something to understand. We usually think about it in the beginning that this is a process and there's no self, but actually the experience, when you come to that level, the experience has no, because the second part where we talk about that perception has no chair in it, when actually perception has nothing actually in it, it's just a vibration. In that level, it has already gone to the field level. It has no thoughts at all. So that is where the problem is actually. The thinking, initially we think about the whole four things, but actual experience has no thinking at all. Even the first two, there's no thinking at all. In the experience, it's just experience, and that's all. So yeah, specifically, are there anything like we can talk about? Is there anything that we can talk today? Do we have like, so I think because Shani has so sometime we couldn't get Shani, and because of the, I think, Buddothpado Yatra, we haven't read the book, so we are just discussing stuff on day-to-day basis, whatever the topic that we come across. Is there anything we can build up the discussion on?
Actually, yesterday or day before yesterday, in your night discussion, 11:30 p.m., I'm trying to remember. Somebody asked about the perception. Was it difference between the perception and the thought? Or she asked something, and you did a nice explanation, and we,
There's no actual difference. It's just that
yeah.
it's just the way we talk about it. It's if we talk
Mm.
in the thought pattern, that because perception is a word came from Pali, like sanya.
Sanya,
And
yes.
in Sinhala, we can talk as in thought. Oh, yeah. When we say chitta kampana, again, thought.
Same, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Actually speaking, the word, I don't know whether the perception gives exactly the meaning that we want to convey with the word sanya. What do you think? I feel that it gives a more superficial meaning. I mean, word sanya gives a very deep meaning, and you can go on. I mean, you can explain in from very various aspects. But this is my feeling. I may
Actually,
be wrong.
perception actually can go on. No, I think it is okay. But the thing is,
It's okay. Maybe.
perception, when we talk about the mind, perception is different. That is chair. But when we come to the feel level, the perception is the light or the
Light.
sound. That is the feel level. So there is a perception there too. We can't forget it. But even sanya has that same thing. Because manovinyana or the mind perception is kind of different, and main sensory organ, the perception is a feel only. But there also we talk about it as a perception. There's no problem with the perception. It's only the rapidity of the perception that brings the feel of existence or the vijnana or the alive feel. So actual sanya has no problems. Actual perception has no problem. The problem is when it happens so fast, the light, and it brings the alive feel, and that's where the actual perception of self is kind of happening, or the kind of we can talk that you are born in that particular that instance, that stimulus. That is actually difficult to understand. But if you keep listening to Dhamma, you can understand that you are born in every stimulus. And how you are born is when the perception is felt as a thing. How you feel it as a thing is because of the speed. And if you actually get this 100%, you have no doubts about this Dhamma at all. It just has to be felt, though. That is the challenge, I would say. I mean, there's always a challenge in everything. So I think we all have taken that challenge so gracefully. And yeah. I couldn't listen to Aaron Hanse's sermon today. I couldn't. I mean, I didn't have
Actually,
time.
I just listened to part of the Kurunagala discussion. Just now I was actually
I
listening.
saw it, but I couldn't listen to it.
Yeah, he was one question he was trying to explain. I couldn't listen to the part that he explained. He was asking, what do you mean by uh, all, can you call it these 31 mundane planes? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, just everything is in one mind, one thought. How can you explain?
One
And
stimulus.
then one stimulus, yes. And also he was asking now, right now also one thought, and in 50 years uh, is also another thought, and maybe in your previous birth also it is just one thought. So how can you explain that that all 31 non-mundane planes are in one stimulus? So he was expecting the answers. I couldn't listen to the rest of it. Maybe we can
Yeah.
talk on that topic from what we know, or
Well,
if
it's very
Sarangika has
difficult.
a better, I know,
It's very
if
difficult to
Sarangika
talk
has
in this language, but we can try.
a,
Have you listened to that, Sarangika? I mean, I couldn't finish it. In the sense, I didn't even start it, but I think it should be very interesting one.
And I know actually when you were saying about it, Dr. Sakuntala, then only I knew that there was such a thing. I haven't.
that is,
Yeah.
there's a separate one, actually, some less than 1 hour, short one,
Yeah, I just looked it
separate
up
one
on
from
my
the
other
morning.
phone. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
have to listen to it later. So,
Yeah,
but
but the
essentially the question was somebody asked the question, or Aaron Manse asked the question if it is one stimulus after one stimulus, whether one can experience the 31 planes. Was that the question?
no, how
Yes,
one
yes.
stimulus is. So how was the
No.
question told in Sinhala?
එක අරමුණේ 31 ලෝක ධාතුවම තියෙනවා කියන එක පැහැදිලි කරන්නේ කොහොමද? Something like
Mm.
that, something to give that meaning.
Mm. What do you think, Surangika?
Well, I mean, the experience of the sense of defilements is all at a particular stage. It's one vibration. If you think about the Vatang Vatati thing, it's one vibration. The light, sound, color consciousnesses combine to form another vibration, which is the thought. I.e. mind consciousness, i.e. the thought. And so in that sense, the degree of vibration in that thought, and to what extent the thought has, the object of the thought, the mind object has become a thing, that would dictate in what plane of the 31 planes the vibration echoes, isn't it? That's my take on it, because from that question, it doesn't mean that the stimulus, that one stimulus has all 31 planes in it. That's not what it meant, what it means. What it means is, where is the vibration in that mind object, and how much has that mind object become a thing? To that extent, that would dictate whether it is, I don't know, how do you say, sanya sukuma, whether the perception is the extent of defilement in that perception, or whether it is in which plane, like if you think about the sensual world, the form world, and the formless world, whether that stimulus was based on uh, the sensual desire, the things that form the sensual world, meaning the object has become a thing and the external world has become a thing, then to that extent, the planes of existence that form part of the sense,
What do you
part
think,
of this,
Sakuntala? Do you have
yeah.
like a different one?
More or less same. What I felt was now, as Surangika said, yes, I mean 31, all 31 are not going to exist in one vibration, because the thought
Why not?
means because it's only at that moment, it is only in one plane, but the plane can change with the each thought. That is how I understood. I mean, in this thought, it could be in a sensual level. Even within the sensual level, it could be like, I mean, you call it the hell, heaven, or various levels are described, even the animal level, so that sort of things. And in the form world and non-form world. So any of them, uh, it's only one plane for that particular thought, or for that particular spark, or the vibration. And the next vibration can vary, can be something different. That is how I understood.
Hmm. Yeah, it, well, the
If we clarify that further, Dr. Kokila, so for a stream enterer, so Tapanna, to the extent that the external world is not a reality, then the it won't be the 31 planes, but it can be any other stimuli beyond that point, if you know what I'm trying to say. And then where the thought itself is also understood not to be a thing or a reality, then to that extent, the 31 planes will be further restricted or limited in the stimuli that is experienced from moment to moment. Because if one is still on the path and not reached arahathood,
well,
that
even
permanent,
before that, even
yeah,
now, just take a normal person has not heard Dhamma, nothing at all. Just take us, what is Utachana means
a lay
mundane person or
person, yeah.
mundane world person. So so I don't know whether I could actually come out with the proper thing what I'm trying to say, because words are very difficult here. But what I'm trying to say is it is one vibration though. It is whatever the level, it is just one vibration. So when it comes to that vibration is the self vibration, and the vibration has not changed, whatever whatever the plane, the vibration has not changed. So that vibration, even though the intensity is different, the lower intensities are also at the same vibration. So nothing has changed there. It's just the same vibration with different intensities. So this is the vibration that due to the intensities, we feel the difference in kind of existence, whether it's a sensual world or the the form world or non-form world. Usually, most of the time, according to Lord Buddha, most of the vibrations are in this end. What end? The Satrapaya end. What is Satrapaya? I don't know. The heavy side. So the humans is kind of, is it in the middle? I can't remember now. But I can't remember even the words for Satrapaya. Does anyone remember the animal, the Preta and the Sura and the Niraya? Or is that the 4 things?
Yeah, I think those are the 4, yes.
Yeah.
Preta, Niraya, animal and Asura, no? Asura,
Yeah, I think so. So
Yeah.
the kind of that's kind of the, you know, the usually that is the home. That's what Lord Buddha said. That is the home, in the sense the level of the vibration is mostly that. It doesn't mean that the lower levels can't actually, there is a possibility for the lower level, but until that the power of that, you know, the initial power we get for that initial vibration, that will go for that particular you know, length, and then when that power is gone, eventually this will come to another level of the vibration. So that's why even after the one who tried to basically harm Lord Buddha, the venerable
Devadatta.
the venerable Devadatta, he actually they say he actually is coming to a better place than someone who has gone to Asanya Talaya. So just see how ironical is that situation. And the person who has achieved such a lower level because of that person doesn't feel anything, in the sense there's no person, that particular vibration is not vibrating at all. That's the meaning. Asanya is, there's no sanya. But the thing is, even after how many kalpas, whatever the kalpas, still there is a possibility of the vibration. So there's a irony of things here, because Lord Buddha said, even that venerable who had tried to harm Lord Buddha is going to be a Pacceka Buddha after going into the lower realm. But someone who has gone to the Asanya, where there's no perception at all, like there's no feel for a long period, there's no feel at all, there's no vibration, there's nothing to talk about, but there's still a possibility that that vibration to happen. So this is the thing, that the vibration, that particular vibration we talk about, the self vibration, is the culprit, or the point here. And that self vibration, even though there is no vibration for kalpas, which kalpa is like a long time, which there is no even description in the literature, still you would pass all these good times, and you would pass times and once you get a vibration, the vibration starts, there's no way you will be in a time where you can vibrate into non-vibration or synchronize to non-vibration, because there's no non-vibration to synchronize. So Buddha Shunya Kalpa. So when we talk about these things in this way, you can see even when there is no vibration in the asanya, or there's no perception, means there's no vibration, because it's a field level. This is all in field level, the non-form. So there's still a possibility of vibrating again. So only Lord Buddha could understand this through experience, that these things are such a way, and he told everyone. And this, whatever the vibration we are talking about, whatever the level, this, all the levels, there is a level of the vibration, yes, but the vibration is same. I don't know whether I tried to make the point clear, because it's all confusing. But the point is, it is always the same vibration, even though the intensity is different. I think Suramita tried to say that. So in that, the main importance of humans is that humans are actually kind of the junction or juncture where the deciding factor, because the formless world, whatever the vibration level, it's only a field level. No field level cannot synchronize to non-vibration in that level, so it's useless. Whoever who is having very high intensity vibration, the same vibration, but it's just vibrating so fast or very, very strongly, that can't synchronize to non-vibration either. But this vibration in humans is in such a level that humans have this amazing ability to experience all three levels of intensity in this situation, in this system, in the sense, in this, whatever the time that you're in this so-called human vibration. The human, because there is a level going to the mind, in that beautiful formation of mind, because it is there, all the three levels can be found. Do you get the point? I don't know. I mean, it's only in the humans this powerful ability is there, because once you get into the other level, or the higher, the like very highest vibrations, then there's no way that all three are felt, because it's already very high. So it's in one extreme. In the other hand, who is in the non-form level, They are in the other extreme. They can't synchronize to any of these other levels. But specifically humans have this beautiful ability in one stimulus, you can feel this variation in different levels. So at one point, that vibration might synchronize to the Deva vibration. The Aranwansi asks, would you like to come with me to the Deva field? Then Aranwansi might say the same thing for the Brahma thing. What does that mean? It's only this humans have this ability to synchronize to these various levels, but in the same vibration. Is there anything to add, Dr. Sakuntala?
Now, if it is, if the sensual world experience is there, that means all three levels are there. But I don't know, please correct me. And if
yes, 100%. But the variation is also there. Because there are people who can be in, because Buddothpado, Venerable Buddothpado, I think the word is correct in here, actually was in Arupa, Dhyana. Yes. So he was in that level that he can't telepathize. So that's where Lord Buddha actually didn't go to those teachers who are already in Arupa Dhyana, because they can't take this Dhamma in that way, because they are already in the field level, and whatever it's very difficult for them to come back to. But
those are the results of the long-standing concentration meditation, isn't it? Those
but that becomes a norm. If you do it for a long time, then it becomes a norm, the normal way of the thing. Because Vakkalata Dikkalasaning means very, very quickly you synchronize to that. So
yes.
That's a pretty quick one, isn't it? So when it becomes a normal, it becomes a default. It becomes a default, and the default one is going to happen when you are dying anyway. So when people are vibrating all the time in a higher level, it is the norm. It is the default, and they will end up in the high vibration realms, the strong bad levels anyway. But anyway, the point is, it is the same vibration, but in the humans. That is the beauty of the humans, why they can actually go through all these realms and attain Nibbana, or the non-vibration. Because if you are in one extreme, you can't go through all three. And only in humans you can actually get the essence of all three layers and win all three layers and feel the non-vibration. Anything else to add, Surangita?
Dr. Kokila, but I was thinking of it in a different angle. So
there are so many angles to think.
Okay. So the Buddothpado Thero example true, he was in one of the, advanced stages of jhana, and that vibration won't become a vibration again, even for, I don't know what, Renmat says, 80
If he listen to
kalpas
Lord
or
Buddha, if he
80
listen to Lord
kalpas.
Buddha,
Yeah.
he can attain nirvana, but I can't remember whether he actually did it. I'm not sure.
Yes, so when he goes into that sanya, sukuma, satta sanya, or some that long thing stage, and the vibration is almost non-existent for a long period of time. The danger or the risk is that that vibration after such a long period of time can still occur, and that means one is in the same boat, if you put it colloquially, meaning in the pratyakshana or layman state, because
Same.
there it is laukika jhanas. How do you say it? A kind of mundane way of, we've talked about, people looking for advanced states of consciousnesses, isn't it? In prior Zoom discussions. So the
But
Pottapada
even
example.
someone listening to this Dhamma can get into that trouble. Don't misunderstand. They can also get into that trouble. If someone has not got this anatma thing properly and has not in the sense has not attained the stream mentoring properly and gone in the direction of deyak nae, that thing, I don't know, there's nothing in that sense, they can end up the same way. So there's a risk.
Yeah, true. But if you think about the true Dhamma, anyone who's understood the true Dhamma philosophy and the different stages that the understanding is at, and compare that with the Pottapada example, the fact that the self-perception, there's lack of understanding of this whole self-perception, which is why there was an ending up in that stage to begin with, which means that even that the basic understanding of the true Dhamma is not there. Whereas when we consider and Mahansa's explanations about the Kriyasit or action minds or whatever you call it, from the point of the Sotapanna path to the Sotapanna state, all those levels, there is that innate understanding to various degrees. True, Dr. Kokira, but at least to certain degrees, there is that understanding of the true Dhamma philosophy, the Satyajnana. And to that extent, there is a liberation, isn't it, from certain planes of existence. Whereas when after so many kalpas, if taking the same example of Pottapada Thero, that vibration occurs again, that can throw that vibration back into even the lowest realms like the hells that was mentioned a little while ago. Whereas anyone on the path with the true Dhamma understanding would not
I
go
didn't
into
actually
those.
talk about the path. I was talking mainly about the 35, because the question was about the 31 realms. I was trying to discuss why a human vibration, or kind of this human vibration, there's no human vibration, but vibration in this state, in this system, is why it is unique and why it can have all 31 realms in the same vibration. It's very unique to humans. That's what I was trying to say. It is the reason that only humans can actually become a stream mentor. no one else can become the stream mentor. After becoming the stream mentor, it is a different story. We don't have to talk about that. But what I'm trying to say is, to become the stream mentor, why someone has to be a human is because a stream mentor actually pierces all these three levels and become the non-vibration for a moment, and that is the important thing, because only humans can do that. The non-vibration cannot be felt if you haven't gone through all the levels. And then if you have gone through all the levels, you know that, you definitely know about what Lord Buddha has talked about all these levels, isn't it? Yeah, I was trying to tell about the 31 in the humans in a different way, so that you all can have different angles. But anyway, that is the most important thing about humans. Only humans, this vibration is able to have this in one vibration, not the other, not the others. And only humans can enter the stream by feeling vibration, by understanding all the three realms. That was what I was trying to say. Well, it's not sure whether it is clear, but I'm trying to say one point, because it's important to understand overall how these things are, why these things are important. But you don't need to know all this to become a stream mentor, but this is what happens. I mean, Sopaka didn't know these things to become a stream mentor. 7-year-old Vishaka didn't know these things to become a stream mentor. So becoming a stream mentor has no need to know all these things. But that is the essence of becoming a human, because only humans have the ability of feeling all these levels and to pierce all these levels through prajna, or wisdom, and also feel it too through jnana. Anything else to add?
I don't know whether I got it correct. One of the 31 realms is possible, and one at a time. Is it correct if I say like that?
If you're talking about one stimulus, is it?
Yes, one stimulus.
Yeah, I mean, we can say that. We can say that because it's in one stimulus you get to the non-vibration too.
Yes.
Yeah, because if we think, so vibration is reducing in its intensity as the defilements, so ashrama fade away again.
That starts after becoming a stream mentor, yes.
Yes, so if you consider that same example, that scenario, that the stimulus is one after the other. And in one stimulus, it's one of those planes that can be experienced in one stimuli. Yeah.
Yeah, but all three will be felt when you are trying to when you're trying to then the non-vibration is experienced. So it's all in one particular moment. You can feel everything. That's what I'm trying to say. Otherwise, you will misunderstand that. In when you feel the non-vibration, all the vibrations have been felt. I don't know if you get that point.
Yes, that is because if the sensual world defilements are there, that means the form and the formless is also felt.
Yeah, but when you experience non-vibration, all these feeling levels have passed. So in that particular experience,
It's
you can feel the difference.
Yeah, it's the from the heaviest, or what do we call it, from the heaviest of defilements, there is a liberation, or there is a cessation, would be a better word, I think. Because of the liberation from the sensual world, then to that extent, those planes of existence are no longer applicable. And then the progression to the form, and then the formless, which is what you're saying, that at the point of non-vibration, there is a complete cessation of all those 31 planes
In
of
the sense, you
existence
actually have felt all that. You actually have felt all that in that. So that's why Lord Buddha is called, has won all three realms, and at the same time, no one can be an arahant, or no one can even achieve the stream and thing in achieving this in one particular moment. But to become that is a quite different thing. And yes, if someone has become that, and that means he has conquered all three realms, and that means he can telepathize to any realm at any time also. So you have to be very, very careful in. I mean, the abilities are different. Different arahants have different abilities. So we know that Mugalan, Venerable Mugalan, had very unique abilities to telepathize into different levels, and that's not everyone would be able to. We don't have to worry about these things because they are kind of extreme fields that they have. But just remember that it is possible in this humans have that unique ability to have all these levels. And non-vibration can telepathize into anything.
Yeah, but in that sense, I mean, to achieve the non-vibrational state, one surpasses the sensual world, the form and the formless, and is able to still have the sensor level experiences and perceptions. But that's not to say that one telepathizes to those, isn't it? Because if you say telepathizing, it's almost as if it's coming with the entire experience of a sensual world, whereas a truly liberated one would not have.
It's actually becoming that, so it's a bit different.
You're just talking about the sensor level basic experience, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, non-vibration can become any vibration momentarily, and that's a different word actually. You can't say telepathize, I think, but yeah, can become any vibration.
But the non-vibration won't go into the lower planes, no?
No, but can feel even the animal. That's fine. It doesn't mean anything. It's just non-vibration. Can feel even the Mugalan Thero had weird no, we can't say weird, but weird abilities that nobody had. And Lord Buddha said, yeah, I knew that, but I didn't say because others might. I didn't know that others are able to do that, you know. But these things are not necessary for understanding them.
Dr. Kokila, in very simple words, I mean, there is a chair in front of me, which is very comfortable. That means all three realms are there, all three levels are there, isn't it? I mean, the chair is there, and it has been given a value, and I get the feeling that it is existing. So there is duality, there is something, some form of likeness or wanting.
You actually put in
in
that example to that. You might not even feel the chair. So you're actually trying to put that by force. Do you
I
think
thought as much too.
do you think that chair is a much big thing? So Dr. Sakuntala, I don't think so. I might get a different example and say that
Oh,
because
yes,
it's
yes.
useless to actually put it to the chair.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what you like most. Then if I knew, I would have told that and then catch you in an instant, because chair is just a, people talk about the chair and just try to understand. It's difficult because chair is nothing to them. And if you say your daughter or something, and I don't know whether you have even a daughter, but it's something, then it is easy to say, because actually
Yes,
if it is a thing only, you can really feel this. Otherwise, it's just a story, as if, Kamala woke up in the morning and did this and did that, it's a story. But actually what you feel is different.
different. Yeah.
The chair might actually get burnt and you might not even look at that. But if something happens to your daughter, you might be like very, very confused, shocked and all that. So then only you can really talk about these things. That's why Aranansi was telling that actually if you face something, we can actually feel what you feel. So there's always the tendency for us to lie to ourselves, in the sense not lie, but actually, be either extrapolate it too much or little. Like either over exaggerate or is there a word called under thing? No, I don't know. But whatever, we try to do it over or under. But actually, what you feel is the truth. Feel no cover, no line. Feel is what you feel, and feel has all these 31 things. That's what I'm trying to say. It is the feel has different feels. This vibration also has different vibration levels. And that's where the importance of feel level, because the actual mind can say different things but feel different. So you can feel so much burning inside and at the same time appear calm, because you think it's not cool to cry. You know what I mean? Like you can appear calm because you think it is cool to appear calm at that situation. Don't we do that? I mean, you want to cry, but you don't cry because you don't think crying is good in that situation. That's not dharma. It's just what you feel is original feel is the important thing. Because whatever in the mind is useless. That's not the truth. Mind says so many things, so many different stuff. None of them are true. But what you feel, there's no lying in there. Feel is the truth. Feel has so many feels. Very heavy vibration, very light vibration, and non-vibration is different to the mundane world, so-called non-vibration. That is the problem. Because if you don't feel any vibration for a long time, people can misunderstand arming non-vibration. Even us can misunderstand if we haven't actually understood what vibration is. That is where the misunderstanding is, because a lot of our mothers say still this, and this is very unique thing which can happen. Because if you don't know what is non-vibration and actual self-vibration, you might say different things and say, I don't feel a vibration at all. Yes, because you haven't had that chance. That's the thing. So best thing is to not judge by the mind and just judge by the feel. That's what Aranwansi is saying. Because what we think can actually manipulate the way we think. In the sense, be manipulated by the way we think.
Yeah, I mean,
Isn't
I
it?
think the mind is so tricky
Tricky,
that
very tricky.
that example, Dr. Sakuntala, that you discussed with R.N. Vals about 2 days ago, about that flood situation and the waters coming closer to your neighborhood. And,
Yes.
you said that you were slightly worried because you got the news that the water was coming quite close by. But at the same time, if I remember right, you said there was that slight feeling of anxiety, but it didn't go deep. And you felt that inner sense of calmness still prevalent, but in almost at the surface level, there was a slight anxiety, which kind of, if you think about it, it can be relegated to just the sensor. But now that is where the catch or the tricky part of the mind is. The mind can be doing a double take there, and almost saying to oneself, no, this is the sensor, this reaction is the sensor, whereas actually it's not. And I think that's where R.N. Vance was trying to say that it's difficult to take from that, because if one felt the anxiety, then still there is a self there. And one has to have such a good understanding of the true Dhamma in order to be able to to make the fine distinction between the two, isn't it? And again, the other thing he says is, let's not rest on our laurels and think that everything is fine, and all these little bits of anxieties, little bits of heaviness that we feel occasionally, in rare moments, and put that down to the senses, because it could be the mind itself coming back and almost tricking the system at that point to say, oh no, this is just a sense-driven thing. That itself can come through the mind, isn't it? And again, R.N. Master said that one has to actually experience the flood itself by it affecting the house, and then one can truly feel. Taking the example of the chili, eating the chili. If you leave the chili on the table and you think about the chili, it's a different experience. But if you actually eat the chili, then only you feel the heat of the chili and go running for water and so on. So thinking about the flood and having the flood come close to the neighborhood is different to the actually experiencing the flood hitting your home and then seeing how it happens. I'm not saying that there is no anxiety when the flood is coming close. There is, but then there is a need to recognize that burden or the self-perception or the heaviness, even in the thought of that flood being closer, isn't it? Leave alone the flood affecting the home.
Yes.
It's very tricky.
And very tricky. And there was a lady who explained her experience, who I think you may have heard her say that she collected only the medicines of her husband, and
But
left
in
home.
that instance, Dr. Kokila, you might have also listened to it, but in that instance, she said it's not as if she didn't feel a slight, she used some word. She said it's not as if she didn't feel it, meaning the whole, the experience, it had slightly become probably a cause for slight anxiety, but I think it was the way she said it, wasn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? That was
Yes,
the
probably,
clear
yes.
distinction that it had not become a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So very, very fine.
Yeah, Aryanasi said
Anyway,
that in some
anyway,
extent it's correct. Yeah.
whatever
Yes.
comes as a second thought is just to be discarded.
Yes.
Feel is the important thing. So you go by the feel. Whatever you try to correct yourself by thinking, thinking is, we know by definition. second the second thing in the program also, none of these thoughts are true. So whatever you think is not true. So just simple as that. Don't go by your thoughts. Just go by what you feel, and see whether the feel is if you actually get into the feel, it is much easier and no interpretation of whatsoever. But the thing is, we have to feel the non-vibration too. That is the tricky part. But then only you find the difference between the feel and the non-vibration, or the perception, self-perception, and the non-self-perception, because there's no non-self-perception as such. It's just the absence of the self-perception. So it just has to, that's the most important thing in the path. And if you have no idea about that, from that onwards, even if you listen to this Dhamma and go on, because Aranwanse once said in an Andolnatmaka Deshana, how a person can go to the level of Anagami and not being Sotapan. He has definitely said that. Do you remember, Surangika?
Yeah, I remember very well.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I was trying to say. Even someone who is listening to this Dhamma can go to the feel level and not feel a thing, but still have that self perception very safe, in a very safe corner, because it can be missed. It is the risk. So that's why we keep reiterating it is Anatma Dhamma or non-self Dhamma, or that's why we keep reiterating the same thing again and again and again, so that no one misses that bit. Because if you go in the path that's saying deyak naha, there's always the risk of going towards that side, because it's so good to feel that. It's very easy. You feel so easy because you feel easy. And the self-perception also likes that. Self-perception always has the survival mode. And that survival mode is so happy, and that person is also happy, because you don't now feel anything. And you are so content, you won't even go back and think about it unless Aranwanse give a big talk, or what is it called in English? I mean, I don't know whether there's a word for talker in English, but until we get a lesson from teacher, you might be in a very happy corner. That risk is there always, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we try to keep talk about the same thing, so that no one actually get trapped into that corner. Because once you go too far in that, it's that self-perception gets so high, that person, it is difficult for that person to even change now according to the teacher. Even the teacher says, what teacher says will be put into the bin, because that self-perception is so nicely packed in one corner and very happy and feels that I know Dhamma because I know Dhamma. Because I know Dhamma. So that is the risk.
And I think it was Asanti this morning in the Zoom. She also brought out the point about, understanding who this so-called I or self-perception is, and not going on about the sensors, because then it feels as if the sensors are there, and there is an
And I
I
am
with
there
the
too.
sensors, and there are two different things. So
There's always
yeah.
this risk.
Mm.
And there's always to a level only people will take things also. Once threatened, this self-perception is very tricky. The self-thought is tricky, yes, but self-perception is also very tricky, because once feel attacked, you just withdraw, and into a safe corner, so that you will not even like to hear what teacher says.
Yeah.
And so someone has to have very good luck. I mean, not luck only, but there's a very, very, very flexible, open mind will only get this, I think, because you have a definite ear for the teacher, you have a definite view about non-vibration. No one can fail. I think being humble and being true to what you feel and be open book or open paper for your teacher is the best thing, I would say. I think we are running into the 4 o'clock Zoom discussion, and thank you all the Dharma friends for coming for a beautiful discussion today. And I think we try our best to give this in English language. And Divashi Paran Wahanse, we salute him for whatever his endeavors in trying to give this to every humankind, and we try our best to help him as well. Thank you so much. May Triple Gem bless you.
Sarnai, Dr. Gopi.
Sarnai, Dr. Gopi, and Mangika, Sarnai.
We can talk about it because we have a kind of a communication method, and we can talk about our view about me and me, mine, myself. But the main important thing is how self-view has originated. So in the humans only we can discuss about self-view and actually try to understand that, and actually the humans have the ability to touch or in kind of co-vibrate into non-self level. So, like every day, we talk about no self angle, no self perception, in the sense non-vibration. We talk about it every day. It's not easy for us to actually become that, but we don't stop talking about it, because the more we talk about it, more powerful it gets and more consolidated it becomes, and the feeling can arise. Once you understand that there's no point in this dream, the value of the dream is the thing that we feel as we are living, so that will go down. So the value we have given to the dream is can become so subtle, and the self-perception also becomes subtle. So you have to understand this in order to understand the various forms of self-perception. So we have Surangika also. Is there any possibility we do have a discussion today? I don't know if there is any program in Buddothpado Sahanayatra. Anyone can take over this at any point, but until such time we'll keep having a discussion in English medium, in English language. Is it possible, Surangika? Or I can see Dr. Sakuntala also. Any one of you can actually join.
Dr. Kokila.
Thirwan Sannai.
Thirwan Sannai Dhamma Friends, if you are homage to Buddothpado Mahansa. I think there was probably no activity today, but as you said, I think they're welcome to take over the Zoom for any activity that they want to show via Zoom. I was listening a little while ago to the morning Zoom. I think Dr. Sakuntala had raised a question with Aryan Wahansa, Dr. Kokila. I think I just heard the last 1 minute of your conversation before joining the Zoom, the aspect that you said about how the perception also becomes more subtle and subtle. And I suppose because of that, it is something that is difficult for people to figure out. And that is where I think sometimes the bit of muddling up and confusion arises. Dr. Sakuntala, perhaps you can, I think there was a good conversation and a discussion with various people. Based on that conversation, I recall Aryan Wahanse didn't have a good reception. So halfway through, he, I think, went out of the Zoom, but there was, I think, Manil and some others as well who joined into that same discussion. And I think that was quite a good discussion. Perhaps we can raise that with Dr. Kokila again.
Yes. Yes, actually, initially what I mentioned was that the self-perception, right at the beginning, a person who try to understand this Dhamma in the way that our noble friend explains to us. Initially, what we pick up is something which is very obvious, the superficial or the crude ones, I would say.
Yeah.
Defined ones. So we feel that we don't get angry like earlier. We don't crave for things like we did earlier. So that sort of level is something lots of people identify. And then if you are not careful, sometimes a number of people or a small percentage will stop at that level, thinking that I don't get angry now. I am quiet and I don't crave and go behind the things. I'm not clinging to my children or grandchildren, etc. So superficial rubble is removed. So a person can stop at that level unless the noble friend sort of gives a little knock and wake up the person and say that this is not the place, this is not what you have to stop at. Beyond that level, then a person will start sort of finding in the finer things where the the self-perception is identified, and small events maybe at home front or when you go out, the small incidents which are not very obvious, the person will identify, this is me, the self-perception is here. So like that, the minor things will come up. And further, beyond that, what is more important, or what was actually disclosed by Lord Buddha, is the level, the final level, where sometimes a person might feel that I have now seen the what is the word for the shunyatavaya, in what can
Maybe nothingness.
nothingness. Okay, yes. So we hear a lot of people in the Zoom discussion say that I don't have any fire within me, and I am very neutral, and I don't feel that there is a value to the thought, so I'm quite okay. So in such situations, that's much finer and much trickier place where myself, a good myself, appreciable myself is remaining, where the thought is that I don't feel that the world is there, and I'm not taking the things as valued things, but a good person, an improved person, or a person who has understood the Dhamma teaching remains there. So that is one of the major pitfalls, I would say, unless the noble friend again says that where are you going, like that. So that is one of the things that we very often hear, and we ourselves have felt it, and lots of instances where Aryan Mahanse says that that is you, that is your ego. So that is one of the facts that I was trying to explain. And there was one lady who was explaining her experiences. She more or less said that the same thing, and she's in the day-to-day life, she really feels very light and very tranquil in her mind, and the defilements are almost not there, and she understands that these are the sensor faculty function. That's all only a vibration. So that part, I felt that it was knowledge than something she understood. There was another mother actually. She's from Anuradhapura. She gave a very good experience actually. Her house has been flooded. And within sort of minutes, like, they had to take a decision about leaving the house, and her husband is a heart patient, and her son was at home, and there was no time actually to collect any valuable, and only thing that she could pick up was the medicines of her husband, and she left. And she explained beautifully that she was not feeling any sort of heaviness in her mind of the fact that she had to leave everything and go. She said she has been listening to Dhamma for about, I think, if I remember correctly, about 2 years. And it was a wonderful experience that she got with this disastrous situation.
So I think these are the facts, or these are the experiences which are worth mentioning, because you have to actually face to some sort of challenging situation. Otherwise, you cannot test yourself. Sometimes many people, I mean, including myself, I'm sure. I mean, when the home front is very sort of calm and quiet, and no challenges and no problems, and sort of flowing very smoothly, you don't realize the situation, you don't realize the challenges, you don't realize your hidden defilements. And this, I think, these present day, the experiences, for many people, uh, it's an important way to check yourself. And then R.N. Vahase explained about the current, or the yes, the current, which is not a thing. I don't know whether I have given the sort of correct wording for that. දෙයක් නොවන දෙයක් නොවන ගින්නක්. That was how he used it. Actually, he asked me whether I have experienced, and my answer was not complete, and he didn't accept that as correct. But that mother who explained that example that I just gave, her explanation was taken as correct. So that means, I mean, you can feel as a in your mind, you feel that some sadness or some form of stress, because that is just simply a product of the mind sensor. But if that product or that thought is not given a value, then it's just becomes another sensor function only. That sort of situation. And also, R.N. Vahase was explaining, there were some people who came to collect the donations. Some have lost many things. Some have lost their vehicles, and houses were underwater, and they didn't have any clothes even to wear, even to change. But they were with a smile, and they looked very relaxed. So that sort of a situation, those are the examples, he said, that where still they have a fire within them, but the fire is not given a value, and that fire is also uh, just another sensor function only. I think those were the things, if I could remember. Anything else to add, Surangika? I don't know whether you could listen to it, listen to the whole thing.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I mean, I wasn't paying full attention to it because listening to it here and there, but I think you captured some of the essential points of the various conversations. So, and Dr. Kokila, I think what was being, I think there was another person right at the end also who was saying various things. And I think the point is that when the common pitfall, as you said, Dr. Sakuntala, is the thing where people say one feels the peace, one feels the calmness, whilst the self-perception is still evident, isn't it? And there is a person feeling the calm, there's a person feeling the shunyatava or nothingness. And that becomes evident only when the person starts talking on Zoom. So what R.N. Mahansa was trying to emphasize and draw out from anyone coming onto the Zoom is that the feeling of nothingness, or the feeling of emptiness and non-self-perception, is not something that is just understood, but it is felt. And if it is felt, the way that any kind of thing is articulated on Zoom from that, it becomes evident whether the person is still holding on to a person and self-perception and talking about an experience of non-self-perception, or whether it is in fact the experience of non-perception, self-perception, that is being said by the way it is being said, isn't it? So because I think he also used the common example of the salt, and saying how can you express how salt tastes through words, because that is something that has to be felt. The other example he gave was that little Samanera who went ahead and told the person who was trying to murder the other monks, saying that, they are not suitable, just, take me and let me be the sacrifice. So if you think about those words, the words don't say anything like I am nothingness, or I have become arahat, or I am feeling calm and there is an inner transformation. That is what Aryan Mahansa was trying to say there.
Oh,
None of
yes.
those words were ever used. All that Samanera monk said to the the rogue or whoever it was leave the other monks alone. If you need someone to be a victim of whatever your scheme, I'm available, and I'm offering myself. That's all. Even if the person says I am offering myself, the word I or myself doesn't have the self-perception in it. So you can't take the words and say that that person has an I, that person has self-perception because he used the word I or myself. No, it is the way it is being said and the feeling that Aranmasi was saying needs to be the non-self-perception. Dr. Kokula, if you can explain that a little bit more, because it is when people go to articulate, he said the story, the articulation gives away the self-perception.
Yeah, actually, it is, this truth is now. It is what you feel now. So, if a noble friend is listening and the sense, whatever the noble friend feels, is the other end vibration. So if it is, it would be different levels. It is correctly said. If there are 8 billion people, the vibrations are kind of 8 billion types. How a noble friend can understand, or actually feel, the word understand is wrong, feel that is now, not then. So actually he's not listening to the actual story sometimes. He can feel it now. So that when you listen to the thing, it's mainly how he can feel the other vibration, how strong the other vibration would be the actual marker for whatever the answer. Because the answer can be like Lord Buddha, I don't remember the name of the Venerable, but I don't know whether it's Buddothpado Venerable, but there was a time that Venerable said, I am in whatever dhyana, the highest dhyana. But you know how Lord Buddha would understand that, how Lord Buddha would understand that he's, whatever dhyana it is, whatever the meditative state that Venerable is, how the noble friend is going to feel that that this is not working, in the sense that the way I mean, it's not even the sound. It's how do I say that?
It's probably the vibration that can be sensed, isn't it? The self vibration.
Yeah. Even the self view, you can actually get it. You can actually get
Terwasana, you're on mute.
No, sorry,
Yeah.
I just had to mute because the kids
Okay.
came in. So, the self view also can be felt if you kind of listen to 100 people day to day life. If you feel like when you listen to, okay, just listen to 20 people maybe, or 10. So you can see how different the vibrations are, and how deep, or how it's not the word deep, actually, how strong that vibration is too. And but it is the same vibration, isn't it? Like it can be one day one person might appear very calm, and at the same time different, but like the same person might talk differently in another day. So it's very difficult to say, but the noble friend is going to feel it on that quiet moment, and that's it. But then if the noble friend has the the association for 2 years or something, if you have been under the same teacher for 2 years, just imagine, and the noble friend, the teacher, it has an idea how much, and okay, how much is it now, how strong the vibration is. But this is from second person perspective. Just remember, this is second person perspective we are talking about. Now the most difficult part is the first person kind of perspective. What is that? Like getting it here, getting feeling it as you are someone else. This is the most interesting thing, I would say, because once the self will is broken or shattered, or whatever the word we use, or has no power, the self will be having no power. You know that the self vibration is kind of a construct, because we thought it is there forever. But now, if you have the non self perception, you know that the self perception is a construct. So with the help of the noble friend, that how self perception is a construct. You just can't be like imagining that. You have to feel that too. That how do you feel that? You have to feel the non self perception or absence of vibration. So whenever someone feels that momentarily, like a fraction of a second, whatever, that brings you so much light to this picture. What is the light? There are several things. Several things would be, we understand that what is this, how these sensory organs work, how there is no self in any of them, and how there is no self in the body or in the mind, and how there is no self at all, like at all. So in that sense, when the self view is broken, do you think that person would take the outside as outside for granted? No, like that is a complete kind of understanding we have. It's not that the person has no defilements. He completely has it. But the problem is, not the problem actually, good thing is, whatever said and done, that system is sure that whatever the defilements are, there's no self. How? By experience. So, defilements have no owner means this can't be explained in such a way, because it's a kind of understanding, very deep knowing kind of thing, where you know that the glass, when you look at into a glass, that you see things that is not true, like that, you know that everything is kind of a perception. You still feel that. All the perceptions are kind of still true. Your dream, you're still in the dream. But the extension it to the outside is not there. So someone who has felt this non-vibration, at least for a moment, will have a kind of a meditative state which is not limited to any posture, anything, nothing at all, whatever. So that is very specific thing, that it is not related to any posture or anything at all, that the person can't be taught again. Even Lord Buddha can't come back and say, you know, this tree is there, that is there. See that tree that is there. See, the one you who is seeing that is you. You can't do that, because now after listening to Dhamma and feeling that whole thing is kind of a self-perception, is actually feeling you here kind of thing, and that is a misnomer, like a miss I don't know whether you can call it misfeeling. Yeah. So no, you can't do that. You can't do that, because definitely that it's very evident that it is a perception now. So knowing that it's actually a perception also, that self, we feel it as gross now, like the self, yes, this I'm Kokila, I'm a doctor, or whatever, these things, you know, like, but then if you know everything is a perception, it's kind of like a joke, you know, it's, there's nothing to talk. So then no one likes to keep, like, you know, talk about jokes. So we can joke about it if you want, but what I'm saying is, so if someone is aware that everything is a perception in the mind, even the body, the self, even the me, my mind, if you know that it's a perception, that's a win-win. That's a win-win. But that's where that you will have a non-breakable kind of a meditative state that stream winner would have. No problem. But it's a very minimal kind of a meditative state compared to an arahant, where there's no defilements at all. But this person would have all the defilements, but still the perception level is well understood, well felt. Then would be, then the person understands why then this the Aknona burning, you know, some burning is there, yes. Then that, you know, there's a stage where you have the burning and you have the Dhamma fighting each other, kind of. I mean, that's just a word that we are used, but There's nobody's fighting here, but I'm just telling. So there will be a state like that, and this goes on until the defilements are fading, and it is fading because there's no one to own that. Actually, not this is the main thing, because it is a self view that fueled every defilement. That is the main fuel. But now the main fuel is not there. It is slowly reducing. Slowly. It's a slow process. But then in the meantime, the noble friend keep telling you that these perceptions, whatever perceptions you have, the sun, moon, earth, people, say truth, freedom, family, me, I, all these perceptions, you still have the perception, you know that it is not out there or anywhere, but still you know that perception is giving you trouble. Then slowly you keep understanding none of these perceptions are true. So what do I feel? Then you understand, okay, then none of these perceptions are true. Then how does a feel happen? Feel is actually the main factor that we have missed so far, because we are covered by our thinking. Thinking is a priority in humans. You can't stop thinking, can you? No, we can't. We just keep understanding about this. So perception-wise, when we keep understanding this, how did this happen? Then you go back. You keep going back, because you had to actually go back to the beginning. Even to be a stream winner, you have touched the actual bottom of it. The fish jumping up example was taken even today by Aaron Honse. There he actually took the water as the whole defilements, which is a good example too. I mean, we were trying to give that different ways of meanings to that last time. But actually speaking, if we take in that way, the water is a defilements. The fish, when jumping up to the air, if we take it as no defilements at all, or zero vibration or non-vibration, or no self-perception, this is all just an experience. And can someone describe that? No. Even the fish can't. But will fish know? Yeah, fish will know. But then the fish is going to go back to water. So likewise, but what happens to the fish in the water now is these defilements are going to get little by little, the dream world, your dream world, the perception world, or kind of this thick mind is going to get thinner and thinner. At one particular moment, you might feel how much vibration you had before is actually reducing. And if you have a moment again, if you you have to pierce this mind bubble to feel the vibration and the non-vibration. So if that happens, you will understand how much reduced the vibration level is. So but a teacher understanding that is different, but you yourself understanding is the most important thing, because teacher can't do anything unless teacher can just guide you. No one can be driven to water, to drink water. It's just there should be some thirst and some understanding, some drive for you to feel the non-vibration. So this whole thing, the main factor that we can't get is for you to become like the baby, for you to become like the non-vibration which you have never felt before. Because becoming the baby is fine. That is very difficult as well. Actually becoming the baby while you are an adult, that doesn't mean you're acting childish. So don't get this wrong. Oh my God, that's the problem. This is not that. Lord Buddha was not acting like a child. That's not the point. This talk has nothing to do with the childish activities or childish moments or childish thinking. That's not the thing. Lord Buddha knows everything and anything about the world as well as all the vibrations and all about non-vibration as well. So, but the status of mind is the difference. So when you talk about that, and the non-vibration is something that has not been felt before. So non-vibration has to be felt. And that's where the tricky part is, I think, because we can keep talking about it. But the key factors here is key factors I can add here would be, the question Dr. Sakuntala asked there, I remember that, how would you know? Well, she will know if someone else is talking now. She's asking about the first person now. So that's the thing. If you listen to someone, it's not that difficult for you to understand, no, there's some kind of self-view there, or there's some kind of a self-perception there, or some kind of a self-vibration there. There's three different levels. I don't think if you know yourself only, you can actually think about or predict these things too. Because someone an arahant talking is different to the non-returners talking, isn't it? So there's always differences in these things. So the non-returner knows only about that level. So the non-returner can talk about the arahant state because he or she has the experience, or it can be extrapolated or kind of it can be told, but actually Lord Buddha's experience is different. Noble arahant is quite different, and Pacceka Buddha Pacceka Buddha has felt all this but can't explain it, isn't it? It's very difficult. So it's a main thing for us to understand here is actually just not give any value to any of the thoughts at all. That's the perception level. The perception level, if you keep understanding whatever we think is not true, you have to feel that too. But the thing is, if you keep understanding that, you will definitely feel it, because you have like a right eagerness, or what is the word for that? Somehow I am kind of you have what's the word for that? I can't even remember. Yeah, you have kind of a, I don't know whether we can say wanting, but some eagerness to, you know, to change the system to the non-vibration. And this saviññānaka and aviññānaka view, or the self view and the non-self view, is very important. Because if you keep looking at this world and myself, I, me, myself, in that angle, it is going to be there forever. But if you go into no self angle or aviññānaka, or not in the consciousness, you know, in the alive, you know, alive angle, because we feel like everything is alive and has a purpose and everything, you know, in that field. So if you can look at it in a different angle, things get much better, and the feel improves. If you go to think, the question Sakuntala asked was actually, when we try to tell this goes wrong. Actually, it's actually kind of not true, because then, no, it's not true. How do I say that? It's even that sentence is wrong, because if you talk openly, that's it. If the vibration is there, it is there. If it is not there, it's not there. That you can't do much, can you? If you look at it in a aviññānaka way or non-alive way, can you change anything? You can't. So you just let it go. So when you let it go, you definitely know, until you are becoming an alarm, there will be some vibration there. So are we going to hide it? No, we are not going to hide it. So we are actually going to expose it so that it becomes evident to everyone, and everyone will be like, you know, telling you. Your teacher will specifically tell you. So it is so good. You know, what Rahula did was, everyone should, you know, give me some advice. That was his kind of a motto thing. And he actually took all the advices. And he was so humble to do that. So, I don't know. Did I talk any sense? Is there anything?
Yes, I think you gave a sort of very detailed description about that question and the answer that Arenohansi gave. Yes, as you said very correctly, I think it is it all depends on the person's understanding, the way that the how you feel is expressed is something. Can you say unique to that person's experience?
Yeah, that is actually importance of talking, Sakuntala.
Yes, yes,
Because imagine there is a monk in Lord Buddha's time. If there is a monk who has never, you know, been exposed to Lord Buddha or any teacher in that sense, you can just, you know, you never know, because only Pacceka Buddha can actually, and Buddha, Samma Sambuddha can understand this without a teacher. Everyone else needs a kind of some guidance. So it's very important that people talk in these Zoom discussions. openly. And some mothers actually do. Anything else to add to that?
What I felt was now when somebody tries to explain what is felt uh, using words, the words may come with just a unique way or a specific way to that person's understanding. You cannot have a sort of definite pattern, or as you said, sometimes the explanation looks very artificial, but it should come as a natural flow, and the words picked up should be very natural and specific to that person's understanding.
Yeah, if the
Yeah.
actual talking was natural, what Aranwanse is going to tell to that person will be so matching, and there would be a bond there. I mean, not a physical bond, but a bond there, so where the person actually can become the non-vibration, because there's no what is Mawapana?
Pretending, or
Yeah, there's no pretending. In the sense, there's no people are not doing pretending that I should pretend. No, this is kind of in a very natural to humans, where we try to put things into words. When we try to put things into words, sometimes we unknowingly. I mean, if you listen to last night, that long Andolnaatmaka Deshana, every specific discussion you can pick up very subtle things, and it's so that's being vulnerable to the teacher. I think that is so good. Like when you voice something, you definitely you whatever you're voicing is going to get, it's just going to come out, and then what is coming out is the natural thing. And if there is self vibration, there is self vibration. If there is self view, there is self view. If there is self perception, there is self perception. Nothing can be done about that. It's just understanding this and be open about it, and be okay with that, and take the advice and try to, like, get this message properly. That's the only thing you can do.
Yeah, a crude level will be the tone of the person and the wordings selected. But now, I mean, even in a classroom, the teacher will be able to identify from that level of a student the way that the child is talking and the tone and maybe the wordings. But what Aranoha say picks up is something much more finer than that. And as you said, that the vibration is what he's trying to understand, but he's picking up, isn't it? In a very deeper and more complex level.
Yeah, because when you might be. So
Yeah.
I have this experience all the time. Like, I try to tell something very specific, I mean, what I said was correct. But to the end, he could have like shouted at me from the beginning to the end. And then I can be confused. But I wasn't that day. Actually, I wasn't. I was, as soon as he raised the voice, I knew, yeah, he got me. Like, I knew that, because that's the importance of that, because what you tell is nothing of that importance, because anyway it is your thoughts. None of these thoughts are true. But if you are telling something with so much eagerness, so much power, so much vibration, and you are telling even the correct nama rupa, whatever, like you're trying to say that, and you're saying that with so much power, and Aranwan says like, oh my goodness, like, what am I going to do now? This, if he's thinking like that way and changing the tone and, shouting at this, and then you're like, yes, you, either you understand it or either you completely feel sad about it. It's one way or another. If you're in a very early stage, I don't think Aranwansi shouts at anyone in the early stage at all. I don't think so. He does that to like all the followers who had been listening for a long time. He doesn't shout at anyone who has listened for a short time. There's no need. Definitely there's not. They are the beginners. What is there to shout? But if someone has listened to them about 4 years, and if you're getting some kind of that kind of answer from Aranwansi, it is definitely good, because you kind of understand, okay, there's some problem somewhere. Then you keep trying to understand that. It's subtle messages also. It's not even told directly. He doesn't tell these things directly either, but they are very subtle. And if you are brave enough, or brainy, not brainy, feel enough. If you feel enough that Teacher is trying to give this message, that whatever the message is, that your power is too much. But basically that, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, your power is too much. You can't match this side. It's too much. That's it, I think. I mean, I can't. I can only imagine into that his level, because I can't talk for him, but I can only imagine that what is happening when I worship Aranwansi every day, kind of not physically, but the gratitude is so much, because this is people judge by looks, judge by voice, judge by so many stuff, the past, the future, whatever. They judge by so many things, but non-vibration can't be judged. Can't be judged. And people who judge will be in trouble. Definitely will be in trouble. Not in the physical way, not in a worldly way. It's just becoming non-vibration becomes so difficult. Yeah, if somebody can add something, yeah. I don't know whether I'm talking too much.
Yeah, I think what Aranwansi tries to do is for people who have listened to the Zoom talks for several years, to try to compel them to get out of that active thinking and the passive thinking into the field. And the field is an unknown territory. And there are, I think, as we've discussed several times, a lot of pitfalls. Some are big pitfalls, and some are little pitfalls, or little potholes, almost like if one is going on a path. And if one gets into one of those little ruts or potholes, because it is small, it is, and if, for example, if that sensual world part of it has been diminished, or that part has kind of been liberated from, that is like the example of the little dirt getting captured in under the fingernail type of thing. So one can imagine from that how much of defilements and mammoth sense of vibration has been dissipated by the dissolving of the sensual world. So for an instance of that little pitfall is absolutely maybe not even noticeable, and the experience that is recounted on the Zoom is someone happily being in the little pothole,
Yeah.
not knowing that there is still a path to traverse, there is still a lack of recognition that there is still a languishing in the pothole, kind of thing. So Taran Vance is trying to say is by getting people to recount their experiences, just like you said, Dr. Kohida, it is through the expression that he also can then lend that helping hand and be able to sense the vibration, if there is any, in that person. And because that can come out only through that expression, there is a tendency, a couple of tendencies actually. There is a tendency of certain people to not talk because of that enormous relief that is obtained by the diminishing of that sensual world type defilements. And by doing that, there is a sense of contentment that some think that, this is enough for me. That mountain of sorrow, mountain of suffering has now gone away, and I have this sense of calmness, which we hear Mother speaking about, and that is good enough for me. From the place where I was, from the burning that I felt for 30, 40, 50 years, which I had no way of assuaging. Oh my goodness, Aryan Mahansa, you have no idea how much of relief you have brought for me. This is good enough for me till the day I die, kind of thing.
Yeah, but Suranka, I should add there something.
Yeah.
That is okay, but the problem is one has to actually feel the non-vibration to actually come into that permanent kind of nonsensical component. Because when today morning also Aranwasi was trying to say that you can temper for a fraction of a second. You might feel in one vibration, one particular
that fish example, wasn't it? So that's,
in that he said something specific, because he was trying to say,
even with that Buddhakshanya, he said you fall back into like the fish into the world of defilements as well, through the fish example.
The problem I was going to tell was that even without that, people stop somewhere in marga kind of thing. What is that called? Even
the path,
even before that.
thing,
No,
or even before that.
No,
so
even before that. Even before that.
That's the part that I was trying to say. The mothers, lots of people get that sense of calmness even before that, and that
is
itself is
tricky
enough
part,
for them.
Because to become a stream winner,
stream enterer,
stream enterer, it is easy for you to enter it, but then whether that is going to be kind of it should be a experience for that to register kind of the thing, so that to get rid of the self view, or have to have all these jnana. That he couldn't finish that talk, unfortunately. That was not the time, I think. Unfortunately, the whole
that was such a waste. Yes, that's right.
Internet and all that wasn't working properly, so he couldn't finish that talk, which he actually could have been such a beautiful talk, where he was trying to tell that these are quite specific but different fields. So that's what I'm saying. So just by one specific moment, you can't really have all that. So then that is only the beginning. So even before the beginning, moms can feel, oh wow, this is so good, like this is so good, and they feel so calm, and they kind of will not get actual experience because they are so happy in that particular pot you said. And that is the problem I think that Aran Hanse is trying to push everyone to the field, kind of to understand this thinking is not true. Because you have to go through all this to feel it even momentarily. Even though it is very, 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 very momentarily, and I mean, it's not even by force. You're not, if you take it out of force, it's nothing, it can't be actually original. So it has to happen. But to that to happen, also, there should be at least one specific moment where the, you have actually liberated from the mind. So,
Yeah, but this is where the prajna also comes into play, Dr. Kokila, because I mean, surely the mothers, surely one must think, and we all have gone through this experience
yes,
at some point
100%.
or
We
the
all
other.
have gone through, so it's very.
Even that initial sense of relief, the calmness and all that is not going to last, because there is always, as long as the Satyajnana or the true Dhamma thing has not been understood to the fullest extent, and that happens only through the full liberation and reaching this non-vibration, as you said, there will come a time, invariably, where there will be something that will become a thing. And that something that will become a thing is going to torment the person.
That's the exact thing he said. I can't exactly remember Aranwanse's words, but he said, you know, so Tapanna kenegge බාහිරින් මිදිච්ච එක දිගටම තියෙනවා. ඒක මේ එක වෙලාවකට බාහිරින් මිදිලා දැන් තව වෙලාවකට නෑ එහෙම කන්නේ. If that thing has stabilized, you know, if the stream enterer level has stabilized, you're already in second one.
What level is he? I think he used the word samadhi. He said because every moment to moment, one moment there can be a relief, but in the next moment
specifically you go back and listen, there is one particular part he said that, but what I'm trying to say is everyone, what we can do is try and keep understanding this beautiful Dhamma, that light perception. There's no light in light perception. So what is it? Nothing, just the rapidity of the vibrations. So in that sense, and even the ear, but just knowing theory doesn't help. You have to feel this. So to feel that, you have to actually make this like a habit into the life. That is
exactly,
that Aranwanse's program, which is so good. But you don't have to have those words in that.
That's right. And that is why the Pihita no Sitimin Vam, the Karamin thing comes into play, because there is effort that has to be made, a concerted effort, and yet not something that is too overt, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because if one goes into that self-contentment mode, then there is no prajna being.
But Surangika, can you see the catch? There can't be self contentment because vibration is there until you become an Arahant. So how can be you self-content?
That's the thing. So these mothers, through
I mean, everyone,
ignorance, thinks
we
that
can't
there
say
is
even
going
mothers,
to be
because all of us can be in that thing. All of us actually. We
all
can
of us,
put...
yes. I mean, like sometimes there is a point where 1 month, 2 months pass by and no self vibration, and or no burning sensation or cause for suffering or something becoming a thing, and then out of the blues can be just a tiny thing, and then that's a reminder that the Dhamma philosophy has not been understood. And as Aranwasi said this morning, all that has to be done is keep on understanding the true Dhamma and unraveling and unpicking the essence in the thought, the fact that there is no essence.
Yeah,
Right.
and if you want to actually feel this, just be open. Just be open and be simple, like a child. I mean, not childish, but some qualities are there where, I mean, we can be in trouble. We in childhood we are in trouble sometimes for telling the actual thing, and we are kind of suppressed by even our family members. Mother might say, "Why are you telling that in front of everyone?" And we will be like, "What? Isn't that good?" No. And then we will learn that, and we will learn how to suppress our, the truth, basically. So we keep doing this forever, and now we don't talk about truth. We just talk, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. And
We
that
say
person is
yeah.
dying.
We
That person is dying. But
we say
then,
things which are the accepted norm in society rather than the truth.
yes,
Yeah.
no one really says, "Oh my God, I'm actually suffering." No one says that because no one is ready to hear that even. Because the other person will collapse if that person will say, "I will never ask how are you again," because that person said, "I'm not well." And what am I going to do? Call the police or something? Because they are in trouble now. So no one tells the truth. No one actually speaks out properly, because there's so many stuff, that you can't really speak. That is the truth. Being a mother, being a family member, being a, kind of stuff, so we are taught from childhood, there are things that should not be taught, and there are things so that's okay. That's okay. We are not asking you to talk all the, the unnecessary stuff, but actually when you try to talk, just talk naturally so that even the teacher can understand your vibration. I think that's all you can do. And keep understanding Dhamma. Dhamma is the truth. Truth is what? How is this self-vibration works? How self-vibration works until you become an Arahant. And this thing, seeing this momentarily, if you have seen a duplicate, just forget about it. If it's a duplicate or original, you can't decide. You can decide it later, once you get burning. With the self-view, if you actually feel like, oh, that is my house, and you're like, really, that's my house? And then you might feel, what am I thinking? Am I not supposed to be like a good person now with Dhamma? Well, obviously that could have been a thing. Or otherwise, Aranavansi turns this really nicely, because that is actually the perception that we are worried about. Actually the self-view is gone, but then the perception is still a trouble. So that is the perception. And when someone is actually in the field, then you turn it the other way around. You turn it to, that is whatever it could be the high vibration, it could be this ear vibration, it could be the mind, it could be the the other sensory organ like touch or other things, and that's it. So you can keep understanding this. There's no end to it. If there is end to it, that means that in Lord Buddha's time, some arahants came to Lord Buddha and said, the Kalayutta Kara. So when we say that, when we think about that, what Aranasi says is very true, because then definitely they are aware. They are not like halfway aware. I don't know whether I'm this or that or this or that, it's very difficult. But actually speaking, it is only the teacher that should be discussing that. You're not going to discuss this with everyone. That's not the way. And that can be actually a problem in Dhamma Vinaya, I think. I mean, we don't know too much about these things. That's part of venerables. So Yeah, I think we have come to the end of English song discussion, but I think it was a really interesting discussion today. Thanks, Dr. Sakuntala, also for starting the discussion, and Sarangika for taking part in these discussions. Also, things become more clearer, more whatever the problem, then you understand if there's a problem, and then you can ask Aranwanse, because we are kind of in the middle. So Aranwanse is the final person you can go to if you have any serious questions. And
I think even this last few days experience itself, maybe we'll discuss it another time, Dr. Kokila, but the last few days experience of people, Buddothpado listeners in other countries, and the thoughts that go through the mind when all those activities are happening in Sri Lanka itself has been an experience on the path. So we can talk about it some other day now that we...
yes, we will hand over the song discussion to sing song discussion at 4 o'clock today. And thank you very much. And I appreciate all these people who host these things actually with
yes, indeed, yes.
From 5 a.m. to till midnight. Some or other there's someone to host this. We never worry about that. We just join and we start talking. And that has been an easy task because there's someone hosting and we don't have to worry. So thank you all. And so much merits for these things. And all these merits would be actually hopefully lead you to feel the non-self vibration. Thank you, everyone. We'll worship Paranwanse and may Triple Gem bless you all.
Yes, echoing the words of Dr. Kokila, blessings to all those people who are hosting the Zoom. And we pay our homage to Buddothpado and Thirvan Sannaya and Hansa. Namaskar.
It's such a beautiful thing. I couldn't finish, actually. I couldn't finish watching the Zoom discussion, the morning one. I just was seeing the scenery in Polonnaru, Madirgiri area. It was so beautiful. It's actually such a change that has happened within few days. I think we all have come to such an extension of this journey of 5 years. I mean, when we talk like that, it becomes when we talk about it, it becomes a thing. But actually, when you feel it, how the Buddha status has evolved into and seeping into people's mind. It has to seep into others through the teacher. I mean, no way that it can happen otherwise. So we can see how it is happening out there. It is so beautiful. If you have the chance, that is a really good chance for you to actually feel Dhamma, as well as, it's such a good opportunity for you to feel what Aranwanse has been talking about for all these years. This wonderful journey from down south to Polonnaru area was planned in a different way, has changed into such a different outcome now, which has brought together everyone in every possible way, and has, I think, has people out there are so must be feeling so glad that they have the shelter of the Tisha as well. So the non-vibration, association of non-vibration is such a beautiful thing if you have the chance. I mean, when you know about it, you are much more into that, because if you know, we all know that Lord Buddha's Jetavana had someone as a neighbor, but has never seen Lord Buddha, has never talked to Lord Buddha. And once Lord Buddha mentioned, if I try to talk to him, he will definitely end up in mirror, not the way now. So we kind of can understand, even if you are so close to Lord Buddha or the Buddha status, you will never feel it unless you know it. And it is a pity, like we can't understand how these things happen, but that happened. Even though he was the neighbor, he couldn't see Lord Buddha, he couldn't understand Lord Buddha. If he can't, then he can't become the Buddha status at all. But Sri Lankans have that such a wonderful opportunity to associate this non-vibration, and it will definitely change you, and most importantly, this change is going to change a lot of other people, in the sense, a kind of a mind which is closer to non-vibration. If they feel this, they will definitely turn so fast and so willfully. They will turn with so much gratitude. And gratitude is, gratitude can't be even expressed. That's such a gratitude we have. We have so much gratitude for Lord Buddha, and can we express that? I doubt it. But at the same way, we can't express our gratitude to our teacher, the noble friend, who is trying his best to change everyone else's vibration to non-vibration. And if you feel it, that is the change that will happen. Not just listen to him, not just talk to him, but if you feel him, and if you actually, in the sense, if you can vibrate to that non-vibration, that is the best part of it. So people might not understand that either, because it is very difficult to understand. But we can actually understand something else, because even the King Kosala, or I think I am correct, used to visit Lord Buddha a lot. Sorry if I'm wrong. Correct me with the names. I can get them all incorrect. But he used to talk about a lot of other things. But actually, did he get Dhamma? Not really. So likewise, we may have the association, but we might miss it. So just be out there, be open-minded, let the non-vibration reach you, and let it change your vibration, and it will slowly happen. that's the beauty of it. Actually, this this journey, which is happening from down south to Brunaro area, has manifested so far without much problem, and it will continue to do so. And with the blessings of Lord Buddha's relics and with the blessings of our advances, everything is happening smoothly. It's just need to get everything in the non-self angle, and things will happen in that own way. And as Aranasi is always telling, if you can feel that there's no self here, if you can actually feel it, not just talk about it, because we can hear a lot of bhikkhus, a lot of venerables talk about these, Lord Buddha's Dhamma in different ways, but I don't think anyone actually have explained how a person can actually win this world as well as the other world, in the sense the three worlds that Lord Buddha said. No one actually explains it properly. No one actually explains how to conquer the vibration of the self vibration, which brings about this cycle of birth. So this cycle of birth is a bit complicated, but still it's very easy to understand if you relate it to one stimulus. What is that stimulus? You can take any example, whether it is your house, whether it's your family, whether it's your whatever, chair, sun, moon, country, world, whatever the stimulus. The main factor which mattered was we felt it as out there, and we felt it is true. That is because of the quality of the mind sensor. That's the main quality of the mind sensor. And if you keep understanding this mind sensor is the trickiest part to understand. But even beneath that, even if you understand this mind sensor and understand this world of thoughts, you get up in the morning, you look around, it's world of thoughts. But if you understand that it's just world of thoughts and you feel it too, and you don't feel any interest in that, in the sense, not into the level of the just liking or disliking. Actually, if you actually feel that it is not true, that is the important part of it, because you're not actually in that mind. You're not in that thought world, and you're not in that mind sensor anymore. And then you can feel everything. And then when you feel everything, you know that it is just your sensory system. It's just a system, just a system. And if you keep understanding that, that is the end of your entertainment of your sensory organs. Whether it's the eye, whether it's the ear, whether it's the tongue, or whether it's the nose, or whether it is the skin, kind of. These organs, when they vibrate collectively, it is manifested as the mind, and mind becomes our world. It is like a new world to the baby. Baby didn't have that kind of understanding in the baby level. Baby could only feel something, it's a kind of a vibration. why we use this word is that it's the most exact word we can use to show that it's just a feel, because there's no interpretation in that. There's nothing. There's no interpretation as such to say that it is light even, because it's just something felt here. That felt here part is also due to ignorance, because it is not felt here, but it is felt as felt here because of the not knowing that it is due to a sensory organ function, rapidity of the sensory organ function. If we knew that, we will not be vibrating here into a fetus. But it started. Why? Because ignorance was there. And due to that ignorance, the vibration of that last, the last thought, last whatever the stimulus, actually didn't end up there. It just had the that vibration left, because that has not been dealt at all. The whatever the 50 years or 40 years you have lived, or 60, 70, 80, whatever the time you have lived, is only this kind of mind we remember, our mind world, or the dream, or the thoughts. So we live in kind of in the rapid, it's such, the thoughts are the fastest, thoughts happen so fast that no one can actually find the distinction between one thought and the other. So that is why we are not even trying to do that. But we keep understanding that this rapidity, or this speed is the main reason that it is felt as happening here. So we when we understand this, the whole thing, the feel, the film, the value that film got is all due to this vibration. And that vibration is not a permanent thing. It is actually arising with the stimulus. It's arising with the stimulus. This is very important if you can understand that it is just arising. I think I can see.
Excuse me, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, I can see that people,
Yeah,
they have
sorry. Oh,
joined.
yeah, sorry to disturb you.
Yeah,
We
that's
have
okay.
to. Yeah,
That's
okay.
okay. We will join the program, the Sahanayatra, and we can see they have walking back. It is so good that
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Actually, now they are distributing the goods for uh, the people who need help. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they come to the village.
Yes, yes. Hingurakkota.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Indradivakiya Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai Sankaratnaya.
අපිනේ දකින්නේ පොළොන්නරුව
මිස් මෙතන කොහොමද මිස් කරන්නේ පාර වහන්න කියලාද කියන්නේ
මේ අපි ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ පොළොන්නරුව ප්‍රදේශයට. පොළොන්නරුව ප්‍රදේශයේ සමනාධාර कार्यालय हरहा ग्रामदारी हरहा तना
ආදිශි වෙන්නේ පාට ඕගන් දීලා නේද තියෙන්නේ තා ටිකක් පස්සට යන්නකො ආදිශි පොරකට
निर्मल पदन निर्मल समाज सेवा पदन समाज सेवा पदन महाराणा මේකට සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ අද දවසේ අපි මේ පොළොන්නරුව මැදිරිගිරිය ප්‍රදේශයේ ඉඳලා දැන් පොළොන්නරුව ප්‍රදේශයට ඇවිල්ලා මේ සහනාධාර දන්නව ඇති අපි දැන් දින ගණනාවක් තිස්සේ තිස්ස මහාරාමයෙන් ආරම්භ වෙලා මාතර ගාල්ල කඩවත මීරිගම කුරුණෑගල
මැදිරිගිරිය අද දවසේ මේ පොළොන්නරුවට ඇවිල්ලා ඊයේ රාත්‍රියේ ඉඳන් මේ ගෙනාපු භාණ්ඩ සියල්ල ඇසුරුම් කරලා වෙන ඇසුරුම් කරලා දැන් මේ පොළොන්නරුව ප්‍රදේශයට ගෙනත් තියෙන්නේ මේවා බෙදා හරින්න. ඉතින් මේ ප්‍රදේශයේ ග්‍රාම නිලධාරී කාර්යාලය තමයි මේ වැඩිලා ඉන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒ ග්‍රාම නිලධාරී මහත්මිය හරහා තමයි මේ කටයුතු සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. ඒතරමුත් වෙන ඇති ගම්මාතරෙන් අනාථ වන කරන ජනතාවට වීඩියෝ අපිට දැනගන්න ලැබෙන විදිහට මේ ප්‍රදේශයේ සිංහල ජනතාව, මුස්ලිම් ජනතාව වගේම දෙමළ ජනතාව සියලු දෙනාම සියලු පවුල් විසිරෙනවා.
නෑ ටෝකන් තියනවා නේද? ටෝකන් වලට විතරයි ඉස්සෙල්ලා කරන්නේ. ටෝකන් අරගෙන ඉන්න එච්චර. ටෝකන් දෙන්නේ නැති මේ එතනින් කට්ටිය එන්නේ.
අපේ හැමෝටම ඒක මගේ ලිස්ට් එකේ ගත්තේ නැහැ.
ඒ කියන්නේ අරන් නැහැ
ඇත්තටම මෙතන මේ අපේ ප්‍රඥා මෛත්‍රී ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ මැදිහත් වෙලා මේ කටයුත්ත මේ අනාගාර බෙදා හැරීමේ කටයුත්ත ග්‍රාම නිලධාරී සහ ඒජේ කාර්යාලය හරහා සහ මේ ප්‍රදේශයේ සිවිල් ආරක්ෂක බලකායේ අනුගමන නිලධාරීතුමාගේ සහයෝගයත් එක්කව කටයුතු සැලසුම් කරලා තියෙනවා මේ පිරිසට කලින් ටෝකන් එකක් ලබා දීලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ තමයි මේ කියන්නේ ටෝකන් දීලා තියෙන හැටි විතරයි වෙන්නේ කියලා. මොකද ඒක ප්‍රමාණවත් සිදු කරන්න අවශ්‍ය නිසා අතන මේ විදිහට කරලා තියෙන්නේ. කලින් ටෝකන් එකක් නිකුත් කරලා තියෙන බව දැනගන්න ලැබෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ ටෝකන් පිළිවෙලට තමයි දැන් මේ සහනාධාර විඩා දෙන්න කටයුතු සිදු වෙන්න යන්නේ.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and all Dhamma friends. Can you
Yes,
hear us?
yeah, we can hear.
So we are right now we are at Gallel in Polonnaruwa district. So the handing over of the parcels, the donations that we brought from under this huge project of Buddothpado Sahana Yatra are being handed over to the flood victims in the area. So all the officials, including the Grama Niladhari and the representatives from this Pradeshi, that is Divisional Secretariat, are here, and people are lined up and they are waiting. They are kind of when we look at them, we feel really sorry because some of them have rendered homeless due to the recent floods, and people are like humming, and they have got this message, so they are being issued some token so that without any hassle we can give away these parcels to them. So that is the situation right now, what we experience right now here, Dr. Kumpula.
Yeah.
And this Venerable Prajna Maitri Thero of Bhavanirodha Ramya, who has been a follower of Buddothpado sermons couple of years ago is playing a main role here. He is organizing everything and he is looking after us also, the team. And he has a lot of connections with the police and the divisional secretariat, and he is actually playing a main role with Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. So uh, we are very fortunate to be a part of this program to relieve the sufferings of the people, at least in some small way, to convince them that there are still people to look after you. So this great initiative of Buddothpado Aryan Mansi is actually, it's we all should be grateful to him, and it is a symbol of humanity that he always talks about. His only intention is to relieve the sufferings of people in every way possible, providing them with the necessities, looking after them in this, I mean, when they are desperate, and also sharing true Dhamma with them. So may the Noble Supreme bless you.
Yeah, it's so beautiful to see that we could actually do something. I think there's always eagerness in getting some support can make them a bit uneasy, but I think it will settle down once they receive all the support. And we are very actually the morning before this I couldn't finish watching that how you all were like walking through the temples. It was so good, and yeah, we just keep doing what we can do. And
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I mean, there people are like they are. Some of them are arguing. They want to be in the queues, and they are so curious to come closer and get the parcels because this organ getting them, I mean, infused is also a kind of we have to make some effort because they have suffered a lot. It seems when we look at their faces, we actually feel that we have also made some sacrifices. I mean, the entire team, but we don't feel that when we see how they are getting them and having some kind of relief with this Buddothpado relief project. So now these people are uh, receiving the gift, I mean, relief parcels. They will uh, the, everything brought in this container was parceled last evening by another team at the Bhavanirodharama temple.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Wahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world, to end the suffering of all human beings, where their sansaric journey is created in the human mind. And Aryan Wahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is showing a very clear and a that means a very advanced but very simple also, a clear path to reach the ultimate freedom. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. As usual, today also I am talking about Nissarana Magga 7's continuation of Nissarana Magga 7, Path to Liberation sermon done 6 years ago by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. According to based on the true Buddhist philosophy of Lord Buddha, revealed by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse 6 years ago. There are more than 13,000 sermons in the YouTube of Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, showing the ultimate truth of humanity and showing the path to overcome the complete suffering. We know, as usual, as human beings, we lived in a world created in our mind, but we didn't know anything about it. We thought we are living a world and it is out there. We thought there is an outside world and we are living in it. And we thought what we see, what we hear, and what we feel, everything is true. But when we live like this, at a certain point, we came to know this, however, this lifestyle is simple, still there is so many problems occurring and so many sufferings are creating. And then we tried to overcome that. As a result, we tried to find out what Lord Buddha actually said. Because there are so many temples in this country, in Sri Lanka and all over the world. And we used to do our, that means we used to do our rituals according to Buddhist culture. We do Bodhi Puja, we do alms giving, we do offering flower and we light oil lamps. Whatever there are things, we observe Sil and listening to Dhamma. That means according to the cultural Buddhism, we listen Dhamma for years, so many years. But still the suffering in the mind is there. At that time that when we are listening to Dhamma, that listening to cultural Buddhist Dhamma, and when we until we do the rituals, there is some kind of relaxation we can feel. But after that, again the suffering is happening and we can feel some suffering inside our mind. Though there were so many priests, they have so many what do you call, so many names in front of their name. That means so many education levels they have. But still the society is suffering. Lord Buddha didn't have any kind of uh, degrees or whatever. And Lord Buddha and the clergy lived and in Buddha era didn't do any kind of jobs. The only job they did is they used to go to alms round once a day, and then they tried to understand the path to realization. But nowadays, most of the priests are having so many jobs and things like that. Still, they don't practice any kind of spiritual practices, and they are not awakened to the moment. In this situation, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is actually more than a gem. Aryan Vahanse is showing us the correct actual path to freedom from suffering, and after listening, while listening Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse's Dhamma, we can feel our inner fire is decreasing. That for sure we can feel that. That means those are the actual words of Lord Buddha. So Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is the Shravaka Buddha, only Shravaka Buddha living on this planet. And because of Aryan Vahanse's words, we are redeeming from suffering day by day. That we can feel slowly we are redeeming from the wheel of suffering. So, in this seventh sermon of Nissarana Maga, seventh sermon, Aryan Vahanse is explaining, according to Lord Buddha, Purana midam bhikkave kamma vadami. This says in the Dhamma, Purana midam bhikkave kammang vadami. So all these, that means each and every Buddha and the followers and the true spiritual masters, fully enlightened spiritual master, our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, is showing us, actually describing us the Chitta Niyama. That means the nature law of the mind. There are several other nature laws. Nature law of weather, nature law of karma, and nature law of seeds, and the nature law of mind is the deepest and the hardest one. So Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing us the Chitta Niyama, according to Chitta Niyama, the way of understanding the Chitta Niyama. According to that, Purana Middham Bhikkave Kammam Vadami means eating the past. We are eating the past. Also, we are planning for the future. Like this, we are running behind a mirage. getting old, become sick, and then going to die. Why Aranwasi says, Purana vidam bhikkhave kammam vadami means eating the past. And we are planning for the future because actually speaking in this Pratakjana Bhumi, in this mundane world, we, at most of the people, live in the past. That is the normal procedure of a human being. Just living in the past because this time is very quickly vanishing. Time is passing very quickly. So at this fraction of the moment, when we look at this fraction of the moment, then it vanishes. That means passing. Every moment, the time, the fraction of the moment, the time is passing away. That means we are unable to catch the present moment because of the mind power, because of the thought power. We are unable to see the present moment. We are unable to see the present moment because present moment is covered with thoughts. Such a speedy way thoughts are flowing, and the present moment of the mind is fully covered with the thoughts. That is the way of a human being. Eat in the past means we are living in the past and thinking based on the past. Because when we see something, when we hear or feel something, we give names for them taken from the past data. That is why it is called like that. And therefore we are unable to see the present moment. We think about the past, we live in the past, and also we are planning for the future. We are planning for the future because we take data. We take data from the past, that means from the mind, and we are planning for the future. That means at this time we have to do this, we have to go here and there. That means we are planning to go somewhere or do some work. That means we are planning for the future based on the past. We are taking everything, the names and forms from the past, and we are actually planning the future. That is why Lord Buddha says, and Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is explaining, we are eating the past. That means when we eat also, actually speaking, when we eat also, we are eating something from the past. That means we don't know what we eat. We give the name from the past data. And we are always thinking about the past memories, memorizing the past and suffering without an end, useless suffering. Then this is what we do. We are planning for the future, living in the past, And then we are like this, we are running behind a mirage. Yes, miringu, a mirage. We are running behind the mirage, running behind the mirage, and getting old, become sick, and then going to die. Running behind the mirage means we think, based on the true Buddhist philosophy, there is nothing outside. There's nothing cold outside because there's no way for us to experience the outside. And we know what we see, what we hear, and what we feel, all those perceptions, all those stimuli are created in the mind, and therefore there's no outside, but most of the human beings not knowing about it, and they are going to have the things created inside the mind, they are going to find out those things from outside. How sad it is, because actually they are running like an illusion. All the people in this human realm still live in this illusion. Only a few listen to this true Dhamma of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse in three languages, Sinhala, English and Tamil. Then only they are able to understand that there is nothing outside. Others think they don't know this. Actually, they see shadows, reflections, and they are trying to put those reflections outside and going to find the reflections from outside. That is where the suffering starts. Then mundane world people are always trying to fulfill their sensual pleasure, always trying to fulfill their sensual pleasure. And what happened finally? They are just running behind, but actually speaking, they are unable to control this, what they see, feel, and hear. Finally, they understand they cannot have each and everything what they see, and they cannot have what they hear, and they cannot have what they touch feeling. So still they are running behind the mirage to get the satisfaction out of them, but finally getting old and become sick. Finally getting old and become sick. Only that is happening. Only that is happening. So such a pathetic situation. But a small baby is bringing a radiant mind to this world. You can remember a very small baby, a newborn baby, how she or he, how that small baby is living in this world, a very young little one, without any problem. They sleep well, and sometimes they laugh, they feel the warmth of mother and everything, and they smiles at each and everybody, and they just live like a butterfly because the baby has a radiant mind. That means a pure mind. There are no defilements to be seen in that mind. Therefore, the baby is very much relaxed. If he is hungry only, he shouts. Then the mother comes and feeds. Baby getting so much love from everybody and live like a princess. Because this small baby is bringing a radiant mind to this world. That is a pure mind. No impure thoughts in that mind, in that radiant mind. And also there are no thoughts of defilements in that. When the baby is growing, its nature of defilement increase because the baby has no mind in his early childhood because he has no names or forms. He just sees things, he just hear things, and he just feel things without any proper names. Without the name and form combination, baby has no thought forming. After some time, after 1.5 years, 2 years time, slowly, baby is picking some words and forms because of the parents. Parents shows the baby, this is the baby and this is baby's mother and father. So when the baby sees the mother form of the mother and the word, the name and form combination with mother's smell, touch, and loving kindness, everything is creating in babies inside the baby. Then a small, in a little way, in a subtle way, the mind is starting to create in baby. So after some years, about 2 or 3 years time, slowly finding words, sketching words and telling, crawling here and there, trying to walk and trying to eat, drink, dance, and each and everything, baby picks up names and forms. And when baby goes to the preschool, at that time, at that point onwards, the baby used to listen to so many words and pictures. That means forms and names combination is coming through the preschool teacher to the baby because preschool teacher is showing some forms with names, and because of that the baby catches slowly everything, and then the baby is trying to figure out things around. That is how baby's mind is creating slowly. Now the baby knows his own name, he knows the body parts, he knows about the family members, about his home and things around, and about the preschool, and also about the preschool teacher and friends and his playmates. Everything slowly creating inside the baby, and that is how the thought processes are forming as names and forms inside the baby. Then slowly baby's mind is starting to create, and the data is feeding every day in different ways as words and forms and activities and things like that. So many things are, so many data are inside feeding into the baby. Then the baby's mind is creating. Then when the baby is growing, his nature of defilements increase because now the baby has a mind and he has some kind of possessiveness because he has that the power of the taints in his uh, zygote level power, the synchronized power when baby comes into the world, it's hidden underneath. And when the baby's mind is growing, the defilements increases because baby starting to see things and hear things, and his baby's wanting is increasing now. Now the baby wants so many things. When he see a butterfly flying over there, baby wants to catch it. When the baby sees the stars and the moon, baby wants to go to the moon and catch the stars. That is how the baby's mind is activated. And baby sees some other babies have different toys and baby wants those things. Like that, this baby's need is increasing. That means the craving started in the baby. And then when the baby is growing, his nature of defilements increase, creating something outside and attaching to it, creating something outside and attaching to it, because baby sees something, he thinks it is outside and he wants it. Then the lust, hatred and ignorance, defilements creating. Now what? When becoming a big person, there are so many lusty thoughts, hatred thoughts and ignorance thoughts. Not only that, craving is there, more thoughts are there, and mind power is also there. Due to the thoughts, there is a pressure all the time, and therefore the different uh, things are creating inside the mind, like craving, hatred, like that. So now when the human become big, he has a lot of defilement because of the running mind. Now the man has the big fellow has a running mind, running towards the rat race to fulfill the six senses system, and the person do not know that there is a unsatisfactory nature in it. Therefore, now as big people, we are trying to reduce them and become an arahant. That means trying to have the radiant mind again by erasing the unwanted negative thought patterns, the wrong views, self-view and things like that created unknowingly. So, we must see this path, this mode of explanation of Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. And the seeker who is following the mode of explanation of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is the one redeeming from the suffering. To the person who is not attaching or clashing with the thoughts, this path is opening up. This path is opening up. When a thought arising and fading, then again a thought is arising and fading. So in the mind, all the time thoughts are arising and fading. Each and every moment there is a thought. That means a mental image. The mind means a flow of mental images. And when we look at the mind carefully, according to the four foundations of mindfulness, according to the mindfulness of mind, we can, if we carefully check, we can see, that means we are seeing our mind, we are hearing our mind, and we are feeling our mind. When a thought arising and fading, then again a thought is arising and fading. Between these two thoughts there is a gap. This gap is telling the path to this Nibbana. Yes. To see, you can see so many thoughts are appearing and disappearing, but if you see carefully, you can see there is a gap between two thoughts. There is a small gap, according to Aryan Mahanse's explanation in Nissarana 7. There is a small gap between these two thoughts. This gap is telling the path to this Nibbana. Yes, that gap is very special because it says us the path to Nibbana. There are no thoughts in that gap. Actually speaking, the thought level is very low. We cannot see a thought in between two thoughts because the thought level is very low. It shows the truth of the mind. Yes, that means awakening to the mind. Buddothpado Aryan is always telling us to awaken to the mind. That means to overcome the thoughts. When the thoughts are reducing, we can see the mind clearly. Here, the same thing. That means the mind is covered with thoughts. When the thoughts are less, we can see the mind. And in between these two thoughts, there is a gap. This gap is telling the path to the Nibbana. That means we have to reduce the thoughts to see this gap. There are no thoughts in that gap. It shows the truth of the mind. That means the true mind, there is no thoughts. Thoughts are just the creations of ourselves. Awakening to the moment, awakening to the mind is here. Path to Nibbana is through this gap. Yes. Awakening to the moment, awakening to the mind is actually happening in this gap. path to Nibbana is through this gap. When redeeming from form, redeeming from mind, a form without a mind, a mind without a form. Yes, when redeeming from the mind, when redeeming from form, that means we are redeeming from mind. Because if we see something, if a word is not coming out from the mind, that means we are redeeming from the form and the mind both. Because nobody is giving names. A form without a mind without a form. This seeker cannot meet the non-thought point of the mind. That means blank mind. Yes. That seeker who is not attaching to the form, not attaching to the world, not running behind the sensual pleasure, is redeeming from the sensual world. Yes, that means we are very correctly we know that we see things as reflections and forms according to our previous descriptions in this forum, and we know that only then that means we know that we are only seeing the shadows and we are seeing the reflections. Then we know there's nothing for us to think about the form, because even it is a very nice picture or a very nice environment we see, trees and sky and things like that, that is also a shadow, a reflection of the mind. Then that is also the same as we look at a mirror. When we looking at the mirror, we know everything we know inside the mirror, but we know there is nothing in that mirror. It's only a shadow. The same thing is here. When we see something, or when we hear something, or when we feel something, that means we are seeing shadows, hearing vibrations, and touching also vibrations. So what is the use of the catching these things? What is the use of craving for these things? Useless, because there is no other way for us to experience the outside. And there's no point of catching or clinging into forms what we see or what we hear or feel. Then at that point we are redeeming from form, redeeming from the mind. And a form without a mind without a form is there. That means when we see something, thoughts are not creating, because based on that form, names are not appearing. That is that simple, that is. So if we see something without a name, the affected awareness is low. Affecting type is very low, and we just wait without thinking anything about that form. So it's very easy for us to live like that, because thoughts are very low and there is a big relief in the mind also. So When redeeming from form, redeeming from mind. A form without a mind without a form. This seeker can meet the non-thought point of the mind. That means a mind without a form. This seeker can melt the non-thought point of the mind. That is blank mind. That seeker who is not attaching to this, attaching to the form, not attaching to the world. Yes, if we are not attaching to the forms which we see, hear and feel, we are not attaching to the world because we know there's nothing, no world is there outside. We know that very clearly. Therefore, the world is not true to us. And this seeker can meet the non-thought point of the mind, that is blank mind. Yes, if we try to practice like this, he is completely redeeming from the form, and then this seeker can meet the non-thought point of the mind, that is blank mind. That seeker who is not attaching in the form, the seeker who is not attaching to the form, not attaching to the world also. So now we know the reflections we see are not true. Then what is the use of running behind the world? Now we know no point of running behind. Not running behind the sensual pleasure in redeeming from sensual world. So that is how this process is working. This seeker who has redeemed from the form is entering into the stream of Nibbana. He has no vichikicha, doubt, no uncertainty. Yes, the seeker who has redeemed from the mind and redeemed from the world is now entering into the stream of Nibbana. That is called stream enterer. That is Sotapatti. Because he will not be able to grasp the world hereafter. He is completely redeemed from the form and the world. Now he has no vichikicha, no uncertainty, because stream enterer knows, stream enterer is experiencing the Nibbana at one point, fully experiencing, and then he knows for sure he will not be fallen into the samsaric journey again. That is the first step of this path to Nibbana. That means the spiritual path, Sotapatti. So, the seeker who has redeemed from the form is entering into the stream of Nibbana. He has no any kind of doubt or uncertainty about Nibbana. This is called in Dhamma, Lord Buddha said, Buddhe Kankati, Dhamme kankati, pubbe kankati, aparante kankati, pubbanta aparante kankati. Aryan Mahansa is explaining all this as all his doubts are cleared. Doubts about the Buddha, doubts about the Dhamma, doubts about the past, doubts about the future, and both doubts about the both and past and the future. That means he once, that means this stream enterer, this seeker has once completely experienced the Buddha nature of his own mind. And thereafter, he has no doubts about Buddha. Because Buddha means there is nobody. So he's experienced the non-self nature of the mind. And then the doubts of, he has no doubts about Dhamma. That means, Dhamma means there is nothing. And the seeker has no doubts about the past or the future, or else the path and future, both things. Creating something is pride. Creating something is pride. If there is something, there is somebody. Yes, because according to our true Buddhist philosophy of Lord Buddha and the greatest revelation of Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, if there is something only, the self is creating. So, when he enters into the stream means the seeker knows for sure he has experienced the Buddha nature once. That means there is nobody in the Buddha nature. And the doubts about the Dhamma is also vanishing, because Dhamma means there is nothing. Actually speaking, there is nothing in this world, and there is no self in this world. And his doubts about the past, future, and both are cleared. No doubts. Creating something is pride. If there is something, there is somebody. Who saw? I saw. If somebody creates here, quotes into the attachment through identifying things as belonging to self. Yes, because in human beings, you all may have experienced, most of them are very proud, because catching something is pride. They think, I have so many wealth, so many lands and property, I have so much money, and things like that he is thinking. And now I am a powerful person. I have this kind of a social background. I have so many friends, so many relatives. Like that, he is creating a thinking world. Creating a thinking world. And therefore, the pride is there. Creating something in pride. If there is something, there is somebody, because he has wealth and power and everything. So now there is a self-creating owner of wealth and the powerful person. That kind of self is creating in the system. There is somebody who saw, I saw. if somebody creates here, yes, somebody creates here this type of thinking, that means he is caught into attachment through identifying things as belonging to oneself. He thinks most of the things he is a owner for most of the things. Netang mama neto hamasmi namesu atta. Aryan Vans is explaining. There is no me, no mind or no soul. In the nature of pride, there is a self-seeing everything. If so, that self cannot redeem from samsara. He caught into thought chains. Yes, that means in the nature of the pride, there is a self seeing everything. And if so, that self cannot redeem from samsara. The self cannot redeem from samsara. He caught into thought chains. He caught into thought chains. Redeeming from these thought chains will be awakened to the mind. Redeeming from these thought chains will be awakened to the mind. Will be seeing the path to Nibbana. He is not attaching to the form or name, and he will become into a heavenly nature in his mind. The person who is in this mindset will be in heaven after death. That means Buddothpado Aryan Vans is showing us, while living in this human realm, we can experience the heavenly nature. How is that? That is redeeming from these thought chains, will be awakened to the moment, will be seeing the path to Nibbana. He is not attaching to the form or the mind, and he will become a heavenly nature in the mind. The heavenly nature is in his mind. The person who is in the mind, that means he is not attaching to the form or the name, and he will become a heavenly nature. Yes, because his thought levels are reducing, because the seeker is not attaching to the names or the forms, and he will become into a heavenly nature in his mind. That means very less thoughts. So the person who is in this mindset will be in heaven after death if he is unable to reach to Nibbana. The people in the mundane world, they normally think like that. They think by doing so many things, that means spending money and building things, that means religious places and giving alms giving and doing rituals, they will be achieving to heaven. It's only a joke. Nobody can spend money and go to heaven. If a person is having a pure mind, then only he will be able to go to the heaven. While living in this realm, he can reach the heavenly nature of the mind. If he is living like that with a pure mind, he will be able to go to heaven after death. If he is unable to reach the Nibbana, that is what Aryan Mahansa is explaining according to Lord Buddha's true Dhamma. Yes, that is the complete truth about it. But mundane people, world people, in each and every religion, this process is there. But they do not know. With the impure mind, they are unable to reach the heaven, because this is the only the realm we can clear our mind. There are methods to clear our mind according to Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa's true teachings. We have to follow that path to pure our minds, because we cannot just do it. We have to follow the path. Then only we will be able to clear our mind, and with the pure mind only we are able to reach the heavenly level while living in this life, while living here. If we live like that, if we are unable to reach the ultimate truth of Nibbana before death, then the the seeker will go to the heaven after death. For today, I am going to conclude this session. Therwan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Therwan Saranai Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gen with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan House at his feet. There was Aryan House. May all our Dhamma friends be blessed by Triple Gen. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gen. As usual, we are starting our discussion session, which is from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. This is a part of the Buddothpado PeoTV English series, and these 2 hours are dedicated for discussion and clarifying the queries that uh, anyone may have after listening to Buddothpado sermons. So Champa has joined. Teruvan Saranai Champa.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ඩොක්ටර්.
Yes. So as usual, we will start our discussion until the other Dhamma friends join.
Yes.
As on the other days, I would like to ask you whether there is anything that we can start with, because you are always providing us with the topic to start.
Doctor, last night also I listened that sermon. Today morning I listened it. Very good
Yeah.
last night one. But
Yes.
there's nothing to write, just
Hmm.
to understand. Because in that sermon, Aryan Wahanse and Miss Swarnamali both are insisting us to redeem from the outside world. That means redeem from the self view.
Hmm.
That's what the main point is, no, doctor?
Yeah. Actually,
And
because please
yes, doctor.
continue. Hmm.
Go on, go
No,
on.
no.
Yes,
No, as it is, I mean, it is the very first and most difficult thing, isn't it?
yes,
Because
doctor.
not only in this life, throughout
Yes,
all these life journeys, life cycles, we have taken the outside world as true. So,
yes,
which includes myself as well,
yes,
myself being a part of that world. So, uh, that is something which is very solid for us, because the practice that has been going on for a very, very long time. So, now reversing that is also not easy,
yes,
needs a determination, courage, willingness, all that.
yes,
But it is possible, isn't it? It can be
yes.
done.
It's yes can be
Mm.
done, but
Mm.
actually we can't do it purposely. Can't do anything, no, doctor.
It's actually what happens is now we didn't have a real world when we were small children, but we had the potential to develop it, isn't it?
Yes,
So because the Sasava nature was there, the necessary ingredients were there, but
yes,
still the ultimate product has not come. But from then onwards, because of the repeated data that has been fed, only then the world has become true now, isn't it?
yes,
So what Aryanohasi says is that in the similar way, repeatedly giving the opposite data
yes,
to make sure that there is no one here, there is no self here. The things
yes,
are happening as a part of the system. So that data has to be fed again and again and again. So whenever there is a strong thought, like whenever uh, an incident happens, for example,
yes,
if you feel that the incident became a thing, if you
yes,
felt that there is a strong current in that,
yes,
each and every situation we have to give that reverse data to say that only the system is there. There's no sense. There's no self here.
Yes.
So that is the
Actually,
only way to reverse.
yes, actually, doctor, we now know no very very in deeply we know there is nothing
Mm.
cold outside and there's nothing outside. But
Yeah,
that only
actually, it
thing,
is the first step, no? I
yes,
mean, getting rid of the thought. Yeah.
yes. But we can't fully realize it. Something like that. No, then now, my in my case, it's like this because we
Mm.
can't do it forcefully, but while listening to Dhamma, we can very clearly understand. And when we do that for contemplations, but the burning, day-to-day burning is less. But
Mm.
we can, as you said, Doctor, as you said, looking at different mm, this senses separately, the practice is going smoothly, not in a hard
Mm.
way,
Mm.
but we can't forcefully do anything for that.
Yeah,
That is the
certainly.
situation.
Yeah, certainly you can't do anything forcefully. But
Yes.
at the same time, now very first step is getting rid of this thought. I mean, in a thought that we clearly know that there is no self here.
Yes.
That is the darshana level actually.
Yes. Now we know.
When
No. Yes. That
mm,
the thought is creating with the name and the form. Then how
yeah,
those are coming as perceptions. So
yeah.
we
Actually,
know. Yes.
self perception will be there no continuously until
Yes.
the arhat state. The self
Yes.
perception is there. It
Yes.
is a thought that we first get rid of.
Yes.
Now, by thought, we know that there is no one here.
Yes.
So that is the first level. That is what Aryan Mahasi says that it is the Sotapanna state means as a thought, you know that there is no self here. But
Yes.
that
Yes.
feel level
Yes.
where you feel that the self is still here, that is something which will go on for until the end.
Ah. Right. Right. Right.
So
Yes.
it is
Yes.
the by now we know that there are no nothing. I mean, there are no thoughts to say that there is a self here.
Yes. Yes. Definitely.
Yeah, the perception will continue.
Ah. Yes.
Perception takes a much longer time and much
Right.
longer sort of experience.
Right. Right.
Sudharma also has joined. Sudharma Teruvan Saranai, you can join us.
Teruhan Saranai,
Teruvan Saranai Sudharma.
friends. Teruhan Saranai.
We heard your question last night. We heard you
No
talking to Arun.
question, no
No
question.
question.
Aryan
Yes.
Hanse made me talk.
Yes.
So I mean, made lot of insights there.
Ah.
Mm,
So first thing that came is Doctor and yeah, Champa. Now this eradication of self view is not an easy task.
mm,
When you were talking about it also,
Yes. Yes.
now I have like listened to sermons for more than 4 years actually at a stretch. So
mm.
still Varanasi very emphatically said that I have to do lot of research, uh, kind of investigation into this, to see where the self is, how this self view is arising. So the knowledge, actually, the fact that knowledge is a very, very small factor in this. Knowledge of Dhamma is important, but it is a very basic, I mean, thing. But and the other thing that came to me is, Doctor, now Darshana Jnana does not necessarily means the knowledge of Dhamma, just the knowledge of philosophy. It
Yeah.
is that that wisdom, it that naturally that wisdom, that discernment should grow within that to
make make the person feel that there is no self. So however much we have been talking about non-self thing, that the fact that it is a system, there is no person in the body. Actually, in and out, we know it, I mean, knowledge-wise. But still, from the way that thoughts flow, and most, I mean, uh, saddest thing is the moment Aranhase, I didn't expect Aranhase to call me to talk. When he mentioned my name, I got a shock. It's like somebody, the professor is asking me to do a presentation all of a sudden. So I was so reluctant. And with that burning only I talked, I was just stammering, go blank. My lips got dried. Then Aryan Wahanse fell. And Dr. When Aryan Wahanse said that this stage fear kind of thing, Sabakole all comes from yourself. Be I really got it, and I really feel it in the sense the level of taints, because it is different from system to system. No, so we don't know what amount of actually what uh, level of power telepathized into this system called Sudharma. So it is something really, really unique. So even in the previous discussions, I told Dr. Kokila when my younger sister was here, doctor, we all of us feel from birth she has less egoism. Somehow, even not Sasanka, Sasanka actually has the highest, of course. Then me, it should be me, the younger sister. She is very different, very different. So what I feel is, doctor, this is not something that without the help of the spiritual teacher we cannot figure it out, however much we listen to them, however much we talk about them. So it is different for you. That is the other thing now. Even though Champa has listened to Dhamma for 6 months,
No, 2 years. 2 years,
no,
Sudha.
no, no. You even just imagine somebody listen to Dhamma for 6 months, or even in the first sermon, that person might get rid of the self view. So we
Yes.
can't, we are so helpless in that sense also. And I actually, when Aryan Mahanse said that Sabakolaya word, doctor, which is actually the nervousness, I really felt the role of the spiritual teacher. Now, so far also we knew Aranhase sees us and he becomes us whenever we opens our mouth and all. But yesterday, I really felt that Aranhase is kind of feeling my complete system. And so far in any platform, I didn't talk about my nervousness. And it is I mean, hidden area. So, doctor, honestly speaking, now if you ask me to write, I would write, I mean, a thesis on some subject in beautiful English without a single mistake, using perfect vocabulary, everything. But I have a problem when it comes to speech. I see a conflict between my thought flow and the verbal output. I cannot. There is a gap. I cannot speak what comes to my mind at that point. Actually, there is some problem like that. And the other thing, doctor, I am really confident And if someone records my presentation uh, done to a junior group of teachers or a group of, let's say, advanced level students, whoever, let's say, subordinates. So I would be doing it perfectly. Superb job. But if I see a person, I mean, I don't say the school setup, university setup, a professor or my thesis supervisor or somebody in the audience, I begin to stammer. And all my words, I mean, I begin to stammer, my flow goes away. I mean, that is again the self, isn't it, doctor? That
No, I
this,
think,
it, yeah.
you can, yeah. I think it is applicable to many people, including myself. Now, that may be part of the habits also. I don't know whether you can tell it 100% as a self. Now the fact that sometimes we are reluctant to talk in the Zoom because we feel that our mistakes or our deficiencies will come to light, that is a different thing.
Hmm.
That is because we feel that, oh, will our advance has called us, so will
Yeah.
something drastically go wrong, particularly because we are doing these programs and all. we
Mm.
we are kind of hiding that
Yes.
that concept is something different. That's what I feel. But when it comes to the language thing, English is
Mhm.
not our first language. Now
Yeah.
similarly for me also,
Mm.
if I can do a speech in Sinhala, I am very much comfortable.
Mm.
And when it is writing also, I can write it also very well in Sinhalese. On the
Mm.
other hand, when it comes to English, as you said, if I have to write something, there is a very good flow.
Mm.
And
Yes.
similarly, when I talk, as you very clearly said, if it is not a kind of a competitive type of audience like
Yeah.
subordinates or
Yeah.
trainees, so then there is a very good flow. But
Yeah.
when there are sort of senior categories where,
Yeah.
sometimes they are talking, also making comments, sometimes in a bit of
Mm.
critical way,
Mm.
that sort of audience, the flow may not come as usual. That
Okay.
is, I think, partly because of that because we were not born and bred with the English environment. We
Mm.
studied it as a subject and then we made it the second language. So because of that fact, I don't know, I don't feel that it is simply because of the self.
Mm. Mm.
It is a part of that upbringing and the way that we practiced, and it is a part of the habit. That is what I feel.
Yeah.
because
Habit.
because because the English people,
Yes.
they will just say something. What
Mm.
our concept is that something will go wrong.
Mm.
Now
Mm.
English
Yeah.
people, even if they do a mistake, they don't care, they don't mind.
No.
But
No.
we feel that we shouldn't make a mistake, being that,
No.
I mean, that being the second language also, still we feel that we should make a mistake.
Yes. That within us, it's there. I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
that it's because
mm,
want to maintain a good image. I mean, somebody.
that's fine.
That's right, yeah. But I don't know how it changes when there are students, when there are, I mean, junior group of teachers, let's say, in the audience, perfect presenter,
Yeah, yeah,
not
yeah.
a
That is
single
the
mistake.
perception, no? That
Yeah.
is, you have the perception that the what
Mm.
sort of crowd is here. Now,
That's.
now imagine if you go to an audience where you don't know who are there.
Mm.
You might
Mm.
perform perfectly well.
Exactly, doctor.
But
True.
but if
Yeah.
you go to an audience knowing who and who are there, and particularly if there are people who are sort of making some comments, like there are some people now
Yeah.
who are
Yeah.
making odd
Would
comments. But
criticize what you are ready to
yeah,
criticize,
yeah,
then
yeah, yeah.
that would the
Particularly if that sort
perceptions.
of people are there in the audience, you are going with that perceived, that perception, no?
Mm.
Kind of that with that, then the flow also will be affected, I think. Surangika also has joined.
Yeah.
Maybe you can add something to what we are saying.
Yeah.
There was Sarana.
Good answer, Ms. Randika. Yeah. we are talking about Aryan Hanse's advice for me, Surangika, yesterday. If you had.
Therwan Saranai Surangika.
Taiwan Sanai. That
Yeah.
was in the Andolnatmaka, wasn't it?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't remember everything. That was a long 3 hour thing, isn't it? Lots of
Mhm.
things to take from it. But you asked a question right at the end also, isn't it? And
And
I remember him saying about the Addi Paddi thing is also part of Mamaya business.
yeah. He because I can't hide anything when he sees me. He has told me several days this Gatipurudu. It doesn't matter. You can't now shed everything at once. He in that case he talks about the way I choose my clothes, and I don't know. He says "Semberenava," relax, kind of. I don't know how I behave basically because on
Mm.
can't do, so helpless in that sense. But still, he says, I really took it, Surangika, when he said that I have to do a lot of research. He said Vimansa research, like he said PhD, like doing a PhD, you have to take it
Yes, I remember him
serious.
saying that.
Yeah,
Mm.
to see where the self is. And so actually, I feel that I have telepathized into this system. It's not me again. This telepathization has happened with s- that much power, like Himalayan mountain, that vibration. So it demands so much effort.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
I mean, even in the Maharagama talks, Dhamma, remember Aryan Mansa said to Maheshi also, there are certain graces, airs and graces. I don't know whether that's a correct term, but
Mm.
certain, like an autopay type of thing.
Mhm.
But he also very correctly, I mean, even for you, he said the same thing, that those are like Gatipurudu, like almost now habitual, almost an intricate part of the way this system of yours behaves. The personality has kind of got entrenched with that type of way of talking, way of behaving. And essentially, what he was trying to say is don't worry about that. And that is not where the ego or the self thing is. Isn't it? And because if you can separate it, that and let that be and look for where the perception is or the self view is, that is where the attacking has to happen. Because whatever said and done, as always he says, these sensors, I mean, the behavior is coming from some way at some point. It has come through these sensors now. And if it has come through these sensors, that means where there wasn't that behavior, the way of acting and talking also,
Mm.
whilst you can't, that part of it can't be separated if you tackle the sense of whether there is a self here or not. I think that is the way to kind of address it, which is
Yeah.
what he was saying to Maheshi also. That and the only way to address that is to keep on reflecting about that the fact that the sensors are the only thing that is functioning here, and that there
Yeah.
is no self.
Yeah,
To
Surangika, he said about that ගතිපුරුදු සිද්ධ වෙන්න අරින්න ගතිපුරුදු කරන්න එපා. Something like that. Did
Yeah,
he
he
say?
said something because I
Yeah.
sometimes we can say this is the way I behave type of thing.
Mm, mm,
It's not only that now. For example, just like for you, I can say that even if I go on a course of one of those etiquette kind of courses, I'll never act ladylike because I have never been a ladylike person.
Mm. Mm.
Like, climbing trees and very
Mm.
rough, and I'll speak directly. And I mean, the only reason I'll probably speak softly here is because society demands it.
Mm.
So it's like that. So if you try now, if I say that, I think I have said it even in these past Zoom sessions, saying I am like a person like that. But if I attribute myself to the Gatipurudu,
Mm.
I just said that as an example. But if you do that, then you are also firmly entrenching that view that the self is there, isn't it? You're kind of reinforcing the self.
Mm. True.
So that is probably what Dr. Sakuntala was trying to say. He said, "Karande yandepa." So don't think about it. By addressing the correct thing that has to be addressed, like he says about the, the vibration. We are not trying to end the normal vibration. We are trying to end the self vibration.
Mm.
So everything else can be coming from not just this life, but it can be coming from part of that can be even in the tense.
Pains, it is obvious, Rangika. Now today I was bit vigilant, so I was writing character certificates in a place, calm and quiet place. I can go on writing even for 2-3 hours, but I am unable to do that. After writing 3 certificates, I get up and walk around, then come back and start writing. So I was just asking myself, why is this? So that is again the power of pains, I think. Can't stay at the place, no. Like then at home also, at least, uh, I mean, I'll be, let's say, getting ready for some presentation. I won't stay at the place for more than uh, 20 minutes. I would go to the kitchen and at least have a banana or something, or drink a glass of water and come back. So that from that those stuff I had to research on each and every uh, type of behavior that I come across, because what Aaron has says is our mind, the power of the mind is reflected through our actions also, no? That are open here. The However, what happens is some thought arises to stand up and go out, or because of some power.
Yeah, there's
it,
an urge,
that,
isn't it?
that's right. That urge is the are open here, isn't it?
Yeah, there
That
is no
comes in.
staying power.
Hmm. Hmm.
Staying power even too, and that is the problem in the sense of now, if you have to do yoniso manasikara, deep reflection,
Hmm.
that also now he says no vidagena yanda. So how can we, if we need to do penetrative insight into keep on, seeing through that thought, the truth in the thought, for that there needs to be staying power.
Hmm.
To be at that, right? It's like almost
Yes.
like concentrating on something, but this is
Hmm.
far more profound than this conventional world concentrating on something. So to do that, to keep on penetrating, I mean, you have to go beyond the senses, the functioning, the light, the sound, and everything, no? And then even to
Hmm.
think about the taints, you can imagine how much stay.
Hmm.
All this is in one thought, no?
Hmm.
So if we are going to be flitting between this, that, and the others, where is the staying power to be able to see through the thought?
Hmm.
That is why I think he was saying that that tendency, even recognizing that is something that has to be, I suppose, cultivated, and one cannot cultivate that if one is in the mind, because
Yeah.
that vitakka thing, the mind doesn't allow the feel to come through, or that space.
Hmm.
The mind goes quiet, not by forcing it. When one actually understands the mind sensor, as with the other sensors, understand the mind sensor now, and stop identifying with the mind sensor, then the thoughts, although the thoughts are there, the thoughts are like absolutely like just skimming the surface and kind of disappearing somewhere. We're almost to the point
Hmm.
of Not even, you don't even notice that there are even thoughts. They're like whispers. So, and then even that is also not there, and there are longer periods of time where the mind is quiet. When the mind is quiet, the feel has the space to emerge or to be, that awareness is there. I think Dr. Kokila has joined. Maybe she can explain better, because to get at the taint, where one can actually see what is the type of those qualities or those things that one has to get at, which Swarnamali was saying. Even the pressure that she was talking about, I mean, that can be really quite difficult for us if we are still at the beginning stages. But even to get an idea of it, the mind has to get quiet. And for the mind to get quiet, one has that mind sensor, understanding the mind sensor is the only way to get the thoughts to stop, kind of, or being in the mind part to kind of come under control. You're not controlling it as such. The understanding makes the mind less and less dominant. I'll let Dr. Kokila explain better.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. තෙරුවන්
Sudharma,
සරණයි
just I
everyone.
want to ask you, how was your experience now? You said that it's difficult to stay concentrated for one thing. Now, how did you feel when you were traveling back to Sri Lanka? That was a long stay in one place. Was that experience
that
also
no,
difficult?
that was not difficult. At that point I was contemplating. I mean, whenever I fell asleep, and when I was awake also, there also I felt that if we think that we are flying, only we feel that we are flying, otherwise we don't feel the movement of the plane also. When the clouds float, in relation to the in comparison with the clouds only, we feel that the plane is moving. So that kind of thing. And at the landing, how things are, I mean, things cannot be down there, how things cannot be identified separately, as when we get closer to the ground, how they I mean, get the shapes and all that kind of thing. I really, the other thing is, I love flying. It's not never a boring thing for me. So
Then
it
it's
was, yeah, I never get tired of flying. Yeah, that's one thing. But in day-to-day stuff, this it's only me who knows that I cannot stay. I look calm. I look all right for everyone, but I know I can't stay at a place. I just, at least, it's not because of the physical difficulty or something that my posture gives me pain or something. I really want to stand up and not, I am not finding what others are doing, or I'm not inquisitive to join gossip, nothing like that. But only thing, I need to change my posture and just walk around and come back. That's it. So, yeah, that is the, I don't know, the, so I feel that is the power of taints also, doctor, because I don't know, Dr. Kokila can, yeah, explain it better. She has the experience.
What
So,
was the talk about?
talk about Aryan Mahanse's advice for me yesterday in the Andolanatmaka Deshana, doctor.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Mm.
Yeah. It's all about this. Actually, we have talked about this before. The mind has to be zero power for you to actually feel, in the sense, form level has to be, at least form level also can't be there for you to feel the power. And none, actually, the zero sasa is anyway, that is beyond the sasava level. So, sorry. So it is a must that the zero power of the mind has to be there at least momentarily. That's where the fraction of a mind story comes, and at least momentarily feel how for that to happen. And basically, because in marga you are always in the mind, but the marga to mind has to be zero power for you to come to the feel. And that's the thing, and that's what the challenge is anyway in any one of us, I would say. So there's a lot of ways that Aranahanse has introduced for you to understand this.
Yes.
One is the walking meditation. I don't think people take this seriously anyway, because thinking is we are very used to think, and if you don't know about a time without the mind, which even not Dr. Sakuntala, Swarnamali also tells sometimes she talks also different ways about this moment without mind, like that. It is the same thing they are talking about. It's same thing. Why it is not happening is because of the power of the mind.
Power of the mind, yeah.
You can't really do anything about it. You can't really get get anything to happen. You just have to contemplate more about why the power of the mind is there. I think I have told this to Champa also before. Whenever you try to do something, the power of that thought is manifesting. So that really is not the way in this path. So actually, this is let go and that kind of path, which is very tricky because we are not used to do that. We used to grab and know. We don't know about letting go.
I think although I have listened to Dhamma for 4 years, I mean last 2 weeks, from last 2 weeks or so only, I see the taints and the power in me, at least at some level. So far, I didn't see this because everything was covered with knowledge and knowledge of Dhamma. Uh, Talking about it, and knowledge can't do anything in this path, isn't it, Doctor?
You don't have to worry about that, though.
Yeah.
Nothing happens by force. Everything happens with some order. So it is happening now. It's happening now. It's okay.
And the other thing is, now Sarnamali was talking about a very deep level. And I knew I am nowhere near that. When Arhanwanse asked me, I was flabbergasted and I was talking with that burning. Now I don't know what to say because I am not at that level. I can only say some defilements in me. So the Arhanwanse exactly felt that burning in me from the way that I
It
talk.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Nothing matters, actually. Nothing matters.
But some deep sadness came, Doctor, not because...
I know. You admitted that already in there, no? Like in...
Yeah.
You just admitted that few minutes after?
Yes. Very sad because Aryan Mahansi was talking so kindly and trying to help if he didn't shout even. So I don't know how to say that in English. My inner burning, something got stuck in my heart, like I don't know. how to say that Surangika can help me with that. So I said something, Papua hira vela wage dukak danenawa kind of thing.
Yeah, I know. You said that then and there. It's good.
Mm.
I mean, it just that is. It's okay. Just being open about it, everything is really helping all of us. So, but the thing is, this sensor level and understanding what this vibration is, and that understanding that the non-vibration, this is actually a process. Even though we talk about a lot of things, it's a kind of a journey. Yeah, and it's nothing to feel sad about it. I think Surangika will definitely. I mean, Surangika, I think Surangika felt the same, didn't you, Surangika? Some time back when Narayan Hanse said something, I think I remember. Surangika was like, wow, kind of thing, it's normal. It's okay.
Yeah,
But
I mean, those days, it would have been, the burning would have come up immediately when he was even talking. But at that time, the burning didn't come. Surprisingly, everything was very calm. uh, but later on, you get the, yeah, I think like as Sudama says, you get the that kind of depressed feeling, as if when is this. When are you ever going to get it right? Because there was one thing that Maran Mahansa said about Borukaryo. And so for that, the thoughts that went through the mind was that nobody sets out to be a liar. And everybody's in ignorance, isn't it? Everybody is groping in the darkness of ignorance. And so everyone starts with the best of intentions, wanting to, for whatever reason, there needs to be effort, no? And as Alan himself said, "Mukarahatun nettang matrahat wenawani," type of thing he said, no? So apart from the arahathood intentions, the way to see the end to suffering kind of thing is prevalent in like most mothers, right, in Sri Lanka. And for those who have, again, as Aran Mahansa says, for those who have encountered and experienced sadness, the way out of sadness is closer, or is something that they can actually feel as something that is either attainable or whatever the term that one wants to put. So when that the thing about the being Borukaryo business, I mean, although it was not directly mentioned, he directly directly addressed at that point. You get that feeling of sadness about the fact that nobody intends to do that, the fact that if somebody is in the mind, just like all these mothers, which is why I always say that, we have the greatest of respect for all mothers on this Zoom who attempt so much, isn't it? To get at the correct path, to get at the correct understanding. And even if they go wrong, and even if they go off at a tangent, you can't blame anybody, because everybody is in ignorance. Everybody is trying. And I think recently also there was a person, well, there are so many people like that who keep on sometimes calling 1, 2, 3 days consecutively on one point alone, and goes on and on until our advance says, "What is this you're calling every day?" type of thing. Give it some time so that, the system even gets it. But ultimately, can you even say anything to them? It's so that even the compassion for that comes from the fact that this ignorance is something that is all pervading. So anyway, finally, so once one gets over that, and I think I spoke to Dr. Pokita also about it in the English Zoom, then one realizes that there is still
It's
lots of
Nekkammasita,
work
I
to be
think.
done, isn't it?
Nekkammasita, I think. You know, there is Gehasita and then Nekkammasita and Nekkammasita
There is
Somanassa.
that Domanassa and Somanassa and all those things,
Somanassa
no?
and Domanassa, yeah. Yeah, because
Mm.
once you come to this path and you thinking that you are in the path and then suddenly you realize, oh my goodness, kind of thing. And then that's kind of Nekkamma Domanassa. And it's okay. And
No, but
it
actually,
itself
so
reduces the mind power, I think.
yeah, and the
I
thing
think,
is,
yeah.
if one actually needs the time, Sudama, if you think you are doing too much in terms of activity or whatever it is, just like Aran Maharaj said to Asanti, and the fact that he gives each person a bit of space from activities, sometimes we have this thing where we almost put it on ourselves, saying we have to do that, we have to join that Zoom, we have to do this, we have to do that type of thing. And that is also another thought. Now,
I
and
don't think
you don't
Sudarma is
realize
pressured like
sometimes
that.
that you are creating a pressure onto yourself, which is something then the Dhamma itself gets further apart.
Yeah, Suranka, now I am not doing that much.
I
Even
think
10
Nietzsche
to,
doesn't,
yeah,
yeah.
10, 11 talk is not done. And Andolanatmak also I joined after a long time. And good that Aryan Hansi called me before I disappeared. Otherwise, I would have, had I known that he's going to question me, I could have silently logged out. That I mean, because I knew that Zarnamali's explanation was not at all relevant to me. Because he was asking about that, no, whether you are feeling that whoever is experiencing that, please talk like so. Actually, without such experiences, we cannot line that such platforms, and there is no point in lying also.
Oh yeah, even
Yeah,
I might get
yes.
the same kind of response if I was if my name called out. So don't worry. All these things are not the
Yeah.
worrying aspect. The aspect that you have to take is because I have been um, like trying to get this up all the time, seeing that there is no self here is an experience, out of mind experience. So it it that means actually the not the margasita, the palasita. So for it to happen, you can't really keep doing anything, but only
Mm.
thing you can do is to
Yeah.
understand them, why
Yeah.
the power is there in our mind.
Mm. Yeah, he said it's Palasita and we all get stuck in Margasita. He said to me and several people there. And yeah, doctor, last night actually I felt something now, although we go to bed, we can't sleep. Sleeping is also something that happens with the system. Now, sometimes we fall asleep whenever at a time that we really don't want to sleep. But when we want to sleep, everything is okay. I mean, we are ready to sleep, but still we don't fall into sleep. So that way also that it is just a system only thing occurred to me. So yeah, thank you so much for all your guidance and explanation. So it is up to the system to acquire things and
It's up
transform.
to the
Yeah.
system as well
Yeah.
as try to relax a bit more.
Mm.
No, no, and more, yeah, the relaxing is also uh, should be done. But the other thing, Sudama, is what he said and what he said to me also. I think it'll work. It has to work for everybody. No, it's the same thing to see the senses. And
Mm.
he said, no, මම නැතුව මේ ආයතන දකින්න.
Yes.
So
Yes.
in order to do that, you have to be silent and watch, because when you say be silent means the mind is also working, no? Now for the
Yes.
mind is also working, the thoughts are going on, the thoughts won't stop. But remember how he recently told Indrani about being the observer.
Mm.
So try to do that. So the seeing, when you go on your walks or whatever it is, or even in school, or even when you're correcting papers, see that the papers are being seen. You're not seeing, the papers are being seen.
Mm.
The hearing is happening, but you are not hearing. You are not controlling the hearing. The hearing is happening anyway. There is no
Mm.
you in the hearing. Like that, do reflection on those basic things. And then do the normal sense, the other five senses first. Get used to doing that. And then slowly, slowly come to the mind sensor. Because straight away to do the mind sense of this is from my experience and I'm still doing it. So Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakuntala can give further better explanations. But do the five senses because those are easy, We can do the taste sensor when we are eating. We can
Mm.
do the nose and all the other things when we are walking about and this, that, and the other. Do that for some time and then slowly come into the mind sensor. And then when the thoughts are becoming dominant also, just start, you almost can see the separation. When R.N. Vasa says, act as the observer, you are not part of the film. The thought
Mm.
is not you. The thought is also part of the film. The mind sensor is the sixth sensor. We have to always remember that. That thought process involuntarily occurs. The rising and the ceasing occurs.
Mm.
So if that is occurring, then and that cannot be stopped, then is that you? It's not you, right? So
Mm.
that is where the observer status comes in. So there is a separation, almost like a shadowy kind of separation from the thought process. Because all this time, what do? We think every thought is something we think, right? We
Mm.
think we are driving the thought. We think the thought is the thing that is getting us into action. I mean,
Mm.
it is, in a sense, the system has certain mental pictures, and according to the mental pictures, the actions happen out of their actions happen, like making a cup of tea, going to the bathroom, automatically all that happens. But
Mm.
why do we consider certain thoughts as something driven by us, and some thoughts are okay for it to kind of go on? So
Mm.
that is also out of ignorance, isn't it?
Mm.
And that is because there is that what do you call it, the hadisi thing,
Mm.
the lack of awareness, the lack of being able to um, get that wisdom to arise in us to slow down. Actually, it's slowing down. The slowing down happens when the senses are watched, observed.
Mm.
So try to do that without, I mean, all the things that you said about, when you're on the flight,
Mm.
looking at things and how, the clouds, and that's how we know that is fine. But now you've been doing that for some time, no?
Yeah.
Everybody does all those things.
Mm.
This is the ayatana is just exactly what R.N. Vasa says. I mean, I sent you that clip also.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
just go on that clip, even you'll understand what he's trying to say. He says this so many times. He says, how all these are functioning on its own.
Mm.
The film has automatically got created. Everything that is being seen is part of the film. Everything that is being heard is part of the film. So there is no doer. The conversion has happened. The cheese
That
has got created. So
that
is that
is
something you're not seeing anything different, right? You can't turn the door into something else. You can't turn the window into something basic like light. The
mm.
window is still the window.
And Dr. Kokila, that's where I become so desperate. I actually uh, no, it is 100% clear that it is a system, and there is no way that we can say, I'm doing it, but still,
Because you're searching for something.
no, now when that
No, you become the very small 1-year-old Sudharma. Would that Sudharma be such heavy? No, never. Never. So the mind power coming down, even for a moment, for it to come down, it needs some relaxation.
I will listen to that video clip audio once again, and this look
The heavy
piercing
weight
through.
on your
Yeah.
voice now is has to drop. Then only these things will come. It will come. Nothing is like happening because we want anything. We want ice cream, we can cry and get it, right? Tell parents we can cry. But here, this is for you to actually release. So the Anandathero didn't get anything when he wanted it. Same thing. Just relax. Just understand the system. It's okay. But drop the pattern of thinking if possible. It doesn't go away until you are quite sure. Then you will stop thinking about Dhamma. When you are seeing something, then you can become the actual thing that Aranhanse is saying. Because this is the moment without thinking. So very evident now there is a moment without thinking, right? Yeah. So our basic mistake is I have told this to Dr. Sakuntala also. Become the baby Sakuntala. Baby Sakuntala can't the level that we cry for ice cream level. Not that level. Below that. Where we didn't want anything. We just was staring at the flowers and we were captivated. In that kind of moment where the mind is zero, we can feel the pains as well as if there is some kind of concentration there, you can feel the non-vibration also. You shouldn't worry. Because worrying, in the sense, it's a deep thing that we get. Well, am I not going to feel it? That kind of thought is also detrimental. I want to feel it or I'm not going to feel it. Both are detrimental.
I also said that I haven't, it looks like that I haven't seen the tails.
Yeah.
Said that also.
That means you haven't actually kind of mind power has to be kind of zero now because you have told me you don't know what this arupa is.
No.
So arupa is the tails.
Arupa is the tails. Yeah, look. Thank you. Yeah, I told however much you talk about it, even that they were talking about nature, which is not the nature that arises with the sense faculties. So I even don't want to talk about because it's not something that I can even imagine. So that should be again non-form that you are talking about. Beyond, and Narayan Vasi said, beyond sky is again that is even not non-form. Something. Yeah.
Non-form, beyond non-form is the Nirvana.
Oh, beyond.
I mean, these are all words. Forget about the words, but it just when you feel the specific sensory organ, there is a chance. The mind has to be like a very, very kind of in a very minute level for that to happen. Actually, zero power for that to happen.
Thank you. And Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Teruvan Saranai, all of you. Aryan Saranai. I have to disappear.
What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Champa, do you have anything to add?
Yes, doctor, I was talking to Dr. Sakuntala. The same problem we have, but no point of thinking and that means suffering about it, just to let it go. And
What is your suffering now?
no, I have no suffering. I have
Then
a
it's fine.
translation to read those.
We'll wait. We'll get the
Right,
other
right.
two opinion.
Right.
What
Okay.
are you thinking, Dr. Sakuntala, about the last night thing?
About Sudharma's discussion.
No, actually, overall that whole thing.
Oh yeah, I can't. Yeah, actually, that was a very good discussion. And then each person has his or her own level, I suppose. And what can I say?
Yeah, true. I mean, there's nothing much we can say, can we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in as Sudharma's thing, what I also, as you said, she sounds very heavy with her talking. And what I also felt was that she's trying to achieve something by somehow.
That
Like
is our way. I mean,
yes.
from childhood, if we wanted something, we wanted it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's our way. So we want nirvana also. So that's a basic thing that will not never happen.
Yeah.
Even Ananda Thero wanted to become an arahant. It never happened. But
And
it
Sudharma
happened,
is
but
finding
never
more
happened.
and more faults with her. Now I'm not good at this. I'm having this problem. I can't stay in one place and I'm doing work. So in a way it is good because we didn't find them as uh, defects, or we didn't find them as things that need to be corrected. So that is in a way it is good, but uh, I mean lamenting on those topics and not good, and I can't achieve this. I'm still, I have
That's
been
another
listening
heavy
for 4
thought, which
years.
is going to
Yeah,
be
it
very
is a heavy
difficult.
thought.
Because
Yeah.
even our Asanti's voice has become a bit
Yeah, I know.
heavier now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good. It's
Yeah,
not good in the
actually,
sense
that
it's actually a defilement then. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Suranika.
yeah, actually, that the lamenting, what you don't realize is the lamenting also comes from the mind. The wanting,
100%.
as you said, the wanting is coming from the mind. But when that, actually what Aryan Master says is so right. It's just that that angle we don't see, and we think that we have the mind sense and like that, we don't actually do it or see it. It is so intricate, and the more one sees the intricacies of the mind sensor, the burning, the desire to achieve the nirvana is also then not so strong, because that also that the mind sensor is the one that is contributing to wanting it. Who is wanting that? I mean, the nirvana, the baby didn't have a nirvanic idea, no?
Yeah.
The baby in the cot. So if you go back to that, what Dr. Kokila says, go back to the baby Sakuntala, baby Suranka, baby Sudharma. Where did the nirvana concept come? So
Yeah, but the thing
without
is here
worrying,
we know about it, and then we relax in such a way that the baby Surangika comes up. That's how it happens, because this is through what do you scale it? The Lord Buddha said jnana. What?
Jnana
Yeah. No, actually no. The Satya Jnana, actually the
Yeah.
With the Yatabhut Jnana, or what is the word? Pasato Ahambhikavo?
Janato aham bhikkhave
Yeah.
passato.
Pasato. Yeah. So Satyajnana, baby didn't know Satyajnana. Definitely. So baby will never see Nibbana, nothing, even though there's no mind. But here, everything we have heard from Dhamma, that there is no self and there is some sensory systems working without a self. This is like a gem. No self angle is a gem, and that gem is with us now. And then to relax, that's the art. I would say that's the art. Because I don't think even Swarnamali took this so seriously. I don't think so. I don't think she took this Nirvana thing seriously. I think she just listened to R.N. Vanse and just felt it. Because taking this too seriously is not good. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but in a way, it is not good because our mind is so complicated. Our mind finds something to hatch on to, like a kudella. So that's the thing. It's a kind of a way for the Maya to continue, the mind to continue, mind power to continue. So it clutches onto the Nibbana thing. And so the inferiority complex, either it is superiority complex once I know Dhamma, and then the inferiority complex comes, even though I know Dhamma, there's no fruit out of it. So the both ways you're anyway with mana. That's the thing. It's a difficult area anyway. I mean, it's very, very. I mean, I have talked with Aran Hanse, and sometimes I talk as I know, and Aran Hanse has gone from, oh my goodness, and from A to Z, and I have felt the same. I mean, I know what it is like. You feel like, oh, I have made a mistake again. But I never kind of went with it too much.
Sometimes, Dr. Kokila, now there are instances where there are incidents. I'm not telling the story, but I'm just telling it as a sort of fact. Sometimes incidents do happen, and it is simply it becomes an incident. There's no burn, anything, just it passes. And after a time gap, a thought might come, oh, that shouldn't have been allowed to let go like that. There's something that of concern. A thought is coming up like that after that initial incident. But that time, sometimes another feel comes from me, from the system, kind of a laugh. How funny is this behavior of this mind? And that thought gets neutralized. I don't know whether I was clear enough with what I was trying to
Yeah,
say.
but the thing is, that is one thought being laughed at by another thought.
Yeah, that laugh, in the sense I use the word laugh, but kind of neutralizing feeling, useless,
Yeah, but
like
there are
type
two
of
thoughts, can't you see?
two thoughts.
Yeah, two thoughts. One is whatever the thing happened, and then the one to remember it, and then to the Dhamma comes. As soon as Dhamma comes, it's a
Yeah,
Margasita.
first one was just sort of it. I mean, there was no heavy feel at all. Just it was
No, this
taken
is
very
not
lightly.
about heavy feel story. That is Sakurdagami.
No, it
All this.
became an incident. It was like an incident, simple incident, that's all. But after a time gap, only it came up as a thought. And that thought, that I think the Dhamma came there, probably. That is I think I also felt. Dhamma came and it got neutralized like.
Anyway, Margasita, it keeps neutralizing our thought power, which is okay, because there's so many Margasits, different types of Margasits. So Bahira deyak wenne, it's one thing, and where the defilements keep coming down is the second one, and the mind
Mind
release
is
from
also not true.
mind, releasing from mind is the actual no returner one, and then release from the feel is the actual arahant level. So there are so many margasit also, so there are different levels. But actually, the moment that they both were talking, is a bit kind of not the initial. Actually releasing from the mind as well as releasing from the field if it is the non-vibration. If it is a non-vibration, that's the fourth level. So it is tricky anyway.
Yes, yeah.
The thing is, my advice is, I'm not a that much good person to give advice on all the last ones, but what my main advice is to keep understanding Dhamma, that there's the touch sensation, taste sensation, temperature or smell. Those are the mutta part of it. That's the body part of it, body consciousness. And feeling actually release from the mind. It's a specific experience. You can't miss it. And when the release happens, the power, you may feel the power. And if you release from that level also, you may feel the zero power. Where actually there's no one. But where most of our mothers or our problem is aspiration and thinking that it will happen or it has happened or something like that. It's actually very obvious experience, so I don't think it can be mistaken. But there are times where Mehenin says, asking from Lord Buddha. No, it's not Mehenin. People asking from Lord Buddha whether they have understood Dhamma. So who knows? Maybe you can miss it too. Experience will Margasita and Palasita, the thing is now coming up slowly. I think he will keep touching this because he didn't used to touch those things because it's very complicated.
Actually, Dr. Kokila, can you explain what that Prasanna was saying? I didn't quite understand that part.
I didn't even listen to him. What was he telling?
Oh, it was in the
He was talking. Yeah, I know. But in that moment, I was typing something and I think it just didn't go to my brain. But I heard Aranwan's answer, but it was not long either.
Yeah, that's what I also kind of didn't.
He was going around with the words. What did he say? He was saying, we are still in Margasita. That's all I heard. He's in Margasita or something?
Yes, doctor, he said like that. While listening to that discussion, he said, we are feeling that we are got stuck in the Margasita. Something like that, he said.
And maybe as long as one thinks one is in the Margasita, one will never be able to experience the Palasita, something like that. I don't
100%.
know.
100%. The thing is, everything should be dropped. Now, what we were talking just a few minutes ago, we were talking overestimation and underestimation, right? So we overestimate and we think we know Dhamma, and the other way around, we underestimate and say, I don't know any Dhamma. This is the same thing. You can overestimate and think I'm in the I know I'm whatever Anagami or whatever some you can say, or you can say I'm still in Margasita and I don't know anything. Same thing. The little baby didn't know any of these things. No, that's the thing. This power of mind doesn't need to be any of these things. That's why sometimes Aryan Vansi shouts, "What are you looking for? What are you looking for?" That also it's very difficult to understand. Even though Aryan Vansi keeps shouting like that, it sometimes doesn't click. The more you look for something, you won't get it. I have told this to Champa. Just what you can do is keep understanding Dhamma. Because the moment you try to do something, there is someone. The moment you want to give up, there is again someone. What can you do? Nothing. You just keep feeling. That's all you can do. And take it easy. Take it easy and let go is an art, I would say. What do you think, Saranka? Because as soon as you think I am in the Margasita, yeah, of course, there's I am in there. I'm in Margasita. What's
Because
that?
that was a computer thought. Yeah.
Yeah. And I am also there.
True.
This way of thinking has to change. The way of taking these things too seriously has to change. Actually, Swarnamali was trying to say something about that initially. I remember saying that as soon as you understand there's nothing called Nibbana. I mean, these are very tactical things to say. So you have to say it very, because someone might come to the Zoom and ask, then what are you trying to do? Why are you here? Why are you having a Zoom discussion? Of course, we are having a Zoom discussion because this is not easy to understand that the mind is, our mind is actually a creation and there's no actual thing in it.
It's
But
the
because
same
there
thing
are
about
sensory organs, there is a feel. What do you feel? You feel the speed of the sensory organ, that's all. Were you going to say something? Yeah.
it's the same thing about starting the journey with the me here, right? And then in the process,
Yeah. The moment you open the mouth, Aryan says, no, you still have the view. And we are like, wow, am I in view? So that's the problem. The dropping this self-view and understanding there's no one here, and slowly defilements coming down. Some people are like very low in defilements. Some people have more defilements. That's okay. I mean, that's not a big deal. We just have to keep understanding. Even, person who has killed 1,000 people also understood this, awaken to the moment. Felt the awaken to the moment. This mind is only created here and now.
Has Champa got anything to read? I think she mention something like that?
Yes, doctor, that Maharagama sermon part of it because it's very long and I have
It
written
is very long.
18 pages, the first part. Shall I read?
Yes, please.
Okay, Teruvan Saranai. Maharagama Lake Road, Burlesque, 5th July sermon. The main points only, doctor, not everything, but still I have to do more. Buddha's preach Dhamma with Lokanu Kampawa.
Maybe we can take 1 page or 2 pages and then discuss it, no? Because this is a discussion.
Yeah, we can do that.
Buddha preached Dhamma with Lokanu
Pages like-
Kampawa.
Yeah.
Compassion for all beings. When somebody realizes this Dhamma, there is a big relief, comfort, tranquility in it. There is a compassion towards all beings in Buddha eyes, and therefore Buddhas share their experience to the human beings. When looking at Dhamma, yo Dhammam passati, so mam passati. It is a pleasant story. It is beyond the view of being a person. We think that we are dying, but there is no death here. We use words for communication. We are not imposing death on trees and stones. In this Dhamma, if we go deeper, piercing with insight, it's surprising. This goes beyond human mind and to a great wisdom, deep insight. When go deeper, finally feels something that a human mind cannot think. How shall we say that? You will feel how deep it is. We use a word called self because of Sukhiyatva, possessiveness, ownership, oneness, feeling the separation of self all the time. There is a person called me. When we think like this, we separate from the nature. When the whirlpool is rotating, whirlpool is creating its own power and the whirlpool is going here and there. That is called ownership, Sukhiyatva. This is Aryan Vahanse's examples. In this era, Aryan Vahanse is giving so many examples like that to match the current world. That is a talent. Otherwise, we talk about කන කැස්බෑවා වියසිදුරෙන් අහස බැලීම ගැන. Nowadays, children cannot understand this kind of words. To discuss Dhamma in this time, wave, taranga, quantum are better words. We should be talented to use new words according to the society. We should listen to the true and correct Dhamma. There is only one truth. 2500 years ago, Lord Buddha revealed the truth to the world, and it is still the truth. It is very great. Lord Buddha is revealing a natural lawfulness. Am I to stop and discuss or further go further?
What do you get from that, Champa? You were in the forum also.
Yes, that is Sukhiyatva, possessiveness, ownership, doctor. We
Yeah,
use
Sukhiyatva has several meanings. What do you understand from that?
that means because
Sukhiyatva is there for even the unicellular organism.
yes, like that we feel some kind of possessiveness,
Separation.
separation from the nature.
Yeah.
That is what.
That is also can be called as Sukhiyattva. Sukhiyattva word is a beautiful word in Sinhala. Dr. Sakundala, Dr. Surangika, what do you think? What do you think the word can be for Sukhiyattva or Ekiyatva? What's the good English word? What did you put, Champa?
I put it as possessiveness, ownership, oneness. All I have put for that.
Oneness word is a difficult word because oneness is
Comes to
already
other.
used.
There's some other meaning for that, no, doctor?
Yeah. What can we call Surangika? What do you think?
What does it mean in the first place, Sukhiyattva?
Sukhiyattva or Ekiyatva or the separation, the feel of separation.
Feel of separation, Surangika, that me, mama, the person called me.
Ah, right, okay.
When we talk about the whirlpool, whirlpool gets that.
Yeah, gets a power of its own kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aryan said the whirlpool is rotating and it's going here and there with this Sukhiyattva, with this power.
That is like a human.
That is what he said, yes. Shall I go further then?
So what is the good word we are going to use for that?
Yeah,
because
I have to
possessive
think
is
about it.
not matching.
No, those
Ownership.
don't match.
Ownership.
No.
Ownership. Actual English word can't be that.
You have to think about it a bit.
Sukhiyattva, yes. Like creating of own power, creating own power, like, no? And
No, it's a feel of separate power, but the separate kind of thing is there because separation is there.
Yes, separation feel.
Vijnana is there, separation is there. Vijnana is this magic, no, which causes this problem.
Yes.
Vijnana Maya.
Can we call it separation power? Power of separation.
We'll put it to the whole committee and see if that happens because I'm not that good in English, but yeah, we can think about it, isn't it, Sarangika?
Yeah, might have to get everybody's ideas on it.
Yeah, but what is the meaning of the Ekiyatva? What did you get from that? Because actually, the mind has this.
Yes.
For you to become the, Aranwanse always talks about this becoming the elements.
Yes.
First, we have to understand completely that the elements are actually not there. Then only you have to become the elements. Otherwise, if there is a self-view and you become the elements, that is Michchadittika Asanya.
Yes. All those are waves, and the waves get density of the waves. Because of the density of the waves are being high, these four things are creating.
What? That's more complicated than the normal words.
No, the vibration, no, doctor. The vibrations are, the four great elements means vibrations. So the vibrations, when
there is no four great elements.
Yes, there's no.
If you have four great elements, if you become four great elements while you are having four great elements, then there is no Nibbana. That's what I'm saying. So that is the main thing. Now I will try to go back to it, Surangika. That is the main thing. Sotapanna novi anagami wenna baya thing. That is the main problem there. Now, the main thing is fully realizing that these things are not there. The first step is that if you fully don't know that the light doesn't exist, or the actual sound doesn't exist, or actual touch doesn't exist, then even if you become the light or whatever, it's useless, because everything is existing. The existing perception is not gone. That's why the non-existing perception is very important. Do you get it, Surangika? I think it's important for you, because we have talked about this multiple times before. The point that why you have to think about, why you have to understand light. We have talked about this before, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes,
Why
Doctor.
we have to think about the light, why we have to think about the sound.
Understand. Yes.
So this is why you have to feel that as well, is because if you have an idea that the light is existing and you haven't gotten rid of that, if you have an idea that the light is existing and you haven't gotten rid of that, and if you have an idea that this touch, whatever the body consciousness is existing and you haven't gotten rid of that, then there is a risk. Nothing will happen. You will have a meditative state, but nothing will happen. No understanding will happen. So that is the importance of non-existence perception. Anitya sanya. Itta sanya, anitya sanya. So the importance of that is the importance of that. Then it is mainly then understanding that the actually there is no self here also comes with that. But then that is where the importance of seeing that you said, no, just before that, it is the important thing that Aranvansi reminded you. That is the importance of that. Do you get it? I think you get it anyway, but I'm just reminding so for everyone. Because this otherwise what happens is the same thing that happened to all the Michadittika formless dhyana and form dhyana. Because there is formless dhyana on all the time. But if the itta sanya is there, definitely there is always a chance that power can come back even after 80 kalpas. So these are the importance of understanding Dhamma and feeling Dhamma, that there is no light at all, there is no sound at all, there is no body consciousness at all. So the Sukhiyatva is starting from sound wave and the light wave and the touch wave. But the problem is, as soon as the whirlpool has formed, that is the mind, it starts to go around as a unique unit.
Separate, yes.
Separately.
Yes.
Dr. Sakuntala, are you okay with that? You can add something to that. Is it okay? Oh, Surangika.
Shall I read a little further, Doctor?
No, I want to touch base because actually what Surangika said was good, because you just read and we just never get it, right?
Yes.
So what are you talking about, this ekiyate? What did you say? Even do you understand?
Yes, Doctor. That means we are creating, that means the system
Not
is
we are creating, the system is
the
creating,
system
yes.
is creating some power, own power, and just rotating here and there. That is what happening.
That is because of the the vibration, self-perception and self-view.
Yes.
Yes, Surangika, do you have anything to add
that's
to that?
because of the ignorance.
Yes, ignorance.
Ignorance is actually this vibration taken with not knowing about this vibration is thing.
Yeah.
Anything else to add to that?
Actually, I got disconnected for a few minutes. Isn't that the same meaning as the Atma Sanyava? Now that means creating its own power and kind of being independent, like that is the meaning of the Sukhiyattva, no?
Yeah, it can extend to the self-view though.
It's not exactly self-view, but yeah, okay.
It can extend to the self-view.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as the mind is formed, slowly, little baby didn't have that much self-perception, but now we are not the little baby, we have a massive self-view. I did this, I did that, I'm the one who came to this position, I'm the one who is going to die, like that.
Because the self vibration is feeding the self view, isn't it?
Yeah. It's vice versa though. Like not vice versa, like it's kind of like a cycle. Self view kind of maintains the vibration also. That's why Lord Buddha says Sammadittis. The actual path starts from Sammaditthi. As soon as the self view is gone, this vibration is helpless.
Yes.
It's because it's like breaking the backbone. No?
Yeah. That is because actually nothing happens to this system. This when this system pass away with the last breath, there is no extra power. So there is no synchronization. That's all what that happens. That's why there is two types of Nibbana. Because until the second type of Nibbana, the skandha is there. So all the perceptions are there. Nothing is happening. The only that additional power is not there for synchronization.
Yes.
Tanha, the existence, craving for existence and craving for non-existence both collapse because the existence view is gone. What was the sentence you told?
What's doctor?
What was the sentence you told?
That means whirlpool.
No, the sentence you told about the Sakyatya, the separation thing.
The written thing or the
written thing.
We use a word called self because of Sukhiyattva. That means we use a word called self because of Sukhiyattva.
Yes.
Self becomes.
We feel separated. That's why we call it self. Actually, this within the mind bubble, there is a duality.
Yes.
So the duality has to vanish and for you to feel the power, the non-form, and even the non-form power should not be there for you to feel the non-vibration.
Yes.
That is the challenge. But as soon as far as you within the mind bubble, the duality is there and the Sukhiyattva is there. That's why the mind, Aranhansa says, mind power has to go down. Nothing happens to the mind until this last breath. Mind will be there, but without power. That next one power. So mind will be like kind of inactive mind.
Controlled mind.
Non-vibration is very powerful though. It's a different power. Lord Buddha's non-vibration has a different power. And it has the ability to synchronize as well. And when one synchronizes, even in the whatever the palavasta, it's kind of synchronizing to the non-vibration. But the insight you get is different. Because actual state is different. Because Sotapanna Phala is not the Sakudagami Phala. Sakudagami Phala is not the Anagami Phala. Anagami Phala is not the Arahat Phala. And I'm not even suitable for telling all that. But what I'm trying to say is the insight you get is different.
Shall I read little further?
Yeah, yeah.
We call Irtuniyama the physical load, Bijaniyama, Rituniyama the physical load, Bijaniyama, seed load, Chittaniyama, the mental load, Kammaniyama, the law of karma. Lord Buddha is given to the world as a legacy to know how this is happening. Chittaniyama, the mental order, is the difficult one. We are talking about Cheto Vimukti, liberation of mind. We suffer due to thoughts, how those thoughts are creating, how we feel, how we fell into suffering in this story. We have a right to know why we born into this world. In the young age, we thought, what is the meaning of this world? Why we are learning, then getting married, then having children, grow older, finally dying. What is the meaning? Animals are also doing the same thing. Animals are also having the same cycle of life. By doing a job, we are earning for living. That is why we tell our children to learn well to face the life. We have to understand that then becoming a part of the nature. There are lot of problems in this. We think where we are going after death. Animals do not think in that way. Why animals do not have a religion? Animals have different safety methods. Otherwise they cannot exist. Only those living beings that are suited to the environment survive. Human beings survive due to the mind. Human has a noble mind, can think so many things. This mind is the reason for karma, suffering, etc. If we use it in a wrong way, that is the destruction. Human child should have loving kindness in his young age. That is a must. Baby receives affection from mother while drinking mother's milk. Then only the baby's mind will direct into a good path. We feel shameful to admit that the so-called developed society, how they kill so many humans. When people earn so much money, they drop the compassionate human nature. All of these are nature and it is protected when humans are not going into extremes. If we eat something tasty more than the limit, finish. How much money you have, let it be like that and you live a normal life. Water is natural and it is not harmful to anybody, also gives us relief. This body and all the senses are in one nature, going to tell a deep story. Many of them cannot understand deeper things, but a push is coming from inside to tell deeper things. Though we called as Mahabhuta, four great elements, Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu, hardness, liquidity, fire and air. There is nothing called four great elements. This can catch by the insight, wisdom, vidarshana, jnana. Certainly we said last night and more regularly that chemistry and physics cannot be separated. Do not know whether the scientists in this time period are able to understand this. But Lord Buddha is preaching a great science. All these are in that science. Physics means the speed. All these are intermingling based on this speed. That is chemistry. Though we are learning separately, both are same. When we take an ice cube, it it will melt into water and then evaporating and vanishing. Then we say there is nothing here. Isn't an ice cube here? There is an ice cube here. How we can see that inside a fridge without putting anything, an ice cube is creating. How the ice is forming without anything. That means there are causes here to create ice. If causes are there, effects happen. When we see a river, but in the early morning, when the dawn light appearing in the mountain ranges, on tree leaves, dewdrops forms, and these those trees get wet. That means humidity in the environment increasing. This happens due to the cold weather at night in the atmosphere. That wetness comes down to the tree level and making the wetness and fallen onto the earth. We see them as large rivers keep flowing from the mountains. Have you seen how a river is forming? When we go up to a hill, we can see this water collected and forming water springs and little streams and coming down like large waterfalls and becoming large rivers. Seeing this experience, the phenomena we see this system process. That is why we said there is nothing called four great elements. If the sun's power increases 7 times greater, this planet Earth will be destroyed into ashes. Lord Buddha gives an example in Sapta Suryodgama Sutraya. There are 4 steps to see. In one step, the sun's power is increasing in 7 times and the earth is destroying into ashes. This is one angle looking the same sutra, but this is not the correct angle. But the scientists in modern say that the same story. Then what Lord Buddha said 2500 years ago is also there. But there is a deep layer in that sutra. Sun power into 7 times equal to earth become mm, ashes. But where is the earth and where we are? This is a different story. Certainly there is nothing like that, but it is not easy to look at it that way. Now we can talk.
What did you understand from that? Is there anything specific or?
It says, Doctor, about that four great elements thing described, because there's no permanent four great elements, because the ice cube is melting and become water, then become vapor. It is one example. And like that, Aryan Vanshe said, when the sun's power is increasing in 7 times, as said in Sapta Suryodgama Sutra, this earth will be in ashes. Then Aranwansi asked, where is the earth and where we are?
Yeah, even the story is in the mind. I mean, if you keep saying, when you keep saying that. So whatever the words meaning is not the thing. This is importance is to try and feel how the touch is in the mind, because it's a mental factor. Even the Pataviyapo Tejo Vayo is a mental factor.
Yes, doctor. And also at that time, Aranwansi asked, where is the earth and where we are? Then I was near him. No? Then I said, in the mind. Then Aranwansi said, no, this is not in that angle, and he's going to tell it some in some other way, not that as we think it is everything is in the mind. No, he said that is not the way. There is a different thing, a different way to explain. When
Yeah,
we
there are multiple ways to explain Aranwan Civil. I think he has done it before. He
yes,
has done it, you know, the to explain how this physics and
chemistry.
chemistry thing.
Yes,
He has used that as well. I don't know whether Suranka can remember, but anyway, we can find it another day. Saptasuryogama Sutra, Aranwanse tells in multiple ways, I think.
yes, doctor. I'll write the balance also by tomorrow. And he tried not the things as usual we talk, something else he tried to tell.
Yeah, because even with the light is actually not there.
Yes.
When the light is not there, what's the story about the sun?
Yes. Yes, yes, that is why actually it's the vibration happening on the eyes, no? Yes, synchronization, no, that is.
Yeah, but even in without that angle also, there are so many ways to tell that. Anyway, we'll leave it for that. Because Aranwanse might come out with that. I think he missed that there, right? That is where he said, I shouldn't move to that. I should move back to the main Dhamma.
No,
I
doctor,
think.
you know what happened? When he tried to go deeper, at once he realized there are some few people were there, they have not listened to this Dhamma. Then
Mm.
Aranwase said, if I go to teach them, this will go down. Actually, that happened. It's not coming again like
Mm.
that has happened at that time.
Does Surangika remember about the Saptasuryogama Sutra? I think he has told this before in different angles. Don't know whether she's busy. Or Dr.
That's about the
Sakuntala.
defilements, isn't it? And the taints, basically.
Yeah, he has said it in multiple angles. He said with the you know, he's a not he's a Loke Hatpalakata Kadena thing also he said in different angle where he took it as
That is
Sattva
Sattabojjanga, that is, yes.
Yeah, but I don't know whether it is this in this sutra. Saptasuryogama Sutra, I can't remember. But
Maybe.
Saptasuryogama Sutra is talking about the Surya. Surya means the sun and the light. And I think there are so many other ways to talk about that, but I can't remember exactly.
In which sermon? I don't know. Before 4 years,
No, he
doctor?
has told this long time ago. Saptasuryogama Sutra, he talked about that.
Must check to see whether we can find it. It's very good, I think. Surangika, can you please check about it?
I can do that. I'll send a link if I find one.
Okay.
Is there anything else to add to Surangika?
I wanted to ask, I don't know whether there's enough time, but the point about finding the taints, doctor, can you explain that a bit more?
That's the non-form level.
The nature of it.
I mean, that also
he says
varies, remember?
Swabhava.
Yeah, that also changes from because the way like the way Swarnamali talks about is from the mind sense angle. mind sensor or actually eye sensor. I'm not 100% sure whether she's talking it from eye sensor angle or the mind sensor angle, because it can be taken as both. But I'm not sure about those two. But anyway, as what I can say is, it's you can't really find the tense within the duality, within the mind. The power has to be felt when because in the mind you can think about anything. That's mind has to dissolve at one point to actually feel it in whatever the way, whatever the sensory organ, it doesn't matter. But the power is different to everyone, from everyone to from person to person. It is different, and it comes down. Maybe that's actually, again, that's the exact question that Sudharma was saying, isn't it? You can't really talk about the chains within the mind while in the mind.
That awareness has to come when that space is given. No?
It's kind of a moment, though. It's not. It doesn't need to be all the time. If it is all the time, it's an arahant actually. Which is I'm not even talking about these things. I always say that.
No, doctor, you can talk whatever, doesn't matter. Even if we can discuss only, no, it's coming out in a way. It's coming out.
I say that for a reason, because I don't want to give a wrong impression. But actually speaking, even that word is defilements. I mean, I know that. While knowing that, I say still, because it's not good to give a wrong impression, because Aranwanse always worried about this wrong impression thing. So I'm saying that, but I know that it is a defilement as well to say that. I mean, if I don't take these things seriously. Actually, even though I say that, it's because. You know 100% if you have that change continuously. So that's a very good, normal thing for me to say. It's okay to say that, but I'm not taking it as too hard as you think. But it is a very important thing to have these experiences. That's for sure. Because Aranwansi says no, that he was looking at something and was talking about that with Swarnamal, exact way he was communicating with her. That kind of experience is actually, it could be even the actual what is it called, Akasanyayatana, Viññānayatana, that side. So it is the area that Aranhanse sometimes talk about in Arupa. He talks about that here and there. Because I have listened to Dhamma for a long time, I know as soon as he starts to talk about that, what he's talking about. And also, it's a kind of experience that should happen. He encourages everyone to feel that, but at the same time, it's not something you can actually force to feel. But this experience can be you can get it from other sensual organs also, even though it is not unique as the experience that Aranhansa is talking about, because that's kind of the very important aspect in the Sitem Midana, because for the body consciousness, actually, you don't really need the mind consciousness part, so it is a bit easier than that. And the sound consciousness is not as bad as that, but the light consciousness is, I think, maybe the difficult part. Because the mind has all these aspects, isn't it? I think we will talk tomorrow.
Okay, Doctor.
What do you think, Suranka? We can start from that beginning, but it is a tricky area to talk, isn't it, Suranka? I can't hear you. You might. Yeah. Are you okay? Are you sleeping?
No, I was just thinking about it.
You were thinking.
Okay, Doctor. We'll conclude for today. Now the time is over.
All the time is over. That's right.
Yeah, we'll talk tomorrow, Suranka.
Yes, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Teruvan Saranai,
Teruvan
Surandika.
Saranai,
Teruvan
Teruvan Saranai,
Dr.
everyone.
Sakuntala.
Thank you, Aranwan.
Teruvan
Teruvan
Saranai,
Saranai,
Teruvan
all the Dhamma friends.
all the Dhamma friends, Teruvan Saranai, Arenwas.
May Triple Gem bless you all. Today also we'll start the English song discussion. I think from point of Buddothpado Sahanayatra, where we are trying to help the people who have gone through the natural disasters. I think it has started today, so it's something I would like to mention first. So if everyone around the world can participate to that good deed, and also actually by participating to this, you're not only participating to get rid of suffering at this moment from natural disasters, it's also a start to actually listen to this beautiful truth, the message where Lord Buddha's message about cessation of suffering. So it's we have been talking about this for some time now in this English language, but Aranwanse has been talking about this for about last 5 years in Sinhala language, where everyone can feel, whoever who can feel this Dhamma has actually joined without knowing him, without knowing him personally, without actually seeing him personally, as joined in one motto kind of thing, where the life is whatever we feel about life. We have been discussing for a long time. Why And final message is about how to actually understand how to understand this suffering, because suffering has so many meanings. So we talked about this. I think for how many whatever the sessions we get the chance, we try to talk about this. We try to put our all effort to remind everyone that there is truth out there. It's a bit difficult to understand it initially that truth is out there, in the sense whether we can actually understand that is a trial and error, because nothing is lost if you try to understand it and you can't understand it. Nothing is lost. You can go on with your life. We haven't asked you to change anything in your life, but give some time and just listen and say what we talk about this suffering and what we talk about this I, me, mine, about that phenomena. What do you feel as you are living? How do you feel that separation? How do you feel that that you are experiencing the world? Because everyone feels that that particular person is the center and that person is experiencing the world. That is the feel we have originally. But then we keep understanding that's actually not the case. And we keep listening to Dhamma and we keep understanding, even though we feel that we are experiencing the world. For an example, I'm seeing, I'm listening, I'm talking, I'm acting, I'm eating, I'm drinking, I'm going to Colombo, something, whatever. So it is all centered. Even if you talk about someone else, okay, that person has gone through this. It is your view that is being spoken. So when we talk about this, how you experience this duality, how you experience that you are experiencing these things is the problem. And when if you understand that this duality is actually not the truth, if you actually feel that that is the beginning of your path, but just by hearting them or telling by phrase to phrase or reciting Lord Buddha's what Lord Buddha preached doesn't help if you don't understand the meaning of what he has told. When actually people around the world, not Sri Lankans specifically, a lot of physicists or any like kind of even scientists or who is studying these things, they also talk about a non-duality, but their kind of version is slightly different. So we have to get this bit clearly, because the way what Buddha explained was slightly different. We are talking about this centeredness or the me, I, me, mine. How we feel that I'm the center.
තෙරුවන්
I'm
සරණයි
experiencing.
කොකිල මහත්මිය තෙරුවන් සරණයි. අපි අද මේ බුද්ධෝත්පාද සහනයාත්‍රාව දැන් කුරුණෑගල
Yes, yeah.
මෙත්තා විවේකාශ්‍රමයට ලං වෙමින් තියෙන්නේ.
Amen.
අපි ඒක වීඩියෝ ලබා දෙන්න ලෑස්ති වෙනවා. මම හිතන ජානකි මහත්මිය අපිට තව විනාඩි කිහිපයකින් විනාඩි දෙක තුනකින් ඒක ෂෙයා කරන්න පුළුවන්.
Yeah, I think the Janaki who is handling the Zoom discussion should be aware about that, how to do that. And as soon as they join, we'll turn into the Buddothpado Sahanayatra, where we are actually trying to give this message to everyone while helping them in every aspect, whether it's food, whether it's shelter, whether it is clothes, whether it's medicine. It can be anything, because they are the basic needs of people. And basic needs, when the basic needs are there, people are very frustrated. People are actually not in a position to absorb any dhamma, any truth, or think about, even has no time to think about anything like in this angle. So Aranwanse is actually trying his best to give this message to everyone. And in this natural calamity, he is helping others. And that help will come with the help to cease all the suffering, not just physical suffering or mental suffering. What we know, basically, we know what we know as suffering, not only to get rid of that suffering, but this whole stopping this whole suffering. So at any time, we might join to that program, which is happening at the moment. And I heard that they are moving towards Kurunagala in Sri Lanka. So it's beautiful to see how people are getting together with no barriers and helping each other as humans and doing their best.
ජානකි මහත්මිය අපිට පුළුවන් දැන් මේක ෂෙයා කරන්න. ඔබ කෙනෙක් තේරෙනවද? තේරුම් ජානකි මහත්මිය පේනවද කියලා මට පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්න. මොකද අවුවට පේන්නේ නැහැ. පේනවද? ඇහෙනවද?
I can ඇහෙනවා සත්‍ය පේනවා. ඒක අර මේකට ගන්නයි ඕනේ. ඒක ඉන්නේ ඉන්ද්‍රාණි මිස්ද ඔබතුමිය දැන්ට පේන්නේ.
අසංක මහත්මිය මේ ෆෝන් එක හරවන්න පුළුවන්ද? මේක වදිනවා. බැනර් එක වදිනවා උඩ. ඒ උස්සන්නවත් ඕන. තේරුම් ගන්න අසංක මහත්මිය. තෙරුවන් සරණයි සන්ත මහත්මිය. මට හිතෙන්නේ මේ යාත්‍රා මේ පෙරහැර දැන් කුරුණෑගල අපේ මෙත්මල් විවේකාශ්‍රමයේ වෙත මේන වෙලාව වෙන්න ඕනේ.
එහෙමයි.
වාහන අපේ ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ වැඩම කළ වාහනයේදී ඉදිරියෙන් පැමිණියේ
නැහැ. ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ වැඩම සිටින්නේ නැතර තුන්වෙනියට විතර තියෙන වාහනේ. එතටම මේ අපි දැන් කුරුණෑගල ප්‍රධාන ශික්ෂණ රෝහල ගාවින් ජයන්තිපුර පාරට එක්තුළු වෙලා ජයන්තිපුර පාරේ ඉස්සරහට එන්නේ පොඩ්ඩක් කන්ටේනර් රථය ගන්න පොඩි අපහසුයක් තියෙනවා පාරවල් වල ඉඩ මදි නිසා.
එමයි මේ කන්ටේනර් එකක් නේද ලොරියකටත් වඩා මම
ටිකක් උසත් වැඩි ඒක නිසා පොඩි පොඩ්ඩක් ගිහලා බලන්න ඕන ඔයාලා.
අපිට පේන්නේ දැන් මේ කුරුණෑගල මෙත්මල් ආරාමයට තියෙන පටු මාර්ගයේ කොහොම හරි ලොකු ට්‍රක් එක ඒ කන්ටේනර් රථයේ වගේ ගමන් කරන ආකාරය. අතරම මේ ශාරීරිකව පුදුම සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මහන්සි ගමනක් උදේ ඉඳලා පහමාර විතර ඉඳලා නැස්සලා ගමනක් තියෙන. මම හිතන්නේ ඒ අවිවේකීත්වය ෆිසිකලි දැනෙන ස්වභාව ඔක්කොම තියාගෙන ඒ ඇතරම අපේ කට්ටිය වගේම අර තායිලන්තයෙන් පැමිණි ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේත් හරියට ඒකේ ඒක දරාගෙන සුබ කටයුතු සහභාගී වෙනවා. ඇත්තට උන්වහන්සේ නම් මේකට සහභාගී වෙන්න බලාගෙන ආවේ දැනගෙන ආවේ. මොකද මේක මෙහෙම කරන්න දෙයක් නෙවෙයි තිබුණේ ධාතුන් වඩන ධාතු වඩම්මන ගමනක් විදිහට. එතෙන්දී ওই තරම් නවත්තන්න වෙන්නේ නැහැ, බඩු පටවන්න වෙන්නේ නැහැ. එතකොට ඒක ඇත්තටම වේගින් කරන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් දැන් මේ ජාතික විශ්වනයත් එක්කම මේ මතුවෙච්ච ස්වභාවය නිසා ඒකට සමගාමීව මේ අද මේ
සරණයි කොකිලා මහත්මිය.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. අතන මේ එන්ට්‍රන්ස් එක වෙන්නේ නැති නේද?
ඔව් එහෙමයි. මෙතනින් තමයි මෙතන විවේකාශ්‍රමයට ඇතුල් වෙන්නේ. මේ මෙතන විවේකාශ්‍රමයේ පිරිසනේ ටිකක් හරවගම් පුළුවන් නේ? පේනවා ඇති
මේ අසංකි මහත්මිය කන්ටේනර් රථයට අවසරයි කන්ටේනර් රථයට එන්න පුළුවන්ද මේ වරිෂ්ඨයට?
කන්ටේනර් රථය ගේන අමාරුයි ඉන්ද්‍රාණි මහත්මිය.
එහෙමයි. ඔය
වයර් වදින නිසා. කට්ටිය දැක්කත් සනීපයි. ඇත්තටම ඉන්ද්‍රාණි මහත්මිය බොහෝ දවසකින් මේ කුරුණෑගල මෙත්මාල් විවේකාශ්‍රමයට මේ එන්නේ මම. ඇත්තටම නෑදෑයෝ දැක්කා වගේ. කට්ටියක දැක්ක මහන්සියලා මේ බුදු පිළිමයක් මෙතන ඉදි කරලා දාන්න.
මෙතන ධාතු තැන්පත් කිරීම සිද්ධ වෙනවද?
එහෙමයි කොකිලා මහත්මිය.
එහෙම.
ඔව්. ඒක අද දිනේදී සිදු වෙනවාට කියන්න මං හිතන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද දැන් අද දිනය මේ යොදාගෙන තියෙන
ධාතුනාසල තැන්පත් කිරීම
අද කරන්නේ නේද? ඒක ආපහු එන ගමනේදීනේ උතන වැඩසටහන තියෙන්නේ නේද? එහෙමයි කොකිලා මහත්මිය. අද තියෙන්නේ මේ අපි ගාල්ලේ ආරම්භ කරේ ඊට පස්සේ කඩවත ඊට පස්සේ ගමනනේ මීරිගම. ඔව් මීරිගමින් පස්සේ ඔව් දැන් කුරුණෑගලින් මේවා ටික ඔක්කොම රැස් කරගෙන පොළොන්නරුව දක්වා යනවා. පොළොන්නරුවේ තැන්පත් කිරීමක් තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ පොළොන්නරුවේදී මේ ලබාගත් මේ සියලු ද්‍රව්‍ය සියලු දේම දෙපැත්තකට බෙදෙනවා. අනුරාධපුරයේ සහ මහියංගනේ මහියංගනේ පැත්තට එක් කොටසකුත් يعني මහියංගනේ බදුළු පැත්තට තව කොටසක් අනුරාධපුරයේ පැත්තටත් යනවා. ඊට පස්සේ අනුරාධපුරයේ ඒ වැඩසටහන් නිම කරලා ඉවර වෙලා එන ගමනේදී තමයි කුරුණෑගල ධාතු තැන්පත් කිරීම සහ ප්‍රායෝගික වැඩසටහන් ඒ සියලු දේ
සුනන්ද අර පැත්තට මෙහෙන මේ වහනේ කොහටද දාන්නේ? වහනේ දාන්න. අයින් වෙන්න කි.
හරි අතෙන්ද දාන්න.
ඉන්ද්‍රාණි මහත්මිය කුරුණෑගල මෙත්මාල් විවේකාශ්‍රමයේ දර්ශන මන් නැති දවස් ටිකට ගොඩාක් වෙනස් වෙලා ලස්සන වෙලා මේ කට්ටිය බොහොම කැපවීමෙන් වැඩ කරලා තියෙන බව පේනවා.
ශ්‍රමදානයකුත්
ඉතින්
තිබුණා
ආරම්භය
ඇත්තෙන්ම. ඔව් පහුගිය දිනවල තිබුණා ශ්‍රමදාන. එහෙම.
එහෙමයි ශ්‍රමදාන තිබුණා. අතරම මෙතන අපි අලුතෙන් මේ වහලක් ඉදි කරා. මේ
ඇත්තෙන්ම මේ අවස්ථාවේදී මේ අපේ තාහිලන්ත ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ ඉතා ගෞරවයෙන් අපි නමස්කාර කරන්න ඕනේ මෙවැනි පහරදුර කාර්යයක් මෙවැනි දුෂ්කර ගැන ඇත්තටම පහසු නැහැ මේ දිගු ගමනක් ඇත්තටම අද දිනේදී ඒත් මම හිතන්නේ බොහොම සතුටින් මේ අනිත් අය කරන මේ සත්කාරයට බොහොම පැහැදිලා තමයි සහභාගී වෙන්නේ. ඇත්තටම හරිම අගය කරන්න ඕනේ. ඇත්තටම මේ දැක්කහම කාට වුණත් ඒ මෙතනින් මේකට යොමු වෙනවා. අයිනවයි.
ඇත්තටම ඉන්දියානු මහත්මයා කලින් වීඩියෝස් වල මේ ඇහෙනවද මාව?
ඇහෙනවා.
පෙර වීඩියෝස් වල අපි මෙත්මල් මෙහෙණිය ආරානේ මේ නිරතම ලීලකාශ්මී පෙන්වන්නට වැඩිය වෙනස් ඇති.
ගොඩක් කල එළියයි. එහෙමයි.
එහෙමයි. විරිසක් නැදී ඉන්නවා මෙතන අපිට සමාන ආධාර ලැබුණ බාන්දවට සමිනා සේවන කරනවා පිළිකට. Personalmente per la pena volando nei tazzini che
my phone
no මේක දෙන්න. ඔව්. ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එක.
මේ ඔන්
ඕන් කරලා තියෙනවා. කැමරා එකත් ඔන් කළා මයික් එකත් ඔන්
කොක්ලා මහත්මිය සම්බන්ධ වෙලා ඉන්නේ. එහෙමයි කොක්ලා මහත්මිය මම හිතන්නේ දැන් මෙතනදී මේ අයට සටික වෙලාවක රැඳී සිටින්නට වෙයි කියලා හිතෙනවා නේද? මොකද දැන් අර මෙතන මේ අය රැස් කරගත්ත සෑහෙන ද්‍රව්‍ය ප්‍රමාණයක් තියෙනවා. අර දැන් මෙතනින් දැන් කන්ටේනර් එකට පටවන්න බැරි නිසා මෙතනින් කන්ටේනර් එක දක්වා ප්‍රවාහනය කරලා තමයි ඉතින් පටව ගන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා ඇත්තේ. මේ සිටින්නේ තායිලන්ත ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ.
They also have some we have their own boat.
අපිට පොඩි වාහන ටිකට දාලා යවත හැකිනේ.
ඔව් ඒවට පටවලා අතින්ට ගෙනේ දැන් එතකොට දැන් සෑහෙන පිරිසක් ඉන්නවනේ කෝකිලා මහත්මිය. එතන මෙතනින් පටවන කොටසයි එතනින් ඒ උදව් කරන්නයි. ඒ වගේම කෝකිලා මහත්මිය අද දිනේදී අපි දැක්කා තිහාරිය ප්‍රදේශයේදී මේ කන්ටේනර් එක නවත්තලා කාගිල් සේකින් මං හිතන විදිහට ගෝනි පිටින් ඒ අපේ කන්ටේනර් එකට පැටවුවා මේ සීනි පිටි මාල් ඒ වැනි වියලි ද්‍රව්‍ය ගෝනි ගණන්. ඒ කියන්නේ පවුල් ගානකට 100 ගානකට දෙන්න තමා සැලසුම් කරන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒ මේ ගොඩාක් බඩු ගත්තා එතනදී. ඊට පස්සේ අපි දැක්කා මීරිගමත් ගොඩක් පිරිස ගෙනත් තිබුණා ද්‍රව්‍ය. ඒවත් ඒ අය එකතු වෙලා ඒ කන්ටේනර් එකට ඇතුළත් කරගත්තා. ඊට ඉස්සෙල්ලා කඩවතදිත් හයිවේ එකට එකෙන් එළියට ආවට පස්සේ එතනදිත් ඒ වගේ පිරිසක් එකතු වෙලා ඒ ද්‍රව්‍ය සපයලා තිනවා. ඉතින් ඇත්තටම ඔබතුමියක් දන්නවා ඇති අපේ ලක්හඬ රේඩියෝ එකේ සහ ITN එකේ ප්‍රචාරය වෙනවා මේ ගැන. ඒකට සමන් දීලා ඒ අනුව බඩු භාණ්ඩ ලබා දුන්න අයත් ඉන්නවා ඒ අතරට. ඉතින් එහෙමයි. ඇත්තටම මේක ඇත්තටම ලොකු මෙහෙවරක්. දකුණින් පටන් ගත්ත ඒ ශක්තිය දකුණේ අයගේ ඒ එකමුතුකම ශක්තිය ඒව රැකගෙනගෙන හැමෝම එකතු කරගෙන අපේ තායිලන්ත ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ ධාතුන් වහන්සේලා සමග තමයි මේ වඩින්නේ.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි සුධර්ම මහත්මිය.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි රාණි මහත්මිය. Now we have arrived at yes, Dr. Kokila and all Dhamma friends. We have just arrived at the meditation center, Buddothpado meditation center, Kurunegala, and they are giving such a heartwarming welcome. All the villagers have gathered here, all mothers and actually the fathers of those who have been listening to sermons, those who have been attending the practical program here. So it's like one single family. I don't know how the entire family come together, and that I mean at physical level we are experiencing oneness. I know everybody is busy helping each other, and we started this journey from Gaul by like 8 o'clock. Then on the way also people were coming with the donations, kind of material, all these dry rations and clothes, all sorts of things to be given to these victims of natural disasters. And it's really, really beautiful, Dr. Kokila. And I want to share this also. This Venerable Bante Beli from Thailand. Actually, he represents Wat Pathomwa, the monastery, well-known monastery, and he has been talking to Buddothpado Dhamma followers, the friends, and he is really impressed, and he has mentioned several times he is surprised, and this is not no exaggeration here. Are all these people aware of this Dhamma? Are they all like this? It's so he's so impressed about about people having this true the experience and exposure to true Dhamma. So it's really beautiful, Dr. Kokila. So actually everyone is fortunate to be a part of this great move, great venture initiated by Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi. He's really, that is miraculous. You all know, as who have associated with this, who have listened to True Dhamma for many years, more than us, how he works and how he actually with him, we naturally get that energy. We all who come to the place gets the same energy, and without the involvement of self, they begin to work, they begin to organize things, collect things, put things. I mean, no one is there to find faults or criticize or to do anything. So when you look at these faces of these people, I mean, we are so that Aryan Hansi predicted all these years ago, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah,
so
true.
Saranai, you also can comment and discuss and do the things. So you can see the video, and if I turn on the video, I can show you the beautiful surrounding. Don't know. Let me check.
So this natural disaster has brought all the Buddothpado, Aranses, Dhamma friends together, and that's the beauty.
Exactly. Yes, Saran. I did once, Saran. I saw. Okay. Oh,
It's very far. Explain. What is Star? I also tell you. Can I start it? Mike is here. So, what is this? Yes. Is this okay? You want me? Yes.
ආරේ වහන්සේගේ ෆෝන් එක අරගෙන ඉන්න කෙනා පොඩ මයික් එක අන් කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? තෙරුවන් සරණයි. සූම් එකට අපිට ශ්‍රවණය වෙන්නේ නැහැ. කාට හරි පුළුවන් ද ඒකට සහයෝගය දෙන්න. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. So everyone working from morning until
They will probably because there is no cell banks.
Yeah.
6 sermons. His sermons, his Dhamma. So people follow it, so they are aware. Okay. There is no safety. It's just system. That is the message he always gives. So what happy.
Yeah, same. That is easy. Whenever we are the same family, the same.
Exactly.
We are the same. You do everything easy. Yeah, so America, it's different. They're not the same.
He doesn't like camera. Look. Which I say works because other people who join on the Zoom and YouTube like to see you. Say, no, will say, I mean, as a mark of respect only. You feel uncomfortable that you are shown. I don't think. You really mean it. We have to switch off the camera. You don't like it being shown on.
Today is okay, but like the other day when I was teaching, so
Exactly focus on it.
His first day today is a little medical. It's okay. He's going. It's coming for us. It's okay. Because vehicle new one is the first day today. It's the car mass is okay, but he's going.
He's asking not to focus in one thing. What? That's it.
butter.
What's it?
Butter. older brother and younger brother.
Young people, yeah, you are interested in the young teenagers.
Yes.
Young people are
And
part of it. Yeah.
younger brother, older brother.
Ah, they are cousins.
Number one, number two.
They are cousins. Cousins, yes,
It's
yes,
the same
yes.
family.
Yeah. Two sisters.
You did very well yesterday. You did very well yesterday.
Thank you.
You can gathering. You can make everyone gather in your home and you bring them together. Yes, bring them very good job. Today your Buddha delivered to your land. Oh, very nice. So I appreciate you now. Yeah. So
අපිට සූම් එකේ පැහැදිලිව නම් ඇහෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒත් මම හිතන්නේ මේ භූමිය පරිත්‍යාග කරපු මහත්මිය තමයි ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ සමග සාකච්ඡා කරන්නේ. එහෙමයි. ඇත්තටම මෙම භූමිය පූජා කරපු මහත්මයට ඉතාමත් සතුටු දිනයක් අද මම හිතන්නේ මෙවැනි කර්තව්‍ය කෙරෙන පින්බිමක් වෙයි කියලා එතුමියවත් හිතන්නේ නැතුව ඇති.
කටහඬට ඒ කටහඬේ නේද තිබුණු නැවුම් බවට ඒ පිරිසුදු බවට නේද අම්මගේ හිතේ තිබුණු ඒ ශ්‍රද්ධාව අත්‍තරම කිව්වොත් ඒක කියලා නිව කරන්න බෑ ඒකයි ඒකේ වටිනාකම. අවුරුදු ගාණක් ඔබ බණ ඇහුවා රූපයක් ප්‍රශ්න දෙක. ඇතේ ගුණගෙන ගියා වගේ කවුරුත් ආරංශය වීඩියෝ කරන්න යන්න එපා. ඒක නිකන් හොඳ නැති දෙයක්. ආරංශය අවසානයේ ඉතින් සමාජයක් බලන් ඉන්නවා. බුදුන් වහන්සේට ආවනම් ඒ වගේ දේවල් අපිට නේද? කාලේ දියන සෝමහාමුදුරුව අපි දකිනවා කාලේ දියන පාළුදුර හරිදම්මහාමුදුරුව අපි දකිනවා. ඉතින් ආරංශයත් කාලේ අපිට මොකුත් අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. ඔබටමයි සියල්ල. අපිට අපි ඔබ ගෙලියන්නේත් නැහැ. සියල්ල ඔබටමයි. නේද? අදෝත සුන්දර වෙනවා. ඉතිහාසයේ වගේ ඒ අභීත සිතක් පහළ වෙනවා. එතන මේ බුදු පිළිමේ තියෙන වෙලාවේ යට කොටුව බඳින්න බරක්කු වෙනකොට ආරසේ කිව්වා ඔපිට ඕක බඳින්න බැරි නම් මම නිකන් යකෝ එක රාත් දීපිය ගල් ටික මන් තියලා මම බඳිනවා කියලා. ඊර පුරන් අප්පු ඉන්නේ වෙඩි තියෙන වෙලාවට විතරක් නෙවෙයි මේ වගේ වෙලාවටත් ඉන්නවා. තාත්තේ ගහින් නැති පාලිතවත් දුල් සමහර අය මානෙන් නම් මේක හොඳට දන්නවා. මානෙලම දාමාරස හොඳට අහගන්නවා. නමුත් ඒ ඔබේම අත්තරම කිව්වොත් දුර්වලකමක් තියෙනවා. අපි තාමත් හෙළ සිංහලයෝ නැත්තම් මේවා නිර්මාණය වෙන්නේ නැහැ. නැත්තම් මේ හදවත් වලට එහෙම ඉන්නේ නැහැ. නැත්තම් අපිට එහෙම ඉන්නෙත් නැහැ. නැත්තම් අද එහෙම ආස උසට හදෙන්නෙත් නැහැ. එදා පොළොන්නරුව හැදුනා වගේ අනුරාධපුරේ හැදුනා වගේ මේ යුගෙත් හැදෙනවා ආරණ්‍යංශ වගේ ඔක්කොම ඉන්නවා. එහෙම නේද? දෙහි කියලා දෙයක්. අපි කොහේ හැමදාම නෑ බෑ කියන අපිත් එක්ක ඉන්න එපා. කොහොමද කරන්නේ කියලා අහන විතරක් ඉන්න. අපි සූම් එක කරන්න දුන්නාම ඒක පස්සට දින ආයට අපි කියන්න ඕනේ යකෝ මිනිස්සුනේ නුඹලා මිනිස්සුද? වරේ විස්තරා. සූම් එකක් කරන්න බැරිද? අපි පැය 24ම ඉන්නවා නේද? මේ එක පැයක් ඉන්නවද? රුපියල අපිට ලොකු නෑ. රුපියල ඕන තරම් පස්සෙන් එයි. අපි මිනිස්සෙක් තුම දවස. බය වෙන්න එපා. ජීවිතේ කියන්නේ දුකම තමයි. සප කියන්නේ දුකම තමයි. දුක හොයන කෙනාට සබ හම්බ වෙනවා. සප හොයන කෙනාට හැබැයි දුක හම්බ වෙනවා. අල්ලි ගොඩක් ගොඩ ගහයි. දරන දවසට ගෙනියන්න බැරි වෙනවා පොළොව පලාගෙන අඬයි. එහෙම සප හොයන කෙනාට දුක හම්බ වෙනවා. දුක හොයන කෙනාට සප හම්බ වෙනවා. අපි කවදාවත් සල්ලි හොයපුවා නෙවෙයි. අපි ගාන හොඳ හදවතක් තිබුණා අපේ හැමදාම දැක්කේ හදවතින් මනුස්සයා ගැන හිතලා යමක් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒ කාලේ ඉඳන් මේ අදහස තිබුණා. අදවත් ඔබට දකින්න ලැබෙන්නේ ඒක. තිස්ස මහරාමයේ ඉඳලා වෙරහෙට එන මග තමයි බුද්ධෝත්පාද සහන යාත්‍රා කියන එක හැදෙන්නේ. කියන වචන දෙන්නේ අසන්තියයි. ඒ වෙලාවේ තිස්ස මහරාමයට යන්නේ අර ඉන්නේ. ඔය නිරෝෂා, ඔය රෙබෙකා, ඔය ආංචනා උතර ඉන්නවා තමයි තනුජා සෑහෙන කැමකෙන් කළා තියෙනවා. වචනේ කියන්න බැරි තරම්. මෙතන ඉන්න හැම කෙනෙක්ම එහෙමයි. අපි ඒක දන්න. අගෞරව කරනවා නේ. තව ටිකක් දහිතවත් කියනවා. අපි දන්නවා මේ හැම කෙනෙක්ම ආරෙන්නාගේ බලන්නේ. කවදාවේ සිංහනාද අහනවා ඒක තමයි. ඒක හොල්ලන්න බෑ. ඒක එල්ලෙන්න උස්මඩේ යන්න ඕනේ. නේද? පිටි කපුවක් නොසලෙන මිනිස්සුන්ට. එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ දහම අවබෝධ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. කැලෑවල යනකොට කන්න නැති වෙනකොට පස්සට හැරිලා ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ. ඒක තමයි. එතන තියනවා ඒක. අද යයිද? කෙනෙක් කුඩු විරලුවක් කියලා අපි දුවයිද? නැහැ. හොදා. ඉන්න කියලා කාගේ. ඒකට හේතුව මෙතන කෙනෙක් නැති බව. සිතුවිල්ලක් අපි අත්දැක දෙයක්. අවුරුදු 5කට දේශනා දසදහසක් කරන්න තරම් නියුවිතයි. එමුනේ. පිස්සවහරාවේ ඉඳලා වේරහෙට එනකන් අපි දවස් කාලවත් නැහැ. අත්තව කිව්වොත් එදා රෑ 9 වෙනකොට අපි කාලා නැහැ. මේ ඉතම කට්ටිය දන්නවා. අත්තව කාටද වීඩියෝ හදන්න කිව්වේ? ඒගොල්ලෝ බලන්න වෙලාව කීයද කියලා. එකට සමහරට 12ට තක්ගාලා කියලා විස්තරයක් හදාලා තක්ගාලා දාන බුද්ධෝත්පාද සහන යාත්‍රා කියලා කවුද මේ කතා කරන්න ගන්න ගෲප් කෝල් ගන්න නදීකට ගන්න එකතු කරන්න නේ විශාල වෙහෙමක් කරනවා එවල දාන්න මැසේජ් වලට දාන්න මේව ගෲප් වලට සහන යාත්‍රා කියලා දාන්න අපි සේරම එකතු කරමු බඩමුට්ටු රැස් කරමු ගංගාරාමට එන්න කියන්න මාතරට එන්න කියන්න බඩමුට්ටු දෙන්න කියන්න ගාලට එන්න කියන්න කොහෙද එන්නේ එහෙනම් සුධර්මයා ගෙදරට හරි එන්න කියන්න එහෙම තමයි ඒක අද ඒක හිතෙනවා. අල්තන ලොරියක් හදනකොට ඒක කියනවා කාගවද ලොරියක් තියෙන්නේ කියලා. ඒන්න කියන ලොරියක්. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි සල්ලි දීලා ලොරියක් ගන්න ඕනි කියනවා. එන්න අන්තිමට වාහනයක් නැහැ කියනකොට නෑ අපි වාහනයක් ගමු එහෙනම්. ඒ කට්ටිය අරන් යන්න ඕනි කියනවා. ඒ දැන වටිනව අය අපි දන්නවා හදවතේ ඒගොල්ලන් අපි කරනවා. පස්සට අදින අය අපි ගාව නෑ. පස්සට අදිනයට ඉන්න බෑ. මොකද ආරංශය හරි විදුයි. කරනවා නම් කරන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්තම් යන්න පුළුවන්. අපි ගාව නෑ. ඒ කාටු ඒවනෝ නෑ. තනියෙන් කරන දේ තමයි පිරිසක් එකතු ගණන් කරන්නේ. එදා අපි පොසොන් එකට අපිට මතකයි 2000 ඉඳලා 2025 වෙනකොට තව පොසොන් එකටම කැම්පස්වල 1500 දුන්නේ තනියම. මොකද අම්මත් වයසයි. තාත්තටත් වයසයි. එහෙම කරන්න කෙනෙක් පිළිගන්නේ නැහැ. එකම විරියා මොමයි. මම දුන්නොත් එදා බෞද්ධ මන්දිරයේ මොරටුවේ පොසොන් එකේ දානේ තියෙනවා. නැත්නම් ඒ දානේ නැහැ. මේක මම හම්දාම් කරන්නේ. අපි අතර මේ කටයුතු කළා පවුලයටත් කිව්වේ නැහැ මේක අපි කරන්නේ. කෝල් එකෙන් පොට දෙන්නේ කෙප්ටන්ස්සේ හරි කවන්නේ 15 කීයක් කරනවද කොහෙන්ද මුදල් දෙන්නේ එහෙම කරනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි අදත් එකයි. ඒ විදිහට තමයි හදන්නේ. විශාල කටයුත්තක් ධාතුන් වහන්සේලා අතර කාලයක් දෙකක්. සමහර අය මේක කියනකොට ලක්ෂ 2.65ක් යනවා කියනකොට ටිකට් එකට විතරක් යෝ අපි. මොකද කියන්නේ නිරෝෂ. බස්ස ගහලා නැහනේ. ඒකේ ඔලම ගෙවන්න කියනවා. ඇයි? දන්නා ඒක කියනවා ටිකක්. ඇයි අපි ඔය ගම් වතුරට අහුනේ නැත්තේ? ඇයි අපි තිබුණේ නැත්තේ? ධාතුන් වහන්සේලා. අපිට බලන්න ඇස්තරලා. රටේ 4න් 3ක් යට වෙනවා. යරි වෙලාවත් අපි මේ පැත්තට ආවනම් අපි යට වෙනවා නේද? අද උමන්දාව යට වෙලා නැත්ද? අද ලවුරුරු යට වෙලා නැත්ද? ඇයි අපි බේරෙන්නේ? ඒ ධාතුන් වහන්සේලාගේ උපත් නැහැ කියලා හිතන්න. අපේ ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේගේ උපත් නැහැ කියලා හිතන්න එපා. අපි තායිලන්තේ ගිහිල්ලා 4 මාසයක් මේ ආරාමේ කටයුතු කළා මේ අපේ බන්තේ ගැන හොඳට දන්නවා. අපි ඉන්නේ කියන්නේ නෑ. පිට එක එකතු වෙන්න කියන්නේ නෑ. සමාජයක දෙන්න ඕනි පරිවර්තනයක්. සත්‍ය අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. හැම කෙනෙකුටම ඒ සත්‍ය දෙන්න ඕනි. ආශිර්වාදයක් විදිහට. ගැටෙන්න නෙවෙයි. මල් පූජා කරන්න. ගාත කියන්නේ. එන්න සත්‍ය පහකට. ශාන්ත ධාතුන් වහන්සේලා ප්‍රදර්ශනය කරනකොට ආරස එකපාරටම කියන ගහන්න 24000ක් නේද? අර බෙදගෙන කියනවා 24000ක් ඇහුවොත් එච්චර ගාම 24000. බෙදමු තියලයි දන්ත ධාතුන් විතරක් නෙවෙයි. තරමෙත් දෙන්න ඕනේ. අපි මිනිස්සු පව්. හැමදාම අපේ අම්මත් වෙනවද ගියා නේ? මොනවද හම්බුනේ? දොළු කන්දේ පැංගුවනේ ගිහින් අපි දැක්කා. මොනවාරි හම්බුණා? අපිට කියනකොට රුවන්වැලි සෑය අපි වටේ ඔතනවා රෙදි. කිරිවෙහෙරේ වටේ රෙදි ඔතනවා. කටින ඒවා කරනවා. ඒක මොනවද හම්බුනේ අම්මා? අපුළු විතර. උස්මටි කියනකොට අම්මගේ දැස්සල කපුළු. මොනවත් හම්බෙලා නැහැ. කව් අසරණනේ. වාලින තේන කොටත් එහෙම. තාහත්තන තේන කොටත් එහෙම. දැස්සල කඳුළු. මොනවා කරන්නේ? සත්‍ය නොදන්න මිනිස්යාට අපි දන්නවනේ හැමෝම මිනිස්සු ඒ මිනිස්සෙක් මේක කියනවා. පුතාගේ හැදුණු වෙලාවේ අත්තටම මහා සංවේගයක් කරන මේ මිනිස්සු පවු 2015 ධර්මය අවබෝධ වෙනකොට පිටිකල ගුණරත්න හාමුදුරුවෝ සුදර්ශන හාමුදුරුවෝ කුමාරකාශ්‍යප හාමුදුරුවෝ අපි නොකිය තරක් නැහැ කවුද පිළිගන්නේ කිසි කෙනෙක් ගන්න. අපි නිහතයි. තුනන් හදනලා අපි කවුරු නැත්නම් කවන්නේ අපේ හුස්ම ටික දැන් යන හොඳට මුණ අරගෙන කියන්න බෑ මේක ලෝකෙට කරනවා. පැය 14ක් අඛණ්ඩව බණ කියනවා. අවස 6 ඉඳලා ඊගා දවසේ උදේ 10. අදටත් එහෙමයි. දවල්ට කාලා හිට කෑව දාරන්ත නෑනේ. ඒකක් අක්කරාම ගෝ නෑ අක්කෝ මට එනර්ජි එකක් නෑ කියලා. කියන දේ කරනවා කරන දේ කියලා. එහෙම නේද පිරුස? ඒක ඇත්ත. මේ කටයුතු කරන මිනිස්සු ඉන්නවා. ඒ මිනිස්සුන්ට සත්‍ය අවබෝධ වෙනවා. කොහොමද ඔහුගේ කතාවට මේ අනිත් අය කතා. මුදිතා ගුණය කියන්නේ ඔබ සතුට තමයි සතුට. ඔබ සතුටින් නම් ඒ අපේ ඒකයි අපේ කාලේ ගොඩක් කරනවා අපි වන්දට අවස්ථාව දෙමු. මෙතනින් අපි අතන වැඩි වෙලා ඉන්නේ නැහැ. කලබල වෙන්න එපා. තමයි තේරුම් ගන්න.
Everybody. Thank you so much, everyone. We have to bring the accurately modern everybody.
Uh, just I want to bring up two facts actually, two things happening in Sri Lanka these days. One, of course, I think it's a news which has gone all over the world about the disaster that we have faced, and lots of destructions and many lives have been lost during these 3-4 days, and many more are in very difficult situations, losing all the loved ones and also losing all the belongings. And this actually is a very good example of the anitya or uncertainty, which is explained in Buddha teachings. When you use the word anitya, or the meaning is uncertainty, there's a very superficial level where even a person without a guidance of a noble friend, or even without knowing even Buddha teaching, where the materialistic world can be destroyed within a fraction of a second. So this happened in tsunami some years back. Similar destruction happened not only to Sri Lanka, several other countries around. And similarly, this type of damages due to heavy rainfall, floods, occurs in different parts of the world. So you can see that the things which were built up over years gets destroyed, and the people die within minutes or seconds. People who have been fit enough and very healthy, very beautiful people with and also people with lots of assets and wealth, all are gone within few minutes sometimes. So this is the most superficial level of anitya, or the uncertainty. Really speaking, you don't need a spiritual leader to show this type of destruction, because any human being who can understand, who can see this, not only human beings, even the animals can recognize this sort of uncertainty. But only the human being, the humankind, will have the advanced mind to understand the nature of this type of destruction. So this is the most superficial level of anitya, or the uncertainty. But Lord Buddha tried to explain something much more deeper, because as I mentioned earlier, you don't need a wise person, you don't need a spiritual leader or a person like Lord Buddha to explain this type of destruction. What we have to understand is that there are much more deeper levels which can be understood only by the human beings. So we are very fortunate to be born as a human being, and also to be able to hear these true Dhamma facts, and the ability to understand. So we are very fortunate in that way to understand, to be able to understand the levels, the deeper levels that Lord Buddha tried to explain. So what are the levels of this anitya? So you have to sort of go deeper and deeper in the water and dive deeper and see what are the other levels which were explained by Lord Buddha. Now we know that we, as most of you have been listening to this Dhamma for some time, and also you may have got this information from different sources, that the world is a creation of the senses. In Pali phrase, it says that Salayatana Loko Loko. The world is created by the sense faculties. And now these facts actually we have been discussing again and again, but it is the spirit of the Buddhist teaching. And different animal kinds will have different types of senses, and within that capacity of the senses, something called world is created. And the ignorance or the foolishness, I would say, leads to, and it results in taking these creations as real. So that is where everything has gone wrong. So we think that what was created within the capacity of this sense of faculty is real. And another animal who has different types of senses will have a differently created world for that animal. And that animal will take that world as real. And even within the human kind, the different people can have slightly different ways of the sensor functions, so that there may be slightly differently created world for each person. Now, one of the simple examples is that color blindness, where some people cannot identify the difference between the red and green. And there are some finer defects apart from this bold color change. Sorry. And also sometimes, depending on the capacity of the ears, a person may not be able to hear the sounds that another person can hear. So you can see that it's completely a creation of the sense faculties. Creation of the sound means the birth of the sense faculty itself. There's nothing called a sense faculty which is persisting, and that sense faculty will create a picture. It's not so. Creation of the sense faculty equals to the creation of the sound. Creation of the sense faculty or the creation of the eye faculty is equal to the appearance of light or the creation of the light. So creation of these things always happens due to the rapid speed. So these facts actually we have been talking again and again. And this is the second level that we have to understand. So now we know that it is a creation of the sensor faculty. It is something created at the sensor level, and that itself is not true. That itself has the nature of anitya. So why is that? That's because the speed is a decisive factor in this instance. So always it is the speed which leads to creation and gives rise to the appearance of something existing really. And when you go a little deeper, which is the ultimate fact that we have to understand, creation of the light or the creation of the sound, creation of the taste, smell, and the skin feeling, all these are created due to the rapid speed. So there is nothing. From nothingness, something has been creating. Something is being created. And then you build up something called, it's like a building which is coming up without any foundation or without any base. From zero level, from the level of nothingness, due to the ignorance, we create something which looks like real. So this is actually, these are the facts that Lord Buddha disclosed. And these things actually in simple ways, our noble friend Aryan Mahase tries to explain, and he has given us 4 steps in the practical experience, where stepwise the understanding is given that there is no one here, there is no self here, but it is just a creation happening as the sensor function. So the true anitya level, or the true fact that the Lord Buddha has explained, is that the level of the sensor function, where there is nothing, and what you think is not there outside in the world. We can't say that there is nothing in the world. You can't say that there is nothing, but we don't know. What we know, all what we know is what is created by the senses. So we have to assume that this is what is there outside, which is not true. That is what is really meant by the word anitya, or the meaning is actually uncertainty, but the Pali word is anitya. So you can, depending on the person's level of understanding, these facts about the explanations about the anitya is given at different levels. You have to actually understand from the top level, from the superficial level, because without knowing that level, a person can't understand the deeper levels. For a person who is not into Dhamma at all, what is seen from the superficial level, the destructions of the materialistic world, which has happened in our country right now. So that sort of destruction has to be seen, and the person will that will be an eye opener to the person who is not into Dhamma at all. So the person will start thinking, oh yes, whatever we earned, and we whatever the wealth we had, and then all our loved ones, all our wealth, and everything that was called our belongings, the things that we called our things, gone within minutes. So when you see that, when you undergo that sort of experience, a person who has never been to Dhamma will be shaken actually, and then the person will try to think. That will be an eye opener, and the person will try to think, oh yes, I have been collecting all these things, and I have had a lovely family life. I had all these nice things, valuable things, all gone. What is the point of collecting all these things? Then he will actually try to sort of explore this Dhamma path. So that is a beginning. And then when you turn to the correct path, and when you go on listening to the Dhamma facts, little by little, the person will try to uh, listen to the more and more Dhamma disclosures and the discussions, and then try to understand the deeper levels, where this is all simply a creation. Nothing can be taken as true, nothing can be taken as persistent, and this is all the creation of the sensor functions. This is all sensor functions. There is no self who is responsible for this self sensor function. So these facts, little by little, I think they try to understand. So that is, in other words, the most important and the most pure anitya level, the anitya fact, will surface when the person understands and listens to these Dhamma discussions. I can see our noble friend R.N. Wahanse also has joined. R.N. Wahanse, Teruvan Saranai. Okay, we will continue the facts that I was trying to explain. And that was one of the important things that I wanted to explain. And also there's some other very important event happening in Sri Lanka these days in our country. Uh, Thai monk Venerable Bhante has arrived from Thailand on invitation of our noble friend. And he has brought some relics of Lord Buddha, and this relics is being displayed in different parts of the country, and also in some places the relics are being enshrined. And that Thai Bhante is also traveling from place to place. He's visiting various important temples in the country, and also conducting some Dhamma discussions. And more importantly, he's also taking part in the one-day practical experience programs. So I think there's a brighter future for us because there will be more communications with the Thai monasteries, where they also will like to join with our noble friend R.N. Mahase's teachings, and also they will also start conducting the practical experience programs there. So in other words, the true Dhamma teaching of Lord Buddha, which were actually hidden for some time, will surface little by little. And we all know that by experience, the people who have been listening to these Buddothpado discussions, most people experience the change within themselves already. So it is something called Sandittika, where the own self will recognize the change, and the ability to tolerate many events day to day in the day to day life, and also the defilements, raga, dvesha, and moha, becoming less and less, so that the life will be more peaceful and a tranquil one for everyone. So this is something that people are experiencing. So that is the beauty of it, because most of the people who are discussing, who are joining this Buddothpado discussions, they have gone through many other teachers in the country. They have listened to so many Dhamma discussions and Dhamma Deshana, but they have found that it is actually gives a very temporary calmness within themselves. So there is no internal change, or there is no internal transformation observed. So that is the beauty of the Dhamma discussions with our R.N. Wahanse. So if we go back to
Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
Saranai, yes.
We are still in goal, so getting organized, collecting all these donations for this Buddothpado Sahana Yatra, and we are really enjoying this great deed. And here we have one Miss Pramita. She would like to share her thoughts in this forum, Dr. Sakuntala.
Okay, please. Okay, please, yes. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. I'm Pramita.
Yes.
Yeah, actually I'm happy to be a part of this forum. Recently I joined this
Yes.
a few months ago. It happened me to listen to these through YouTube. So actually I'm very happy to listen to these things, and also now I'm at goal with the other
Yes.
friends and actually it's really very happy. Actually I'm very happy because I became a part of this giving helping hand those who lost everything, and
Okay. Yes.
also uh, with the Bante from Thailand.
Mm.
Yes, yesterday we could join all these religious things in the temples in Gaul, around Gaul, and most of the people around Gaul district joined these things, and actually they really appreciated the things. Those who did not know about this Buddothpado, they got to know a lot of things about this, and most probably this will spread all over the world, more than actually in 2026. I mean, most
Yes.
of will join in hand with this, I suppose. So actually, I'm happy to talk to this with you all to share my things. This is the first time actually I have never spoken to these things. It's the first
Yes.
time I spoke to this, so I'm very happy to say that the things that experience we got, the selflessness while we are doing all these activities. Aryan Vasi is also explaining everything. So doing activities with this, actually this is kind of a meditation, like without myself we work, we didn't feel that tiredness. So
Yes.
yes, we didn't feel actually. So far we didn't feel like we don't think about the food or whatever it is, thinking about all these things, really happy with the activities going on. So I would like to invite all of the others to take get in hand with this program. Even we spoke lot of friends around our families and all, so they will join these things within these 2 days ahead.
Yes. How
Yes.
did you find out about Buddothpado Deshana?
Actually, we were doing something else 10, 10 to 20 years ago. So we were
Yes.
doing, as Arya Vasi said, that is Mithya Dushtika, that is what we realized. Later on, we found this. Suddenly, while I was scrolling this YouTube, so I got this Buddothpado, that with the poster. So they are actually the voice of this Aryan Vahanse struck myself. I didn't know
Yeah.
anything actually. I didn't know.
That's
I did
kind of
nothing.
magic voice, isn't it?
Yes, that is the
Yeah.
voice I yes. So I didn't understand what he said. He was reading a book or something like that at about 2 p.m. So so next day also, the second day as well.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ. නමස්කාර
Dr.
වේවා.
Chandani, that's a Pramita.
Yes, yes.
She is more than helping us, no? With, today in Gaugol, Pramita and his husband is a Sobita also. It's a huge support giving. Yeah. Yesterday also, the vehicle also giving the Bante, and it's a huge support. Yeah, that is why. Otherwise, Pramita can speak English well, but shy. Oh, fear. Yeah, that's why, Yeah, otherwise she know the Dhamma also. The long period here in this Dhamma, but not coming forward. That's the problem, no? That's the question. That's why we are, yeah, you are telling, okay, you come with us and join, no? It's like
Yeah.
the Sudharma is yeah. I told her next time is coming Bante and introduce and explaining the Dhamma. No, Chandan is good, no? Yeah.
Yes, yes. Now on, I think
It's
she will
good,
be
yeah.
able to
It's
talk.
okay,
She
okay,
will
okay,
join.
Chandani. Okay, I'll join her. It's okay.
Okay, Yes, I think you can join here after. Whatever the time convenient for you. There are so many Zoom discussions throughout the day.
Yeah.
So you can, are you still working?
Yes,
Or
I'm working. Yes, yes.
okay, so maybe what time will you be free? Will you be free in the evenings or
Uh, Actually, after 3:30, after 3:30,
okay.
I will be all
Okay.
right. Yes.
Okay. So there are two discussions that you can listen. Actually, 7 o'clock there is a discussion, and then 9:30 p.m. also there is another Zoom discussion. 9:30
Yes.
p.m. one it's easier for you to sort of get things clarified, the things that you want to
Yes.
sort of ask as questions and get the explanations.
Okay, okay.
Anyway, during the weekends, you can join any of the other Zoom discussions. We have at 5 o'clock one, and then 9:30 in the morning,
Yes.
and 1 o'clock is the Sutra Deshana, and then
Yes.
2:45 to 4 o'clock we have the English discussion.
Yes.
So you're mostly welcome to any of those. You said you have listened for 3 to 4 months, is it?
Yes, nearly 6 months, doctor. Nearly six
Okay. So
months.
that's a good time for 6 months. Means you may have listened to a fair amount of Dhamma discussions,
I
haven't you?
suppose, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yes. And also,
Anyway,
I
it's
have
great.
participated. I have
Ah,
already participated for about not six, actually 3-4 months for the practical experience going
right,
on
right.
Kurunegala, both of us with my
Okay,
husband.
okay.
Yes.
So from Gaul, you are going to Kurunegala?
Not from Gaul. Actually, today I'm at Gaul. I'm at Kadawatha.
Ah,
I'm
you're
at
from
Kadawatha.
Kadavata. Okay,
Yes.
okay. Yes,
Kadawatha. So,
actually, Kurunegala has a very well organized program going on. So
yes.
I think you can, while you are listening to the Dhamma discussions, when you take part in the practical experience, that will have the added effect, isn't it? That will
Yes.
collectively help you to move forward quickly.
Actually, that's right.
Mm.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Anyway,
Exactly.
it's great both of you are helping so much in this program and
No,
Aryan
no,
Vasa
you
said
all
that.
have done a lot. We are doing a small pinch.
There's no.
We wanted to help Aryan Mahanse. We have
Mm,
seen how much he is doing for these
mm,
helpless people. That is what. So,
yeah,
if we would
yes.
have done something. That is what we thought.
Yes,
So,
yes.
mm, anyway, I'm very happy to
So
meet
please
y'all.
do join whatever the Zooms that you can. Yes.
Okay, doctor. Sudharma is there. I'll
Okay.
hand. Huh?
Okay, thank you. Thiruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Chandani, she will continue to
Yes.
join the
Okay.
English Zoom. Yeah, but
Okay.
after this
Okay.
program, until
Okay.
15th, we will be busy.
You will be
After that,
busy,
we
I
will
know.
continue. Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala, there is another young girl who has listened to these
Okay.
sermons for about
Okay, welcome.
1. Yeah, I'll pass the phone to her. She is
Okay, sure.
Dr. Shammi. Yeah.
Sure.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr.
Uh,
Chandani. I'm Dr. Shammi.
Thiruvan. Okay, Thiruvan
I'm,
Saranai. Nice to hear you.
yeah,
Okay.
actually, I'm daughter-in-law of Miss Sudharma.
Okay.
Uh,
So you are
so,
helping your mother-in-law with all her
yeah,
work.
yeah,
Okay.
all these Dhamma works, and I'm
Mm,
grateful to
mm,
have this opportunity. I have,
mm,
I have listened to this sermons for around 1.5 years, but I
mm.
hardly get time to listen to the full session. But anyway, I'm
Okay,
very
okay.
happy to see. I'm very happy to hear and
Mm,
learn true Dhamma. So this is the first time I have spoken to this forum. So it's actually a good platform to everybody, including the international population. So
Yes.
so I'm very happy. This is the first time. I'm a little bit
You're
nervous.
talking. You don't
Yeah.
sound nervous at all. Okay.
So I
So
hope
where are
to.
you? Are you also from Gol? Gol?
Yeah, no, and
Where are
my hometown is Hakmana. It's Matara. So I
you?
married to Miss Sudharma's son. So she's my mother-in-law, and it's a very. I think it's a great opportunity to join this family. Otherwise, I
Yes.
couldn't be able to find this hopefully. But anyway,
Yes.
thank you all of you, and it's a great service. So I want to hear this for the rest of my life, and I
Yes.
will join you soon.
Yes.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. It's very nice to hear from you. Actually, younger generation should join this more and more. Then I mean, you don't you can sort of continue with your life events in a more
Yeah, of
comfortable
course.
and more tranquil way when you understand this Dhamma, isn't it?
Yeah, actually with the busy schedule, but I feel this. This is the first
Mm,
thing
mm.
that I felt. So I want to follow this in
Yes,
future.
sorry.
Uh,
So whenever you can, I mean, you may not be able to join the Zoom discussions very often when you are working, but
yeah, yeah.
whenever you are free, you can leisurely listen to it from the YouTube.
Yes.
Anyway, if you have been listening for 1.5 years, I think
Yeah,
most of the
actually,
basic
past,
facts.
yeah,
Yes.
yes. The past 1 year was my internship, so I hardly got the
Mm,
time for that.
mm,
But now I'm a little bit free, so
free.
I
Yes.
hope to listen to more and more
Mm,
uh, sermons. Yeah.
yes. Yes, it's nice actually, and I think thanks to Sudharma also for getting you also involved.
Yeah,
It's,
actually, yeah.
I mean, not everybody feel like joining Dhamma discussions, particularly of your age. Younger people tend to go for the different entities, isn't it? I mean, for more
Yeah.
enjoyment rather than going along the Dhamma path, which is,
Yeah,
and you are very lucky in that way because your feel has sort of directed to the correct way, I think.
of course. I also got that my lucky opportunity because the I want to hear this. I want to follow this. That's the only
Yes.
thing, and I will do it in the future. Uh, yes.
Therwan
Okay, thank
Saranai,
you.
Therwan
Thank you
Saranai,
for
Dr.
talking.
Sakuntala.
Hirosaranai.
Yeah, it's like
Yes.
we are introducing this to young people also who
Mm,
can at
of
least,
course.
like, yes, we should. So we are getting busy, Dr. Sakuntala, because some donations are also people
Are
are
coming.
bringing with the
Ah, okay.
donations. So may the
Okay.
noble citizen bless you and please go ahead,
Okay.
Dr. Sakuntala.
Okay.
Therwan
Thank you
Saranai.
for joining. Thank you, Hirosaranai. Okay, I think we will just continue the discussion that we were doing. Uh, the spirit of what we learn from our noble friends' discussions are that uh, from nothingness we are constructing something which looks like a thing. So that is basically that is what the Lord Buddha has taught us, and we are uh, we are actually mm, the physical body is being manipulated by the thoughts. It's a string of thoughts that we label it as the mind, but there is nothing called permanently lasting mind. mind is a string of thoughts. Thoughts are occurring then and there at that moment, and then there is a fresh thought. But because of the ignorance, these thoughts, we see them as something connected to each other, but actually the thoughts are not connected to each other. They are always a new thought. And one of the beautiful examples that come from Lord Buddha's time is that the story of Angulimala. Angulimala was a serial killer. He killed about, it says according to the story, 999 people because he was cutting the fingers from each and every dead body to offer it as an offering to his great teacher who taught him from his small age. So that was his reward for teaching him. So that is what the story says. But the important fact there is that he was enrobed, he became a bhikshu because the Lord Buddha's kind eye was directed to him, and Lord Buddha realized that he had the merits. He had the luck to reach the state of arhat. So he knew that he should be helped. So he had this guilty feeling where he killed so many people. Even after becoming a bhikshu, he had this guilty feeling all the time. So he couldn't escape from that guilty feeling. And one day, Lord Buddha sort of made use an incident which happened in relation to a pregnant mother who was screaming in pain, in labor pain. And this Angulimala bhikshu felt very sad about it, and then he asked Lord Buddha, how can I help this mother? And he was taught a particular sutra, which we call the Angulimala Sutra. But the Angulimala bhikshu was a bit surprised. He said, I cannot, Lord Buddha said that you make the determination, or you make the wish, saying that I haven't killed any people, and if that fact is true, when I tell this sutra, this mother should recover, or her labor pain should get less and have the baby without any difficulty. But the Angulimala Thero was surprised. He said, no, Lord Buddha, how can I say, because I have killed so many people? How can I say that I haven't killed? Then Lord Buddha actually was very tactful, and he said, have you killed people after becoming a bhikshu? That actually from superficial, from the outer layer, it looks like that when he was enrobed as a bhikshu, he didn't kill people. That's true. But actually what Lord Buddha wanted to explain was not that outside story, not the fact that Angulimala Thero didn't kill any people after becoming a Thero. It's not the fact that Lord Buddha was trying, because the Angulimala Thero was a very intelligent person. He was, as a youngster, very, very intelligent. So the fact underneath that was that the message that Lord Buddha wanted to give was that every time it's a fresh thought. So the thought about being a killer is no more there. And the fresh thought, the one that is born or arises right now, is a new thought. So in this thought, if you are not a killer, then you can't label the person as a killer. So that was the explanation that Lord Buddha wanted to, that was a message that Lord Buddha wanted to give him. And he got it correct. And he said, oh yes, then he understood that this is always it's always the idea about being a killer is only a thought, and each time a fresh thought comes up, and then that thought is gone and another thought is coming. So these thoughts are not related to each other, but because of the ignorance we feel that thoughts are related to each other, and we take it as one solid mind. So this is one of the very beautiful examples which we get from Lord Buddha's time. And what I wanted to explain was that the formation of the thought is the result of the sense faculty function. And thought is the one which carries you in all this samsara cycle or the samsara journey. So when you do not realize that how the thoughts are formed, and when you do not realize that the thoughts are not real and they are just creations, that itself is the ignorance, and that is what carries you in the samsara journey. So if you go back and further talk about this sense function or the sense faculty function, the eye faculty doesn't mean the physical eye, but the physical eye is needed in the background for this function. So the eye faculty is only the function of seeing, and ear faculty means the sensor function where sound is created. So similarly, the taste faculty means the creation of the taste. So likewise, the nose and skin. So those are the 5 senses, and all 5 senses have a materialistic background where the physical part of the body is needed for this function, because when there is when a person is completely blind, or when the eyeball is not there, you can't talk about any eye faculty. If a person is completely deaf from birth, you cannot talk about a sound faculty or a sound, but still they get a world created. So the person who is blind will have a world with no light, but the rest of the sensor faculties, rest of the information will give rise to some form of world created for him. And similarly, a person who is deaf will have a very quiet world created for him, because the other sensor functions are there. And the common example that we talk always, the earthworm. Earthworm doesn't have the eyes, ears, and we don't know about the taste and the smell. I do not think they have the nose either. So basically what we know is that only the skin sensor for the earthworm, but still with the skin sensor it feels that it is alive. So this sensor functions collectively gives rise to the thought formation. And the little baby, the baby who is just born or maybe few months old, will have this information at the sensor function. So the sensors are functioning, but they do not aggregate, or they do not merge together to make thoughts until the baby is a little bit older. So this is a natural process. And naturally, little by little, when the physical organs become more mature, these sensor functions, sensor information tend to merge together, and then what is called the thought. the thought is kind of naming or some form of description of the sensor information. For example, the eye faculty eye faculty is something like a camera. It's like a camera, but the eye doesn't know what that picture is. And the naming of the picture or the kind of description is the function of the mind. So it's, in other words, it's a thought. So everything is a thought, and that is described in 3 ways in Buddhist teaching. They are called sankhara, or some constructs. So every thought is a construct, every word is also a construct, every action is also a construct, because you have a name for that. Now, when you are talking with somebody, you talk about something you did or something something that you had as a thought. So all these are actually, they are thoughts. They are basically underneath that. Everything is a thought. So how the thoughts are formed, that is something that we have to understand. So the thought formation or the creation of the thought is the result of the sensor function. And when the child is a little bit older, as a process, as a part of the nature's process, the thoughts are formed. And thoughts, if we do not recognize, if we do not, if we don't hear this true Dhamma, we don't know that they are just created, and that creates the world. So in other words, the world means a collection of, or a flow of thoughts, and they are taken as real. And this is the basic teaching in Lord Buddha's disclosures, where the understanding of this creation and the more knowledge that you acquire by studying, more things you learn, that means your mind bubble or this created world becomes thicker and thicker. That is why Lord Buddha said that for a 7-year-old child, it's easier to understand this Buddha teaching or the Buddha disclosures rather than a person, an adult, particularly a person who has studied and who has got lots of qualifications, will find it difficult to get rid of or undo what was taught. So that is the important fact. That is why at Lord Buddha's time we know that a number of children, small age children, who understood and who became even arhat at a very small age, because they do not have much wrong perceptions or false perceptions added with the time. I would like to invite anybody else, who have joined now, would like to join me with the discussion. Therwan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරම්භස. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Sakuntala.
Therwan Saranai.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Chandani.
Yes.
I just want to add something, how this English Zoom started about 3 years ago, and how it was like then and how it is now. So I'm so happy to see how it has flourished throughout these years. Yeah. So at that point also, I was thinking, how can it be? How can we give this to the world? So that was Aryan Mahanse was saying from the beginning, how to give this Dhamma to the world. So now, see, yes, even I didn't believe that.
So how can we do this with few people? But now see how it has gone, like it's like the wind, no? So it is spreading like very beautifully. So the voice of true Dhamma is spreading. So that's
Yeah.
what I wanted to add, Dr. Sakuntala. So I was there from the beginning, so I know how it has, flourished. It has gone through difficulties. Yes, how we overcome those things. Yes, so newcomers came to the Zoom. So likewise, now it is going on very smoothly, I think. Yeah, just wanted to
Yes.
add, Sakuntala. Yeah.
Yes. 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 Thank you for your, joining. I know you have been there right from the beginning. For some time, you were one of the very active participants in this one.
So yeah, Aryan Mahansi was like he was always telling we have to give this Dhamma to the world. So yes, it was very supportive at that time. Even now it is going, actually it's spreading now throughout the world.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Through Dhamma. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala.
Yes. Yes. Because
Thank you.
so many, thank you anyway, thank you for joining. So many people are actually not even Buddhist people, but even the non-Buddhist people, they are turning towards they are trying to find out what is the truth, what is true Dhamma or whatever. And the many non-Buddhists, whatever the religion that they have been following, they feel that it is not real, or it is not uh, they feel that something wrong, and this is not what they have been looking for. That is what they say. And other thing is, there are so many other so-called Buddhist people. By label they are Buddhist, but they have got lots of parts from Hindu teachings, and they have created their own methodology, and then they are teaching it as Buddhism, and they are teaching it as correct Buddhist meditation. So many pitfalls are there for a person who is trying to find true Dhamma,
Yes.
isn't it?
And especially this non-self Dhamma is a bit difficult to understand as well, isn't it?
Yes, true.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. We all have suffering, but everybody understands suffering. But
Yes.
To know that there's no one to suffer is very
Yes.
difficult to get into, isn't it? Yeah.
It's yes. Okay, we can see Dr. Kokila also just joined. I think she had some commitment, so she
Yeah,
said that.
I'm actually still in a very noisy environment. Yeah, I don't know if they are by the background. You might hear that.
Not much disturbances. We don't hear anything, of course.
Oh, that's good. I'm still in the premises. I couldn't leave yet. But
Okay.
I thank you so much for joining in, everyone. It's so good. And from today morning, I heard how Aran Hanse was encouraging everyone to come and do the supporting every Sri Lankan, everyone who is suffering at this moment. Suffering actually has so many meanings, but who is suffering at the moment needs support, and then only we can offer support for deeper suffering. I mean, even for someone who doesn't know that there is suffering, the meanings to the suffering much more than that, they will get the message if we support them now. So it's really interesting. It's really good to do that, and I invite everyone to actually join that massive task Aran Hanse is trying to do. Actually, Aran Hanse will do whatever he is going to do. I mean, he has that. If he has the good intention, he will just do it. And we all support him in every way we can. And whatever the way we can. So everyone who is out there, we invite all of you to support this the suffering, whether we know that, whether it is suffering, whether we know, what we know is what our suffering is. Whatever the description of the suffering, it can vary. The most importantly, to get into the depth of the suffering and get rid of the suffering forever, and actually cessation of this cycle of birth is the most important thing. But to come to that, people should have some kind of happiness, in the sense should have food, shelter, clothes, and some good mentality to listen to them. And this is the chance, I think, to let everyone know that yes, this is suffering. The all the disasters are bringing suffering. Yes, we have all go through a lot of suffering last how many years. Yeah, I mean, every time something happens, the whole country suffers. It may be part of it. This time, I think the whole country is knowing the effect of it. So yeah, it is really important. And as we said, if you want to know how to stop suffering, you have to listen to Buddothpado Aranwanse's Dhamma, which is so empowering. How much empowering it would be is actually to stop the death. And how do you stop the death? Is that this death of this body or like that? Not really. Stop the death, you have to actually understand that we were never born. It's really interesting, really important to understand the truth of this life, isn't it? Yeah, it's so good. I think all of us trying to give this message to everyone. We tried in every Zoom discussion from early morning 5 o'clock to middle of the night, like 2 a.m. in Sri Lanka. I think we are having Zoom discussions, one ending to another one. So anyone who understands Sinhala can join to any of the Zoom discussions. If you are having some curiosity, what is this? Why are we talking about a cessation of suffering? Why are we talking about cessation of this cycle of birth? If you want to really know, just come and listen. You don't have to worry about it. Just come and listen and see. There's so many Buddothpado Aranwanse's sermons out there, thousands of it actually. And if you don't know how to listen to which one to, you can actually talk to this one of the Zoom meetings and discuss which one to and where to start and all that. And definitely you will absorb this very slowly. You don't have to change your position, you don't have to change your job, you don't have to change anything, but slowly actually your suffering will vanish. That is the most important thing, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? I think Dr. Is that
Yeah,
Dr. Sandani?
it is. Both are here. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I just want to add something. So actually, now Kisa Gautami and Patachara understood Dhamma in a fraction of a second, no? Because they had this acute suffering. At the next moment, they understood it. So likewise, there's no time period, no? The next moment we can understand what, even if it is suffering, if they are suffering a lot, the next thought would be end of suffering, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, true. Yeah, there's so more to it, and so but it's simple. Even 7-year-old understood this, and
Yes.
and someone who is working in a house, like as a servant, understood this. And if you're thinking that it's not actually what you know, it's actually how you feel. And if you feel suffering, there is an end to that too. If you feel the suffering of this life, and if you want to end it, come and listen. And just come and listen. You don't have to judge it. You don't have to, we are very, very
famous for judging. We judge people. We judge by a lot of parameters. We have so many parameters. If the parameters, I mean, you can't go by them, and you can't go by the outside appearance. You can't go by the actual what the person is doing. If there is suffering, if there is a mind, you definitely can overpower that mind and get rid of suffering. That is the message. The message. I hope everyone would hear this. Actually, yeah, I'm actually looking directly at the moon by the side of the sea, and it's funny, and it's really interesting how Aranwan says Dhamma, the truth has gone through us so much such that everything is so beautiful at the same time. It's nothing, but it's so beautiful, so nothing. So I don't know. I don't have any words more to to how to invite people, how to invite anyone who is suffering to come and listen. And if you can't understand, you can talk to someone. And that's why we have Zoom discussions from 5 a.m. to ending about 2:30 a.m. in the morning, I think. I don't know, something like that. So if you can't in the morning, you have something in the noon, and if you can't do any of the times in that, you have something in the evening, and if you can't do that, you have something in the middle of the night, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Of course, yes. I don't think any of the bhikshus, teachers in the country will have this number of Zooms in any way. So throughout the day, as you said, anytime if you switch on your phone, you can listen to something. Just a very short sort of intervals in between, isn't it? And as you said, it is the angle that you are looking at it, because a beautiful metaphor has been given by Lord Buddha. It's like a dewdrop which is hanging at the end of a grass blade. If you want to see the rainbow colors of that, there's a particular angle that you have to look at it. So it's kind of focusing and the angle that the person looking at it, then only you can see the rainbow colors of that dewdrop. So like that, the Dhamma facts that we hear, we know it as a knowledge. We know by thoughts. We can sort of very clearly explain the facts what we listen, but for you to have the understanding of that, or your for the inner transformation, there's a particular angle that you have to look at these facts.
Yeah. I'm so happy that Dr. Chandani has also joined today.
Yes.
It's really, I mean, we need to have a really good discussions. I think we do actually. Every day we kind of out of interest, I think, in ourselves, we start talking, and we when we come to the end, we are kind of in the middle of the discussion, but still we end the discussion kind of like that, because this Dhamma, we can't finish talking about it sometimes.
Yeah. And more people means better, isn't it, for the discussion? If we have
very
more
much.
people.
Very much. And if they actually ask questions, like something like one gentleman asked one day, what is the separation? And something like that, in any aspect, if you can have a discussion, not to like criticize, because we are not like forcefully going to a forum and trying to tell our view. That's not like you can't give right view like that. You have to seek it and you will get it. And if you're seeking right view, and if you have a slightest idea that there may be someone who is talking about right view, you just join in and just have a discussion, very, very honest discussion though, because if you're not honest, if you're just coming to criticize only, then there's no honest discussion. That would be really useless, and we just have to end it. But lately I have never seen that. I mean, I have seen genuine interest in Dhamma and genuine kind of need to end the suffering. And when this go the mouth to mouth, communication and house to house communication, village to village communication, that's the way to go. That's the way to go. And Lord Buddha is out there. Lord Buddha is actually not a physical thing. Lord Buddha's Dhamma is the thing that is going to lift up this world, and everyone will be happy. Everyone will be happy, yeah.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, yeah. So we just have to go on listening to this Dhamma, no? Because it is not theory. Actually, it is very,
No.
very practical, very practical. And once you start listening, you after some time you will yourself you will know that there's a change in yourself. So that is a feel that you can't tell. But
Yeah, 100%.
yes, yes. So yeah, we invite all of you to listen to this actually very beautiful, very true Dhamma. So that's what we can do, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, so we can say because we are experiencing it. So other thing is at any time in your life you might need it, because any time of life you can suffer. No, anything can happen. So at that moment you are helpless.
Actually, I should correct that wording.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen, and you can suffer. Is actually a bit more than that. Actually, we are suffering all the time. That is the depth of it. But that's when we say we are suffering. Sometimes that's the worldly thing we are talking about. Where like my leg is chopped off, now I'm suffering. My whole the house is gone off in water, now I'm suffering. You know, like something like that. It's actually a kind of temporary thing, but the whole Panchupadanaskandha dukkha is like kind of every the self vibration is bringing upon suffering. So the suffering goes deeper and deeper, and if you touch the suffering, top suffering, the one we talk about, yes, then we can go in deeper. Someone doesn't feel this, even this suffering, the one we talk about, the natural things we know when we meet someone bad, we feel like suffering, and the good ones go from our life, the family one or friend, we feel suffering. That we start from there, we feel that so much, we can't even breathe, we can't even like can't talk, we kind of lament and go like to extremes, we get depressed and all that. That's the kind of suffering we know. But to get rid of that, we have to attack the depth of suffering. But to do that, you need to know what do you need to know is the truth. And truth is out there, guys. Truth is out there. Just listen to that and see. I mean, if you feel a change, like we do, then that's it. And if you don't, just give it a gap and listen again and see, because it takes some time for you to actually get this, and it's normal.
Yes, yes, yes. And the non-vibration is always there, isn't it? So
it is there. It is actually not there because we can't realize it. But then once you realize it, you just understand if any of the thought has no value, the non-vibration had been there anyway, but we just didn't know. It's ignorance. Yeah, it's ignorance.
Yes, it's ignorance. It's very true.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'll leave from now, and thank you, Dr. Sapita, thank you, Dr. Shandini, for continuing this Dhamma discussion. I'll join as normal tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for joining, Dr. Kokila. Thank you, Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. Aryan Vansita Namaskara.
Yes, I think we have got few more minutes until the next Zoom discussion. So, summarizing what we were talking actually all together from the 2:45 as Dr. Kokila also added few things to that, and Dr. Chandani also added few things to that. What we have to understand is that this is the suffering is because we are taking the created world as real. So whether it is sadness or whether it is anger or whether it is happiness and joy, all are different types of sufferings. And we do not understand, particularly we feel that suffering is only the sadness and the anger. No, it's not. Actually, the happiness and joy are also different forms of sufferings. All are created creations of the sensor functions. They are the results of the sensor functions. And in a time like this, when this when the person observes the collapsing of the created materialistic world, this gives actually an alarm or a red light for a person to sort of stop and think back. What am I doing? Am I going along the correct pathway? What is the truth? What is this Dhamma? So these are actually ringing bells, ringing an alarm bell for a person to think twice. So I think this is a very good time, particularly for a person people who lose many things, and including the lives and the wealth and all sorts of things. This is a very good opportunity. Like it happened to Patachara and Kisa Gotami long ago during Lord Buddha's time. This is a very good opportunity for the person to open the eyes and try to understand what is the truth. Anything else, Dr. Chandani, to add before we conclude?
No, Dr. Sakuntala, we'll conclude that.
Okay. Since we have come to the end of it, I think we will conclude as usual. We worship our noble friend R.N. Mahanse's feet, and also may all of you blessed by the triple gem. And we hope that this little discussion that we had over the last 1 hour and 15 minutes be a kind of help for you to correct your direction, correct your pathway, and make you more curious to listen to these Dhamma discussions, and also to participate in the Zoom so that it will clear your pathway more and more. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the English Zoom discussion today. We all invite you to come and join the Zoom discussion as we normally do, just to bring out this nothingness or this truth in We bring out that in similar language the time throughout the day, every day, and we're just trying our best to bring in that in a foreign language, just so that everyone else can benefit from this. So it's we talk about this truth which Lord Buddha has given to us, which we couldn't understand for a long time, but now we're actually kind of understanding. At least we may not understand the full thing, but at least part of it, where this is all about, and about the nothingness. So these days, Sri Lanka is having a very bad time with natural disaster, and this natural disaster has brought the whole country together as well. So beautiful to see how everyone is trying to help each other and trying to bring out the best out of the humanity. And we understand that it can be just a like some kind of kindness, to give some food, to give some shelter, like give a shelter, give clothes, and if nothing, give a kind word, give a smile, give a hug, give you some reassurance that you all feel you. And we know that the Buddothpado is trying his hard to help everyone, but the real valuing, he has tried to do this for the last 5 years to help the whole humanity, to everyone in the world who has the ability to hear this Dhamma, to change, to understand what Lord Buddha's message is, and to change, and to become the non-vibration. So that's the most precious thing that Lord Buddha said that we can do. He went on saying about, giving various kinds of classes, like animals. Then, he went on to say, also he went on to say what is the best way to get people out of suffering. So temporarily also we can get people out of suffering, but we can also help them to see suffering forever and not have this vibration, so that there will be no birth at all. Not in a can be told in different ways, but anyway, I invite you, all of you, to join us and start the discussion. I can see Suranka has joined in now. Suranka, could you actually start the discussion so we can build up on this discussion? You can also, you can we can have a discussion. Is there anything you can add, Suranka? Yes.
Yes, Thiruvaan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila. We pay a homage to Buddothpado and Mahansa. Thiruvaan Sarnai, Dhamma friends. I think, yes, just echoing what you said earlier about the crisis in Sri Lanka, but it is a crisis that brings people together. I mean, Sri Lankans are generally known for their great hospitality as well as kindness and compassion generally as a nation. But whenever trouble hits us or there is a crisis of this proportion, people go over and beyond. And I think, as R.M. Mahansa mentioned in the morning Zoom, it is in our innate, I think it's in our DNA that we have this, urge to just reach out and do as much as we can to people in need. And that is what we are seeing today and in the last few days, the various initiatives led by R.M. Mahansa that are currently in progress, including the humanitarian effort, the relief efforts that are being made right through the country, but being initiated from down south, taking all those relief supplies and various things to the people in need, particularly in the central province and various other affected areas. And that just goes to show how through this true Dhamma itself, even, people, generally as a nation, we are united in helping people in time of need, but particularly through the true Dhamma as well. Just the fact that, everybody else's needs are the paramount need, because why the whole non-self aspect comes to the fore. When one understands the Dhamma, there is never the I or the self that becomes important, because one understands fundamentally that there is no such self, no such ego, and no such concept of a self or an I in the first place. So naturally, the need of the others, the want of the others, comes first and it is paramount in all sense of the word. So just turning back to the Dhamma, Dr. Kokila, something that did occur to me that maybe we can perhaps have a conversation. I hope Dr. Sakuntala also joins. Might be a good discussion. Just on the defilements, I thought I heard, I couldn't finish listening to your morning Zoom or the midnight Zoom, but I thought I heard, maybe it was today or yesterday, a mother asking you a question about the defilements. Isn't this path, when one has got a fair understanding of the true Dhamma philosophy, what is actually the path, and how does one know one is on the path, or it was that, but the defilements, because I think you talked about a catch-22 situation about how you can't think. I think I might have asked you the same question some time ago as well. How, there is these different stages of thoughts. One is the active thinking, and one is the almost auto-reflection kind of thinking when there is only something that you are feeling, a burning sensation, and feel as if you have got attached through either craving or aversion to a sense object, and then you can reflect at that point and feel the sense of that whole binding effect, the power and the vibration of self-perception dissipating. But then gradually even that auto-reflection is also not required. And there is the sense of the defilements of aversion, ill will, etc., gradually dissipating. So in that stage of gradual dissipation, now we talk about the jnana, jnana meaning wisdom. I'm not sure that's a direct translation, but that's the only word we've got, I think, the wisdom. So the fading of the defilements is something that is sensed rather than that is sensed. What I mean is felt or sensed without actually being thought. So that I think I've heard R.N. Mahansa saying ඥානයට දැනෙනවා. ඥානයට අසු වෙනවා, sorry. So meaning that it is sensed through the wisdom of the defilements fading. And that if that is the jnana, then that is not the thought, isn't it? So the catch-22, could you explain that in the light of the fading of the defilements being sensed by wisdom?
Yeah, the beginning of the catch-22 is the initial stages, of course, where we try to keep thinking about Dhamma, and it actually helps a lot because each time we get a burning, we think, oh wow, this is where I'm actually having issues, then and you keep thinking about that, what has happened here, why it is becoming a real thing to me. Is that actually happening because it has been the fashion like that for a long time, and there's so much, we can go on thinking like that, and because we feel and we think, I think the best way to put that is that we feel this. In there, what we feel is actually the burning. So we feel the burning and then we think about the burning. And then anyway, because of this, burning goes down, but still burning can happen here and there. And as soon as it happens, you might still, you still kind of go back to that and see, well, what happened there, and it will just automatically come. You don't have to sit down and think about it later. Like, you remember, we used to think like, 2-3 days later, what happened? Oh my God, what happened there? Why did I act like that? What was the reason for that? And that would be like 2-3 days later. But now it will automatically, the reflection will happen. But the reflection again is kind of a thought. We then come to the stage of one moment. We talk about for this one moment because initially, if someone has never heard Dhamma and has not felt the no self Dhamma or the non-self perception, they will momentarily feel it, if in one stimulus, that if it is not a thing, the feel of self is not there. In that, there is no thinking. In that particular moment, there is no thinking. So then comes the next stage where now that system is fully aware that yes, there's no self. The continuity of self that we felt is actually not there when things are, not real. In a sense, when things are not felt as real, I would say. At the same time, you still feel them as real, but underneath, there's a massive change because the view that we have, that there is self, like that strong view, that there is self, is broken. That is the most important thing that happens. But the defilements are still the same. Nothing has happened, but there's no way. Whatever the defilements you had until such time is similar, like still there, same way. But because the self view has broken or the right view has come, the defilements are not going to go worse hereafter. Not going to get worse. There's a lot to cease, kind of reduce, or the cessation. There's a lot to change still, because there is vibration here. We know that it is not going to get worse, because the right view is there. There's no way that fuel is going to fuel that self view. Was the main power that gave so much additional power to keep thinking, this happened to me, I should kill him because he did something to me, I should destroy the whole thing because they are not listening to me, or something like that. There's no way that a person or a system would go into that direction, because they have felt definitely with Dhamma, though, with after listening to Dhamma only this would happen, and you feel Dhamma in that particular moment, you definitely, it is going to affect you for the whole. It's an example how one experience can affect the whole system. So now the defilements, whatever we had, or what it means is, whatever the vibration you have up to now, even as a human, because as a human also we have so much vibration, what we were born with, we end up being worse than that because of the self-view. But actually, because our self-view is broken, that doesn't happen. But still we have a kind of a vibration to slowly cease and should go back to zero. You have felt it once, doesn't matter, but it has to slowly, gradually go to zero again. Because it just happened once doesn't mean that it has gone to zero. It just momentarily went to zero. So this is the area that we get into this situation where we keep, we feel that it is, so we kind of have like a meditative state, because the self-view is broken. So any thought, the power is not there, but like massive power that was there is not there, but still it is, even though that level is not there, still some kind of power is there. Once you start this kind of this stage, I mean, there's no stage, but this like a continuous process, but we can say stage, it's just an imagination again. When we talk about like this, we are turning into thought to say this. So when we talk about that stage, there is dwindling of the reduction of defilements. That's actually the beginning of a reduction, where you can understand the whole thing about that these things that we have taken for granted, the lands, money, gold, family, how much value we give, that value starts to slowly go down, because we keep on understanding that it's just a thought. But then we also keep understanding something else, that thoughts, this dream, the dream is also ongoing. Still the dream has the power. because the dream is ongoing. But we keep understanding that dream actually is not true. The main problem there is because of that, we feel gradual reduction of your power. We feel it, but the catch is there. We try to think about it because that's what we all know. That is where the catch is, I think, because we are humans. Our main ability is to think. That's the most powerful tool we have. It's okay, and still it is, even for an for a person who has no, like, zero power of this self vibration, still has the ability to think, and it is the biggest tool or the biggest change from other species. So this thinking, we have the habit of thinking everything, and the reduction of this power, we try to think about it initially. We try to put that into a measuring cup and say, try to measure it, because that happens because we are so eager to understand how much is gone, how much is there. We try to think about it. That's kind of catch we get into. Still, it goes on until a noble friend will actually try to tell you, well, you know that there's no self, then why are you